Hello there, and welcome to another fanfic reading from the Patronus pages. Today we will be reading from a fantastic story titled Wind Shear, written by Chilord. Let's dive right in with Part 1. Chapter 1. Bellatrix Black tightly gripped her wand with a grin of anticipation curling over her features. Today she was to join in her first assignment with the Knights of Walpurgis. Today she would have her chance to start purifying the mud-born filth that had been rotting the wizarding world. It was a simple raid into Muggle London to have their sport and bloody their wands, so to speak. They'd found a Muggle pub not too far from the leaky cauldron, and with a pair of guards posted at the entrance, warding and repelling any witnesses, they'd entered an explosion of glass and wooden fragments of what had once been a door, dressed in their dark robes and skull-shaped masks. There had been shock and fear and a wonderful aura of terror. Their wands had risen, and they'd been prepared to unleash torment and death upon the foolish little muggles at their leisure. They hadn't been expecting the bottle of whiskey that had smashed into Rosier's face. They really hadn't been expecting the blast of an incendio spell that followed it up and set him alight. The muggles were scrambling, panicked and shocked. Even more so when one of their attackers, who had arrived in an entrance of violence and destruction, suddenly burst into flames. The Knights of Walpurgis weren't doing much better. Most of them had turned their attention to trying to put out Rosier with a variety of spells that saw him soaked, frozen and thrown to the ground. The others on hand ignored his plight to take the opportunity to either gleefully curse anything that moved or, like her, search out the source of the bottle and spell. It gave her the warning and time to dive out of the way of the banished chairs, bottles and table that smashed into the group. And then she saw him. Burning, angry emerald eyes, messy black hair, and a look of cold, burning rage on his features, as all around him everything that wasn't nailed down to the ground, or one of the muggles themselves, was banished at their members, as violently she'd ever seen a wizard manage. It had seemed an almost amateurish move to Bellatrix. There were oh so many more powerful spells that could be used. Spells that rotted, destroyed and flayed. Spells that could peel the flesh from a man like a grape. Then he'd made everything he'd banished explode. Shrapnel of wood and glass rocketed into their bodies in an eruption of pain. As the screams of surprise, agony and rage filled the air, she managed to turn her attention back to him, raising up her wand and ignoring how sticky with blood it suddenly felt. She could feel the pounding in her chest, the fear, the adrenaline pouring through her veins. The words rose in her mind. She began to force it through her body, into her wand. Then every piece of shrapnel embedded in their bodies was ripped free as violently as it had been implanted. A vicious summoning that pulled it all into a great bloody beast of sharp, jagged chunks of wood and claws and teeth of sharp, broken glass. Their blood stained it almost to crimson in the dull, warm light of the pub's electric lights, still glistening and fresh from the wounds they'd occupied a moment before. With a flick of his wand, the beast was set loose, and it tore into them with a great and terrible glee. Her wand and spell faltered as the pieces had been ripped out, broken by the fresh surge of pain that howled through her flesh. She could hear the screams of her fellow knights as the beast tore into them. A sickened twist of her stomach came when it was all too easy to imagine what was happening to them as they screamed, and the coppery scent of blood reached her nose. She took aim at him again, desperate now, fear and panic driving her as her hand trembled. His eyes found hers. In them she saw anger and scorn and disgust. From them she could see his wand, already pointed towards her. Stupefied, she knew she was supposed to be beyond vocal casting, beyond stupid, childish, stunning spells, but at the moment she was panicked and senseless, starting to turn and crawl away as she saw a flash of a shield catching it, before his eyes and his wand began to move closer to her. She was going to die. She was going to die here in this stupid Muggle tavern. She was going to die crawling away some kind of wounded rabbit before the wolf. The anger of that thought was drowned away as she watched a body fall to the ground in front of her. Another knight, clutching and gurgling around what had been their throat, trying desperately to keep their life's blood from spilling out like a fresh geyser. She could see the blood seeping, pulsing through their fingers. She could hear the gurgling sounds of their desperate attempt to breathe. Then she could feel the spell that struck her in her back, and her whole body went rigid, wooden. All she could do was watch, frozen, as a pair of boots stepped just to the side of her head. The knight in front of her had their mask struck by a cutting curse, slashed at an angle into it, and a moment later it fell into 2 broken pieces on the floor in front of her. She had just a moment to recognize the face of Rodolphus Lestrange, the man who had just begun courting her in the last year, before his face split in bloody line and one section slid forward into the ground in front of her. You know, I'd already been having a bad day. She didn't recognize the voice, but instinctively she knew it belonged with a pair of brilliant, cold, emerald eyes. "I came in here for a bit of peace and quiet and a nice drink. I just want to be left alone." She watched as the blood-soaked beast of wood and glass stepped into view before collapsing into a pile of simple debris. "But no, I had to pick the one place where you little blighters decided you'd exercise your special little brand of political expression." The disgust was audible as she felt herself being levitated up, just enough to be flipped over onto her back and unceremoniously dropped. Now, who do we have here? Her mask was peeled away and she found herself staring up into those eyes of his, watching as the recognition passed through them. "Well now, that's interesting. Ickle little Bellakins." She could see him moving back towards where Rodolphus lay, and she sound of his body being lightly nudged onto its back. "Oh, and is this ickle little Roddy Lestrange?" "It is." Then she could feel the touch of his wand's tip lightly tapping against her cheek. "Now, what to do, what to do, what to do? You've put me into a bit of a pickle here, Bellakins. You see, Tommy's not going to be very happy with you. That leaves me torn. On one part, I could kill you now and not have to worry about you making trouble for me later," he stated simply, and she could feel the way the tip of his wand slowly traced down the line of her jaw in an almost sensual manner. "On the other, if I send you back, that will leave quite the impression, I think." Slowly then he looked around and then stood, his fingers snatching her wand out of her fingers and lightly twirling it about between them as suddenly she could move again. "Take a good look, Bellatrix." And she did. The Muggles were cowering against the walls, staring fearfully, but not at her, not at the Knights of Walpurgis. They cowered in fear from him and the bloody, savaged remains of those knights. Every wizard she'd arrived with was lying dead on the floor in front of her, their bodies torn into chunks and pieces. "I'm going to guess all of them purebloods like you, He said the words, simply, easily, against her ear, in a hot breath, as she felt the tip of his wand suddenly digging into her throat as he wrapped his arm about her from behind and she was pressed back into his chest. All of them dead because of a single half-blood that didn't need to use even the slightest bit of dark magic. He snorted and shoved her away, letting her stumble and fall into the half-pile of blood and flesh. That is the simple truth. Pure blood spills just as easily as any other. It doesn't make you any better, doesn't make you any stronger. It just makes you a puffed-up little fool if you think it does. She scrambled about, panicking, slipping against the sticky blood, the dead, unseeing eyes staring back at her, whimpering, her voice warbling at the brink, and she heard his voice command her, "Run, little Bellatrix, run, and tell Tom Riddle his war will not be as easy as he thinks." Without even looking back, she scrambled over the bodies, clawing, sliding back out of the pub and fleeing in terror back into the night. Behind her, Harry Potter stared down at the mess he'd made, listening to the messy crack of apparition striking outside. Well, this is going to be trouble. The end of the war hadn't been enough for Harry. Sure, he'd celebrated. He'd even felt a great swell of relief as the weight of the wizarding world's future had been lifted from his shoulders. Only he wasn't free. He learned rather quickly that a gilded cage was still very much a cage, and without Dumbledore there to absorb the attention, being Dumbledore, he was caught in the middle of it. It was events and parties at first. Everyone wanted to invite him around, and he was always inclined to go. He was told it would be rude not to, after all. He had become a symbol of the end of the dark days, only they didn't seem to be that ended. Bigotry was still rampant, dark wizards still lurked. The ministry, despite its relatively well-meaning new minister, was still corrupt. When he walked through Diagon Alley, he could still see Nocturne Alley next to it, sulking, smug and content to its darkness and shadows. There were still the pure bloods, looking down their noses at the Muggle-born and half-bloods. There was still a festering rot of superiority in the minds of the wizarding world, so he joined the Auras. It seemed the logical step at the time. He could get out there and make a real difference. Only they'd wanted to just wave him through, hand him a shiny badge, and sit him behind a nice, fancy desk in a big office doing absolutely nothing. He'd balked, of course. He wanted to be out there, helping people. He wanted to make a difference, and so reluctantly it was agreed to put him through training. He quickly discovered, though, that most of the training was learning a number of rules and regulations. There were no special spells, no tactics, no classes in investigation. It was a bunch of boring laws drilled into his skull and reminding him again of how little the wizarding world had changed. Then he was partnered with a more senior Aura, who would take care of the rest of the training. They then had the brilliant idea to partner him with John Dawlish. Harry was the first to admit Dawlish knew what he was doing. He was an intelligent and skilled wizard who did his job thoroughly and without complaint. Though he taught Harry a number of ways of refining and mastering his spells, he also was a constant reminder of the way the laws of the wizarding world had still not really changed. For a time he'd stuck to the job as best he could. It was a commitment he'd wanted to live up to. Then there had been the chance to help hunt down a dark wizard who'd broken one too many laws in Eastern Europe. He jumped on it, thinking that it would be a chance to get away from the oppressive rigidity of Dawlish and the ministry. He turned out to be right. He also turned out to be in over his bloody head. Again, the team he'd joined had been rather infamous for chewing up young, idealistic wizards and spitting them back out gibbering wrecks that made Quirrell's act in his first year at Hogwarts look positively calm, a reputation no one told him about until he was already stuck with them. What no one figured was how well he'd end up fitting in with the lunatics. Just shy of his 21st birthday, they'd gone into a particularly hairy situation with a dark wizard messing around with time magics, blood sacrifices, reality warping, and platypi. They never did understand the last bit. Eventually it had come down to the big showdown. Harry remembered a bright explosion. Then he'd found himself waking up in Wales, July of 1970. Of course, he hadn't known it was 1970, at least not until he'd seen the paper and all the people dressed in the strange clothes. Then he'd managed to snag enough of the current pound notes to pay for a decent bottle of whiskey at the pub. He'd barely started on his first sip when the Proto-Death Eaters had barged in, wands drawn, which lead him to his current situation, where he was sitting across from a younger Alastor Moody, bearing a number of scars, but lacking his trademark mad eye and peg leg in favour of their still natural counterparts. "Mind explaining to me why the hell I shouldn't have you dragged off to Azkaban?" Moody demanded as he glared back at Harry. "Because I was just defending myself," Harry offered before glancing around. "And I had to waste a perfectly decent whiskey on one of those idiots instead of getting drunk off of it like I planned." "What were you doing in a Muggle pub then?" he said, frowning as he watched Harry critically. "The cauldron's just a bit down the way." "Yes, and generally it's considered rude to put up a notice-me-not charm to get people to leave you alone in a wizarding tavern. Muggle pubs don't have the same problem, Harry stated, with a slight burl of irritation. Tant though those idiots stopped me from even getting one bloody finger down. And you killed them because they interrupted your drink. Moody was more than slightly sceptical. No, I killed them because they blew in the door and windows, then stormed in wearing black robes, masks, and having wands drawn. Harry shot back. When they started throwing curses at everyone in sight, I wasn't about to just leave it like that. Most would have just up and ran, Moody noted, his tone a bit more neutral now. I only run when I have to, Harry stated without even pausing. They didn't even remotely qualify as that dangerous. There's going to be a bit of outrage over this. There were some rather prominent individuals in that little pile of dead idiots you left back there. The Lestranges won't be happy. Their heir is dead. Well, then they should have taught their heir better than to go running about at night, randomly attacking people without knowing if they can defend themselves or not. If they weren't dangerous enough to make you run, why'd you kill them then? Moody snapped back with a growl. They came at me and those around me with the intent to kill and maim, and the rest of this lot were muggles and couldn't do anything to defend themselves. Harry stated simply. Frowning Moody shifted about with a huff as he re-evaluated his opinion of the young man in front of him. If it wasn't for the bodies he'd left behind, he'd almost call the kid arrogant. Only people that left broken piles of corpses without taking so much as a scratch in a fight tended either be boastful or, like the kid in front of him, matter of fact. What spells did you use then? Moody half demanded. With a slow, calm motion he made a show of drawing out his wand by the tip, offering it in his direction. Runner priori incantatos, to see. Grumbling, Moody pointed his wand to Harry's and ran the spell in question. Then the results rolled back until what looked like the start of the fight, he frowned and went over them. A simple incendio to start, followed by a few banishing spells. Then there was an explosion hex, followed by a summoning and animation charm. Then there was an attack command spell, a shield, a body bind, and a cutting curse. There were cancellation spells here and there, but not a single dark or illegal spell among them. A bit more simplistic than what I was expecting, Moody admitted, before glancing around. None of the bodies showed any signs of a body bind. I didn't execute anyone, if that's what you're wondering, Harry stated simply. I don't particularly care for murder. What would you call Lestrange's head being bisected? Moody countered back. But none of the muggles show signs of it, and there's a rather interesting spot right over there in front of Lestrange. Considering his throat a mercy so he didn't have to drown on his own blood, Harry stated with a shrug. As for the interesting spot, not really an aura, so like someone was there right when Lestrange got his skull split during that mercy of yours, Moody said pointedly. Splatter leading up to it and around it, but nothing there. That's interesting, Harry noted blandly with a nod of his head. And you just happen to know nothing about it? Moody pressed with an arch of his brow. Why don't you ask the muggles? Harry asked calmly with a similarly arched brow. Moody scowled lightly back at Harry. I would have if I could use their damned testimonies, or if they hadn't been bloody well oblivated already. Shame they went and did that. Imagine they could have given you a much better picture of things, Harry noted with a nod of his head. You let one of them go, Moody accused. One of the muggles, Harry asked with a still-arched brow. I thought there was a muggle repelling charm keeping them from the door. One of them, Moody stated as he gestured to the bodies, now being collected and organized nearby. Now, why would I do something like that? Harry asked, curiosity filling his voice. You know something you're not telling me, Moody accused. Harry looked at him for a moment before he chuckled slowly. Aura Moody, I know many things I'm not telling you. Something I should know, he countered back with his eyes narrowed into slits. You think this is the first time they've made a little excursion like this? Harry asked suddenly, a brow arching. You think it will be the last? You think they just all happened to be together, dressed the same, working together? "So what, you think this is some kind of sick little Muggle baiting club?" Moody asked, his head lightly tilting to the side. "I think, Mr. Moody, when you find out what they are, what they seek to accomplish, and what they are not only willing, but planning to do, you'll wish that is what they were." Harry stated seriously, as he looked into the man's eyes, "A storm is coming, Mr. Moody. Best be prepared, or be swept away." "And where will you be, Mr. Moody asked, his eyes narrowed. Harry shrugged his shoulders a bit. "I suppose you could call me the Storm Chaser." Moody snorted. "That's a load of ponced-up shit." "Alas, a legacy of a misspent youth," Harry responded with an easy grin. "Sir," a young Auror, barely looking out of Hogwarts, approached Moody and gestured to Harry. "What are we going to do with him?" "Not much we can bloody well do," Moody snapped back and gave the man a look. "It's a pretty straightforward case of self-defense." "Self-defense?" the man stated in shock, "but he had to have used some kind of dark arts." "Banishing spell on the tables and glass, followed by an exploding hex on them after they hit them," Harry commented casually as he twirled his wand about his fingers. "Animation did the rest." At the Auror's gaping face, he shrugged a bit. "What? You're hardly being discreet, and Moody here can confirm what I cast. The dark arts never worked for me. They require too much hate." Moody snorted. "Aye, which makes you that much scarier." "Me scary?" Harry asked, looking almost surprised. "Who would find me scary?" For a moment Moody looked over at the dead bodies and then just looked back at Harry with a flat look. "I'm sure if you ask them, they won't tell you they find me scary," Harry insisted. "Sir, they are dead thanks to you," the young Auror declared, glaring at Harry. "Some of these are fine, upstanding members of—" "Please explain to me what they were doing in a Muggle pub, dressed like that then," Harry interrupted. The man flustered and glared back at Harry. "I'm sure that they had Harry just snorted, "a reason for blowing in the windows and attacking a Muggle pub?" "Well, it's not like they were anyone's," the man started, only to freeze when he found himself under a pair of very cold, very dangerous glares. "Auror Moody," Harry noted in a coolly detached voice, "don't you think it would be prudent to make sure that nothing important was lost when the deceased had their bowels release?" Moody slowly gave Harry a rather familiar grin of vicious approval. "Indeed, and best not to use magic. You never know what might get vanished by accident." "I defer to your judgment," Harry stated simply as he leaned back in his chair while the green Auror looked confused for a moment, then quickly paled. "Sir, surely you don't mean that the rookies started to protest?" "I think I surely do," Moody stated flatly. "Get started." "Yes, sir," the rookie acknowledged with a glare. "Was there anything else?" Harry asked politely of Moody. "As the damned Wizengamot doesn't see fit to force your identification when no crime has been committed, no," Moody stated flatly. "Keep yourself available, though. I'm sure I'll have more questions." "I have a feeling we'll probably be seeing plenty of each other," Harry stated with a slight nod of agreement before standing up and walking out without even glancing back. Once he was gone, the rookie turned and glared at Moody. "You're just letting him go?" "Kid, how many piles of shit do you have to sort through?" Moody asked, a brow arching. "What does that have to do with this?" "Because that's how many people with wands already drawn he put down in less than 10 seconds from what we can tell," Moody stated flatly. "If we had tried to arrest him for defending himself, he would have resisted." "We could have," the rookie started to protest, "and if you looked in his eyes and bothered to actually look, you'd have seen he would have resisted," Moody continued, ignoring him. "And we'd either have ended up dead or put down hard. We might have gotten lucky enough to take him down with us. That was a damned big mite." "He's barely older than I am. It's not the age, boy, it's the experience and the power," Moody stated flatly. "Now that shit isn't going to sort itself unless you really want to draw it out." The rookie just glared, and Moody was left shaking his head. As she stumbled into the meeting room, Bellatrix struggled to keep down the contents of her stomach as the full weight of her little adventure slammed down into her. She'd grabbed the two confused guards and ran. Well, they had apparated away, and then one of them had reminded her of their portkeys. With a tug on their navels, they reached her stumbling entrance into the room. "What, she couldn't keep her stomach for the initiation?" an annoyed, cold voice asked, as a figure in dark robes looked coldly down upon her. "The Lord will be most displeased. Rodolphus assured us you would perform admirably." Just 15 minutes earlier, those words would have been a horrifying, dream-crushing insult to her. Now, though? "Bloody well hang his displeasure," she said with a hissing snap. "We're not here because I couldn't stomach it. We're here because the others are all bloody well torn to pieces." That brought the figure up short. "What, are you saying a group of Muggles could possibly slaughter a team of the Knights of Walpurgis?" "It was a wizard," Bellatrix hissed angrily. "One wizard having a drink with the Muggles." "One wizard who slaughtered us in an instant." "And yet somehow you live," the figure countered back with a sneer. She gestured then to the blood splattered across her face and mask. "Do you see this blood? This is Rodolphus's, from where that wizard bound me in place and made me watch as he split his head like a soft melon, mask and all." "So what, you were to be the messenger?" the man demanded. His words came crashing back into her then. Her eyes contracted, grew distant, as the memories suddenly smashed into her like an Arctic wave. "He knew me. He knew Rodolphus, but I'd never seen him before in my life. He told me he could have killed me then, but it would make more of an impression if he let me go. He told me that being a pureblood meant nothing." "Lies," the man hissed, his fingers gripping on his wand. "Because all of them were purebloods, and he had slaughtered them all," Bellatrix continued, ignoring him, seeing those burning emerald eyes in her mind. He said to tell Tom Riddle that his war will not be as easy as he thinks." This brought the man up short. That name, it should not be known. Who was this wizard who sat drinking among Muggles, then dared slay an entire squad of the Knights of Walpurgis? "Leave," the man finally snapped out, glaring at her. "Do not come back." Her face twisting in disgust, Bellatrix pulled off the blood-spattered mask and cloak and tossed them aside as she sneered back at him. Gladly. And then she turned and was gone, which left the man with the two guards and the thought of how best to bring this unpleasant bit of information to the Lord. It wasn't until Bellatrix returned home with another apparition that she realized she had never gotten her wand back from the strange wizard who had taken it. That brought her up short. She remembered how he'd plucked it easily about her fingers, the way he'd kept it dancing between his. She remembered the feel of his wand, warm and hard as it pressed to her throat as she was held against his chest. She'd been absolutely helpless. She knew she couldn't fight him, couldn't beat him. She knew that he could have snuffed her out in an instant, and it had made her ache. Her life continued only because he thought she'd make a good messenger, and she was thinking about how much she'd liked it. Morgana, she was a mess. She'd just watched her quarter executed in front of her, and she was fantasizing about the man who'd killed him. And those eyes, she thought that she'd seen life when she'd listened to the Lord of the Knights of Walpurgis speak. The delight he'd taken in the casual cruelty he'd displayed to the Muggles they'd brought for the night's entertainment had seemed so enthralling, the way he found such enjoyment from their screams. But the man hadn't. Where the Lord had barely restrained his glee and delight at the pain he inflicted, the man had been unmoved. They weren't worth his time. They weren't worth his magic. He didn't need the dark arts to hurt. He didn't need them to kill or maim. He used power, imagination, and skill instead. They were like polar opposites. One revelled in the obscure and the forbidden. The other raised up more commonly known spells in ways no one would really consider. Dumbledore was powerful and wise and, more importantly, old. He almost never cast a spell where people could see him. He never displayed his skills. He never revealed the vaulted depths of ancient and obscure magics he was said to hold. He simply smiled, eyes twinkling, and would dispense some random platitude disguised as wisdom. However, for all the derision, for all the disbelief, there was always something about him that would still more overt rebellion. Despite that they never saw it, it was always a point that maybe he didn't show off his magic because he simply didn't need to. But he had been old. That was the most important part of it. He was old and likely past his prime. The Lord and the man were not. "I had thought you were to be out later," Signis Black spoke as he saw his eldest daughter standing in the hall, her eyes distant and lost. Did things not go well with Rodolphus? "He's dead," Bellatrix stated wearily as she glanced at her father. Things went very, very wrong. Signis stood up straighter, eyes narrowed and fury sparked. "He did not place his hands upon you, did he?" Bellatrix laughed then, a dark, almost broken laugh as dark black curls bounced against her cheeks. "Nothing like that. He took me to formally join the Knights of Walpurgis. We were to go on what I was told would be an easy, marvelous little bit of fun, where we could torment and sharpen our dark arts to our heart's contents." For a moment, Signis watched his daughter warily, seeing something in her eyes that almost scared him. "But he was there when we arrived," Bellatrix stated with a particular emphasis on the word describing the man, an almost reverence in her voice that worried him. "He killed them all. In flash it was over, and I was lying helpless and watching him granting Rodolphus the mercy of death." "What?" Signis tried to wrap his head around the words his daughter was saying. Who killed them? This is..." "He told me he was a half-blood," Bellatrix continued, staring off into space. "I don't know that the Knight's Lord could have killed them as quickly or as brutally as he could. They were just things to him. His spells weren't the obscure and forbidden dark arts. They were common, almost simple, but so perfectly executed." His jaw dropping, Signis stared at her, disbelief and denial quickly written across his face. "What? But a half-blood could never..." "He did," she stated firmly. "I saw it. I was there. He told me. Pure blood spills just as easy as any other. It doesn't make us as special as we try to say." For a moment, Signis just gave her a look, studying her, the light in her dark eyes and the set of her shoulders, before he spoke. "Show me." She was confused only a second before realizing what she meant. Nodding her head, she allowed him to lead her to the study. Once there, she waited for him to bring forth a familiar but not often used stone basin. Waiting for it to settle, she froze, then flushed brightly, as she realized an embarrassing truth. "What?" Signis asked, his eyes narrowed. "Have you forgotten how... Her words were mumbled too quietly for him to hear, as her head bowed in shame. "You're a black girl, speak like one," he demanded firmly. "He still has my wand," she angrily admitted, as she looked up and glared at him, her face slightly red. Signis blanched a bit before reluctantly nodding his head. "I suppose I could understand then." Reluctantly, he handed her his wand and watched as she withdrew the silvery thread from her forehead, and then carefully deposited it into the basin. Returning the wand to him, she took a step back. With a slight frown, he stepped forward and, with his wand in hand, entered into her memory. When he emerged, he looked shaken, his face pale, as he leaned heavily on the stand the pensive rested on. Waving off Bellatrix's motion to help him, he took a slow, deep breath to steady himself. Then he entered the memory once more. When he returned this time, he took a moment to stare out into the distance, not quite seeing anyone there. Then he turned his head and looked at his daughter. "What do you remember of him?" "His eyes," she stated instantly. "They were just..." "He is a Potter," Signis stated confidently before frowning. "But how I know not. Such a child would have never escaped notice. And yet, there he was. It does not make sense." "A Potter," Bellatrix stated, as if tasting the word as she tilted her head to the side. I see. It doesn't make sense, I know all the Potters. Not one of them has eyes like that," Signis stated, with a sour twist of his lips and a mutter. "And a half-blood one of that?" "A bastard, maybe," Bellatrix asked, clearly not caring. "It would explain being a half-blood." "It doesn't matter," he responded, though his tone was one that clearly denoted that he did not believe it a likely explanation. "What matters is what this means." "He knows something," Bellatrix stated as she recalled the Knight of Walpurgis's reaction to the message. "The Knight of Walpurgis that we were reporting to, he was disturbed by the message." "Then it would seem that there's going to be a third side to things shortly," Signis stated with a deep frown. "And this man has managed to muddy the waters. Nothing is certain anymore." "I'm picking him," Bellatrix stated resolutely as her tongue lightly darted across her lips. He looked at his daughter for a moment, frowning slightly. "You know that will not be an easy thing. He is a half-blood. Even with his power, he is still a half-blood." "Who slaughters purebloods without issue?" she responded back, smiling hungrily, proving his point. It's not about blood, it's about power. Signis was reluctant to agree with her, however, what he'd seen in that man's eyes. "We will have to find him first and learn more," he stated, as it was a diplomatic answer, but one that seemed to satisfy Bellatrix. For now. Harry had no idea what he was going to do. He was a combat specialist, not a master of the more arcane and esoteric magics that allowed one to bend and break the rules of reality. Here he was, trapped a decade before his own birth, back at the very start of Voldemort's rise to power. All he had were the clothes on his back, his wand, a bit of pocket change, and talent that he was rather loathed to put into the employ of either the Ministry or Dumbledore. With a sigh, he glanced around the park he had apparated to, a small one in Surrey, near Privet Drive. Seated in the swing, he slowly looked up into the near full moon hanging overhead. It was then that he could feel the tingle of anti-apparition wards being thrown up over the park. Groaning softly, he quickly slid off the swing, discreetly casting a few spells on the swing set and seesaw before another pair at the sand beneath his feet. "Going to show yourselves then?" he asked, his eyes slowly scanning around the wooded perimeter as dark, cloaked figures began to step forward, wands all pointed towards him. "Who are you, and how do you know the name Tom Riddle?" one of the figures, face covered by a familiar mask, demanded as he took a step a little closer than the rest of the group. Harry slowly hummed as he looked around the group. "He's not here, I see, so I take it you'd be the errand lackey. How'd you find me that quickly?" He could just barely make out the way the figure's eyes narrowed behind the mask before the audibly sneering sound came out. "Did you think you could spill that much blood and not leave it on you?" "Ooh, blood tracker." Harry pursed his lips a bit. "Didn't think you lot had enough brains for that." "Answer the questions. Who are you and how do you know that name?" the figure demanded, his wand tip beginning to glow. "You can call me the Storm Chaser," Harry stated. It was a whim, really, but he might as well be consistent. "As for how I know the name of a half-blood son of a Muggle," the glow on the tip of the man's wand intensified even stronger as some of the figures looked at one another in confusion, while others merely kept their wands focused on him. "I don't think I'll tell you," he finished, before suddenly the sand at the edge of the playscape erupted into a wall that blocked their sight of him. It took less than a second for a barrage of spellfire to start blasting through the sand in a variety of different colours. Harry himself dropped to the ground as the sand beneath moved out into a small earthen fortification. As soon as it reached the silt and lime-rich clay that made up the soil underneath, he began to cast again. Beneath him, earthen worms were formed out of the thick clay earth before rising up into the sand around him and making the hole deep enough to stand in. Once they hit the sand, the granules clung to the skin, making them appear as if solidified creatures of the fine playground sand. It took him only a mere handful of seconds to accomplish his act. Seconds he barely had, as the veil of sand fully collapsed, just as the earthen animations set out. "You will find, Stormchaser, that we are not foolish children for you to prey upon," the leader declared, "and your little walls of mud will not—" His declaration was silenced as one of the worms erupted from beneath him, rising between his legs to crush his pelvis between powerful jaws with rough, jagged teeth of silt fused together. As he screamed, however, the other wizards were far from idle. They did not freeze, they did not cower as their spokesman died, and instead they focused a barrage of bludgeoning, cutting and blasting curses upon the construct. The wizard was dropped carelessly from its jaws a moment later as it collapsed back into the thick earth it was created from. That was when the others struck. They came from behind, or the side, or even the front. Unlike the leader, they did not aim for the body, they instead struck at their limbs. Legs and arms were bitten, broken and ripped off before the creatures would return to the sand. But despite the chaos, they did not break and flee. Instead, those that could rushed towards the small foxhole Harry had dug himself into, leaving behind their bleeding fellows to strike at the wizard behind them. One pair found themselves smashed to the ground when the seesaw turned itself on its side, and its board folded forward, snapping the wizard's legs between it like a pair of great jaws. The others found the seats of the swings splitting, the chains snapping out like snakes, grabbing them by their necks and throwing them away with an audible cracking snap. In the end, only a pair of wizards managed to reach the base of the sand wall, then struggled to rise up it. One stumbled and fell as the loose sediment gave way too easily beneath his feet, and then fell face forward. A moment later, the sand rose up, cocooning his head, then twisting it with a sharp crack. The other started firing blasting curses onto the walls of the hole as soon as he saw them, sending chunks of clay earth scattering down and raining violently down on Harry, fighting down the flinch that came when he felt some of the pieces of stone buried in the clay hit him and break his skin. Harry took aim at the wall the wizard was rising up and fired an explosive curse of his own. As the spell blasted a spray of sand up to the wizard's mask, it also collapsed the spell that was keeping the wall of sand in that form, causing it to lose the slight consistency it had to maintain its shape. As he began to fall forward, the wizard's wand aimed at Harry again, a spell starting to form on the tip. Suddenly he screamed and vanished as he was pulled away from the edge. Grunting softly, Harry wiped some of the dirt and blood from his face and proceeded to cast a spell at the side of the wall, causing it to erupt and split as he started to run forward. Rising up to the revealed slope, he lunged out and rolled into a swinging sweep of his arm, casting a spell that arched around him. Instantly, the sand congealed into a ring of spikes that shot out like cannon shots tethered on slender, flexible tendrils of sand grains. They struck out, hitting into every body that remained before flailing and tossing them about. When they finished, he crouched there, eyes narrowed as he swept the area. Nothing was moving except for the restless earthen worms and the lightly twitching tendrils of sand. A quick detection charm confirmed that none of them were still alive, but a visual sweep showed that their outspoken leader was not among them. With a faint growl, he hoped the attack had been brutal enough to be fatal, and with a swipe of his wand, he vanished the blood from his body and clothes. Moving swiftly, he moved from body to body. After checking for enchantments, charms, or curses, he divested them of what he could. In the end, he was left with a few handfuls of wizarding money, some jewelry, and a number of wands. Cleaning them all off and double-checking that they weren't charmed in any way, he then had the worms take the bodies and buried them a good 30 feet below the surface. Before, with a few more spells, he restored the playground to its previous condition and vanished. Chapter 2. The self-proclaimed Lord Voldemort stared down at the broken body of one of his oldest lieutenants, Lestrange, with a cold detachment. The man had arrived via emergency port key, broken and dying, before anyone could even attempt to save him. He'd only managed 2 brief, gurgled, bloody words before expiring. "Storm, short chaser." And then he was gone. It was vexing. The man had been a loyal and talented wizard, something not so easily replaced among the wretches of the wizarding world. Further, the dying wizard had given them no clues beyond 2 nonsensical words as to what had happened. It wasn't until he found out that not only had the lieutenant died, but so had his most seasoned team of Knights of Walpurgis, in addition to a group of new recruits, that he had realized exactly how poorly the day had gone for him and his cause. With that, the vexation had been cast aside, and he was truly wroth. Those who had remained cowered before the sudden explosion of towering rage, rolling off the usually charming and charismatic man. The rest had wisely chosen to take their leave, avoiding an illustration of the man's wrath. So at first there was an entire batch of promising recruits slaughtered like calves before the butcher, Voldemort stated as he slowly traced his wand along the jaw of his old friend Avery. Included in them Lestrange's son, who you'll assured me would prove to be a formidable asset to my cause, but was unable to handle a single wizard when backed up with an entire group of other potential knights and led by Dolohov. He clucked his tongue, his eyes narrowed into slits. "And then you allowed Lestrange to lead a team of my best on a hunt without informing me?"
Taxton, it's our Clive at his word is dad. He type why planning to hide his worry feet. For if he dripping off his words like a putrid oil.
"Crucio," Voldemort stated coldly, as he seemed completely unaffected as the man began to scream his throat, hoarse in agony, falling to his knees directly before where his robes pooled. "And why exactly did you feel it unnecessary to inform me?" He gave the man a moment to recover from the racking sobs that slowly formed into words. We wanted to find out how he knew about Tom R. Riddle." Instantly all pretense of calm fled him as Voldemort grabbed hold of the man by the throat and squeezed down, fingers digging into the tender flesh. "What?" Voice almost strangled out, Avery spoke. "He told a survivor a message for Tom Riddle." "What was that message?" Voldemort demanded, pain promise dripping, pouring out of every little syllable as his eyes almost seemed to glow with malice. "To the war won't be as easy as he thinks," Avery stated, correcting himself before he accidentally implied that his lord was a man with a name so common and base. Growling in rage, Voldemort flung the man back and stalked to his seat, his robes billowing out claws into the air before settling back against his form. "Have the survivor brought to me now." Avery struggled to find the words to respond to the demand, fear growing in his eyes as he cringed back. "You what, Avery?" Voldemort demanded with dark, narrowed eyes, as everyone present could see the way his fingers had started to dig into the armrests of his seat. I cast her out for her failure, my lord," Avery admitted, eyes falling to the ground, unable to meet his master's gaze. "I don't care, bring her here," Voldemort snapped back, a hiss leaving his lips as, behind his throne, everyone could see the stirring coils of a snake. My lord Avery started to protest again, still unable to meet his eyes. "What?" he demanded, all trace of civility and decorum shattered at the continued defiance of the man. "She is Bellatrix Black," Avery stated simply. Voldemort paused, an unexpected revelation about the girl's identity, leaving a bitter taste of displeasure in his mouth as his lips twisted with a grimace. If he turned upon the Blacks at this stage, he would have a rebellion on his hands. The Blacks were among the staunchest supporters of pure blood. If he struck against them... Then approach her as if this were a second chance. If she is a black, she will gladly take the chance." Avery started to say, fear and hesitation warring in his eyes. Frowning, Voldemort directed a look at him. "You disagree?" "She did not appear overly upset to no longer be a part of the Knights, my lord," Avery said carefully. Voldemort narrowed his eyes. "Then you had best be very persuasive, hadn't you?" "Yes, my lord," Avery agreed with a wince. Bellatrix sighed as she leaned back in her bed and stared up at the ceiling. It seemed impossible to try and sleep, her mind a whirl with the events of the day. Everything was different. Everything she'd believed was different. She wasn't sure exactly how that was going to settle. She could practically hear her Aunt Walburga screaming already. A part of her couldn't help but imagine the wizard, the Potter that shouldn't exist but did, being subject to one of her rants and his likely reaction. A perverse giggle left her lips as she allowed herself a smile. "And what, pray tell, has you so amused?" Bellatrix's eyes snapped open, and she beheld her near twin in appearance, younger sister, arching a brow back at her with her arms crossed about her chest. "Andromeda," Bellatrix declared, blushing slightly and shifting about on her bed. Bella Andromeda Black agreed with a nod of her head as she studied her sister carefully. "I take it you enjoyed your festivities?" There was a subtle hint of something, disgust or disapproval, Bellatrix realized, that her sister had always had when she had spoken of cleansing the wizarding world of the Muggle taint. Looking back on it, she'd always had it, an aloof separation from the rest of them when it came to that matter. As the rise of the Knights of Walpurgis had increased the family's vitriol, it had seen the subtle but steady distancing of her little sister from the rest of them. "Not like I was planning to," Bellatrix stated simply, as she regarded her sister with a much sharper eye as she considered how much she had missed. "In fact, I rather came quite close to dying, I should think." "It's you, what?" Andromeda stilled and stared at her sister with wide eyes. "Rodolphus did, though," Bellatrix continued as she stared up into the air above her head. "So were the rest of them. And Dolohov. We didn't last half a minute. He tore us to pieces." "Rodolphus is dead." Andromeda stared at her sister before frowning slightly, looking worriedly at her sister. "Bella, are you all right? Were you hurt?" "Very dead. Watched his head get sliced open right in front of me. The stains will probably never come out." Bella agreed with a nod of her head before affixing her sister with a critical look. "You don't believe that Muggles and Muggle-born should be purged, do you?" Andromeda stilled, looking back at her sister with a carefully blank expression. "I'm not sure what you're referring to, sister." "I don't know why I couldn't see it before," Bellatrix stated, as she stared down at her fingers. "That aloof disapproval you only barely ever showed. Didn't want to see it, maybe? Ickle Bella just wanted to be a good little pureblood and make the wizarding world stronger." The sing-song quality of Bellatrix's voice made Andromeda shift stiff and tense as she palmed her wand, watching her sister as if she had suddenly transformed into a predatory beast. "I'm still not sure what you're talking about." "I know I'm supposed to be wroth with you," Bellatrix responded as she tilted her head to the side. "But after tonight, I simply don't care." "You don't care?" Andromeda repeated, her brow arched and skepticism high. "It was a half-blood that felled us like the sickle does wheat," Bellatrix continued, almost as if she hadn't heard her sister say a thing. "It was creative, magnificent even." "Magnificent," Andromeda again repeated as she looked at her sister with that same skepticism. "Oh yes," Bellatrix smiled broadly, "absolutely magnificent." Carefully, Andromeda reached forward and pressed the back of her hand to Bellatrix's cheeks and forehead. "What are you doing, Andromeda?" Bella demanded as she reached up and lightly batted away her sister's hand. "Checking to see if you are perchance inflicted by fever, and I do find you to be rather flush," Andromeda stated simply. "I should think that would explain some of your queer thoughts." "I am not delirious," Bellatrix stated flatly, as she gave her sister a sour look. "How else am I to believe when you are making such claims?" Andromeda countered back with a brow arched. "What will Mother and Father say?" "Father already knows," Bellatrix stated, her lip threatening to jut out in a petulant pout. "I showed him already." "And Mother?" Andromeda pressed firmly with an arched brow. "Father will make her see," Bellatrix said firmly with a confident nod of her head. "I hope this fever passes instead of growing inflamed, sister," Andromeda stated quietly, before slowly shaking her head. "I would hate to see you suffer the fate that would likely befall you should it not." Bellatrix frowned at her sister. "What could you possibly be worried about?" "Toujours pour, sister," Andromeda stated with a sad smile on her face. "Toujours pour." "What aren't you telling me?" Bellatrix demanded as she looked at her sister. "What is going on, Andromeda?" "Nothing for you to worry about, sister," Andromeda stated simply with a shake of her head. "I am your elder sister. It is my responsibility to worry about you," Bellatrix stated firmly. "Not for this, Bellatrix," Andromeda stated firmly and looked at her sister. "To bed with you, though. After a day like that, you shall need your sleep more than usual. Shall we expect you to wake sometime before the settling of the setting sun, or would it be best to wait for supper to have you grace us with your presence?" "Brat," Bellatrix grunted out, allowing herself to be distracted as she pouted at Andromeda. "I am hardly so, and you know it." "Of course I do, sister, of course I do," Andromeda agreed, a slight note of melancholy in her voice as she returned to the door. "I bid you a good night and sweet dreams, sister." "And I to you, Dromeda," Bellatrix responded automatically as Andromeda nodded and shut the door behind her with an audible click. Once more in the relative quiet of her bedroom, she was left to the mercy of a maelstrom of confusion. What was this resignation in her sister, her fears, and their father's? Surely he would see the value in what this new player brought, wouldn't he? Albus Dumbledore was quietly enjoying a nightcap when the flash of his fireplace alerted him to an incoming flu call. "Albus," the voice was Alastor Moody's, pulling the wizard from his drink as he turned to face the fireplace directly. "Alastor," Dumbledore responded with an inclination of his head. "What can I do for you this evening?" "We have a problem," Alastor responded, before pausing and shifting about a bit. "Actually, we've had a problem, but we just now found out about it." "Come through," Dumbledore responded as he flicked his wand to the fireplace, allowing the flue to fully connect. And in a flash of fire, Alastor stepped out, shaking off the ash with a grimace as he glanced around in a quick, efficient survey of his surroundings. "You moved the bird stand half a foot, and you added another stack of books." Inclining his head in acknowledgement, Dumbledore looked at the man. "What seems to be the problem, Alastor?" "Got a bunch of pure-blood idiots who've been causing problems, torturing and murdering whole families, and groups of Muggles-type problems," Moody stated with a grim frown. "They've been bribing people to keep it covered up until tonight." "They decided to come into the open?" Dumbledore asked, frowning heavily beneath his beard. "They picked the wrong fight," Alastor corrected the man with a slightly sadistic smirk on his face. "I take it, then, the statute of secrecy was not breached," Dumbledore noted. "Oh, it was," Alastor disagreed quickly with a shake of his head. "But the bastards set it up smart enough. They threw up Muggle-repelling charms on the doors and windows so none of them could run. No, that's not why I said they picked the wrong fight." "Then why, pray tell, keep me in such suspense?" Dumbledore asked with a brow arched up. "Because it's nice to be the one that has the answers for a change," Alastor countered back before settling into his seat. "There's a new player, it seems. Wizard, goes by the name Storm Chaser. He was having a drink at a Muggle pub when those idiots burst in, trying to kill everyone in sight. And he managed to hold them off long enough for the auras to arrive," Dumbledore stated, his brows rising. "Remarkable." "Hold them off?" Alastor responded, staring back at Dumbledore before barking off a laugh. They didn't last half a minute, Albus. He tore them to pieces. Pardon, Dumbledore stated, his glass almost dropping. When we arrived it was to a pile of dead body parts, Alastor stated, with the Muggles scared out of their minds and a single wizard sitting calm as you could be, and the bloody cheek of the bastard. Do you know what the first thing he said was? What? Dumbledore asked, still reeling from the explanation. You're late. He tells us all we're late of all the bloody things, Alastor stated with a shake of his head. I see, Dumbledore stated quietly as he leaned back, looking at Alastor with an unreadable expression on his face. So you came here to, what, convince me to try and lend support for him at his trial? Alastor burst into laughter then, guffawing as he half-pointed his finger at Dumbledore. What exactly is so amusing, Alastor? Dumbledore demanded, after he let the man have his laughs. What trial? We had nothing to hold him on. Everything said he acted in self-defense. Alastor chortled. They threw the first spells, they burst through the doors, and they had already started randomly cursing people. All he did was defend himself. But his spells, Dumbledore spoke up before flushing guiltily at the implication he was about to make. He offered me his wand and let me priori incantos it. Worst thing in it was a single exploding curse. Just a normal, albeit powerful, one. Alastor stated simply. Then how... Near as I can tell, he started by throwing some whiskey at the one in charge, Antonin Dolohov, from what we can see, followed it up with a simple incendio that put him on fire. While they were either cursing Muggles or trying to deal with the fire, he banished every piece of furniture and glass near him at them. Then he fired the exploding curses at them. Dumbledore winced at the bloody image that brought back memories of the things he'd seen during the second of the Muggle Great Wars. I see, and that subdued them. The feral grin on Moody's face shot that hope down immediately. Nope. The bastard then summoned all those little exploded pieces and animated them into something that finished tearing them apart. I see, Dumbledore stated uneasily. You approve his actions, Alastor. He got me looking into what's been happening, that this wasn't the first, Albus. This wasn't even close to the first, and they've been happening more and more frequently. Someone has been building up something, Albus, and they're starting them out on Muggles to blood 'em and get them ready to go. How many, Alastor? Dumbledore asked quietly as he stared back at his friend. Too many, Albus, Moody stated seriously. Far too many and buried in the files, slated for destruction at the end of the year. I see, Dumbledore stated as he sighed and slumped in his chair. So, it's going to start up again then. Albus, were you not listening to me? It already has started up again, Alastor stated. But this storm chaser, what he did to them, that's going to put a wrench in the works for whomever did this. He walked away with nary a scratch, and he's not you, they won't be able to let that stand. And the longer he fights, and the more of them he takes down, the harder it's going to be for whomever is behind this to keep up recruiting. It's a lot different to talk about doing something to a Muggle whom can't fight back. It's another to have to pick a fight with someone who's good enough to have slaughtered a small group. Assuming, however, news of this gets out, Dumbledore pointed out, if there weren't any survivors... Oh, I never said there weren't any survivors, Alastor stated simply. I'm certain enough he let one of them go, just to send the message. You are rather inordinately pleased with this, Albus stated quietly, with a hint of disapproval. Do you not fear the escalation in response to this? If you think escalation wasn't inevitable with a group like this, you've gone daft. Alastor snapped back. Or did you learn nothing from how Grindelwald's Muggle puppet started? Dumbledore refused to flinch at the accusation. What do you expect me to do, Alastor? Above all other things, I am a teacher. I educate. I am not a warrior. I fight only as the ultimate resort. And if your ultimate resort had been sooner, how many more people would have been still alive? Alastor stated pointedly. The look that Dumbledore gave him was less than pleased. And again, what would you have me do? Let the warrior do what needs to be done, Alastor stated simply. Don't try to lecture him. Don't try to talk down to him. You had your chance to save these men and women. They were my students, Alastor. Do you expect me to simply stand by and let them die? Dumbledore demanded. If they never learned what you taught, were they really? Alastor pointed out. Even if they didn't see me that way, that is how I see them, Dumbledore stated, as he met Alastor's eyes defiantly. And how much blood will they have to spill before it's enough to make you wash your hands of them? Alastor asked, before shook his head as he stood up. They've left these halls, Albus. They have grown to men and women. They have made their choice. They are the ones who have to deal with the repercussions. What kind of teacher will I be if I do nothing? The kind that understands that life is a harsher and truer teacher than we can ever be, Alastor stated simply as he moved back to the fire. One who can and will end us for failing to heed its lessons. Now someone's come along to show them that the lesson they've learned about power and fear cuts both ways, he continued as he tossed the flue powder onto the fireplace. Those that use, revel in it, and seek power from it, can and will be cut down by it when they've pushed it too far. And then in a flash of emerald flame, Alastor Moody was gone, and Albus Dumbledore was left alone with his thoughts. Harry sighed as he quietly ate the meal laid out in front of him. He'd gotten a decent bit of cash for the bits of jewellery he'd filched off of the proto-Death Eater corpses at a number of pawn shops. More than enough for a decent night's stay and a few meals at a nice Muggle place in rural Scotland, not too far from Hogsmeade. After a less than pleasant night full of worries, tossing and turning, he had woken, had a meal, and then proceeded to hop around until he'd managed to get himself to the gaunt shack. With a few quick spells, a creeping ivy was engorged and then carefully tearing the basement of the house apart until it found the ring buried deep inside the basement. He was rather certain of the find, as the ivy was quickly withering away, even as it brought the ring back out until it would crumble to dust just as it reached a good 10 feet from Harry. Well, that was certainly impressive, Harry muttered a bit and eyed the ring warily. The ring was, quite honestly, the most dangerous of the Horcruxes, though not for the reason Riddle had intended. He quickly fashioned a nearby stone into a box and carefully, without touching it, closed the ring inside of it. He then walked to one of the trees and began a subtle bit of transfiguration. It wasn't his forte, to say the least, but he was still able to open up a knot in the tree and carefully inserted the stone container into it. That would throw Riddle off his game if he came to check the status of his ring. And the stone should protect the tree from the withering curse while he gathered the necessary basilisk venom to destroy it. He already had plans for how to deal with the locket, however that and the diadem were the only ones he really knew where to find. The diary and the cup were somewhere in Voldemort's possession. Without them, he'd need another way of dealing with Voldemort himself. A slightly wicked smile curled over his lips as he thought about it. It was such a horrible, horrible shame that he'd spent so much time researching and fantasizing ways of dealing with wizards, foolish enough to condemn themselves to eternal limbo for an extension of their time on Earth. Still, it had been a productive day, all in all, which brought him back to his little inn and a nice warm dinner. Then, just as he was about to bite into the nice meal, he was treated to the sight of one Fenrir Greyback walking into the inn and walking over to the bar. And one particular couple, one with their young children, did not seem in the least bit particularly happy to see him. He cast them a leering grin, rough, almost jagged-looking teeth, stained and yellowed, flashed, dark and predatory. They in turn moved their bodies in front of their children. Then, when Fenrir ordered a pint, they stood, left money on the table and walked out. Harry watched Fenrir out of the corner of his eye as he continued to eat his meal. The werewolf was in no apparent rush, drinking one pint and then another with a grin. It was only knowing what he looked for that let Harry watch the way he kept glancing out the window, watching the slow descent of the sun. When the time was right, he paid his tab and leisurely walked back out. Harry calmly finished the last bite of his meal and then moved towards the door. "Excuse me, sir, the barkeep called, visibly nervous. "You might want to head up to your room for the night. We've been having wild dog attacks at night of late. Best to be safe." "I appreciate the concern," Harry stated with a smile, "but I find myself in need of my constitutional, and I'm sure that any dogs I come across will be sent off, tails between their legs." So the barkeep tried again, only Harry was already walking out the door. He could see Fenrir in the distance, leisurely taking his time, a simple one-way silencing spell, and then a scent masking spell, and he was walking after him. It didn't take them long to move away from the houses and roads. Fenrir was apparently far more comfortable away from civilization. Unfortunately for him, while it wasn't his preference, Harry had long since gotten used to it as well. As they went, spells were quietly shot onto stones and the earth. Great stone jaguars began to stalk through the cold moorland at Harry's side, while beneath the earth worms dug and followed him in growing number. Something people forgot when facing werewolves: yes, their hide was magically resistant. That resistance meant that things like stunners and various other magic cast upon them simply failed to affect them in any significant manner. That did not mean that they were resistant to creations of animated stone, earth and metal, beating them into bloody pulps. That they healed back up from it without a scratch, as long as you didn't use silver, just made it easier usually. So he followed him until he could see him waiting at something, beginning to slowly pace about the empty air in front of him. A ward of some kind, then? So the family from earlier wasn't foolish enough to think Greyback was just there to intimidate them. Harry watched as he cast a quick series of spells upon the nearby trees, causing their trunks to shift into a semblance of gruesome, hungry faces as their roots twisted and pulsed lightly. A softening charm made them flexible, while a spot of transfiguration gave them the look of a hungering Trent. The animation charm was limiting its actions to the roots for now, adding to the subtle wrongness of the atmosphere and keeping the spell active. It was then that Harry could see it happening, and he had to admit he was impressed with the skill Greyback employed as he almost simultaneously broke the protective wards and set up an anti-apparition ward of his own, and he seemed to have timed his actions almost perfectly. Little pigs, I think I'll just let myself in." Almost as soon as he finished his declaration, the change began to overtake the wizard as his body changed and distorted into its growing lupine form. "Personally," Harry stated, drawing the transforming werewolf's attention, "I think this is more Little Red Riding Hood than Three Little Pigs." Then a banished stone cracked Greyback right on his growing snout, making the werewolf let off a whining howl of pain and anger. "And I feel like playing the huntsman." Greyback was lunging for him already, moving with the speed and power that had made him feared as one of the most dangerous combatants of the Second Wizarding War. Harry had almost forgotten that fact, as he barely had time to drop an explosive hex between them, sending up earth and stone in a spray at the great beast. It did little more than give the monster pause as it turned great, baleful, blue-eyed glare upon him and let out a challenging howl. Yes, I know," Harry stated mildly as he kept his wand at the ready. "Werewolves are strong and resistant to most magic cast upon them." It was then that one of the worms he created earlier exploded from the earth and snapped down upon the werewolf's thigh. Ignoring the growing bellow, Harry looked back at Greyback and noted, "What they are not, however, is immune to stone and earth and a variety of other things given form, purpose, and power." With an angry swipe of one hand, Greyback smashed through the worm's head, reducing it to nothing but falling loose earth, only to have another one of the worms leap up and grab onto his arm. With another howl, he moved to crush the offending creation, only to be knocked to the ground as one of the stone jaguars rushed forward and slammed itself into his stomach, teeth and claws tearing into any piece of flesh they could. Still, Greyback was not one to be so easily taken down. With another howl, he managed to toss the stone jaguar aside and then smash the earthen worm into it until it collapsed, freeing his arm. In a blur of motion he had lunged forward and smashed into Harry, victoriously clamping down on the arm reflexively raised in front of his mouth. Only he couldn't feel the cloth tearing and the flesh giving way beneath his mouth, as the cloth managed to hold up easily enough against his teeth. Refusing to allow Greyback any further advantages, Harry sent a strong cutting curse straight into the werewolf's groin. As he released Harry's arm reflexively, Harry's other hand lashed out and smashed into his throat, reducing the howl to a gurgling gasp for breath. As he struggled to recover his breath, Greyback lifted up a clawed hand, ready to slash across Harry's face, only to find an eruption of roots grabbing hold of his arms and neck, flinging him back. Pulled onto his back, he suddenly found another pair of the stone jaguars, pouncing on each of his arms and then burying their teeth in his shoulders, just above his armpits. His legs were then caught by more of the worms, biting into his ankles and knees, trying to crush the joints and ligaments in their maws. Greyback howled again. Pushing himself up, Harry shook his arm and studied his still unbroken sleeve before sighing in relief. Well, thank bloody Merlin for unbreakable charms. Shaking his head, he stood up, stretching a bit, as he watched Greyback struggling beneath the heavy forms, keeping him down. The werewolf was bloodied and visibly injured as it snarled beneath the creatures of animated stone and earth. He might be captured, but he wasn't about to give up trying to rend Harry limb from limb for his actions. Yes, you're the big bad wolf, Harry stated with a snort as he conjured a rolled-up newspaper and smacked Greyback on his still broken snout. Now, quiet. The nice man is terrified enough as is. And Harry then looked pointedly at the trembling father of the family he'd noticed in earlier, barely able to hold his wand as he stared in disbelief at what he saw. Is that Greyback? The man was barely able to string his words together as he stared shakily at the werewolf, struggling to get free. Yes, Harry agreed as he gave another smack on the snout when the werewolf snapped his jaws in Harry's direction. Nasty brute he is. Saw him, and the way he was leering, and figured it'd be best if I followed him and found out what he was up to, though given his preferences it wasn't hard to see. Preferences, the wizard repeated. Turn the kids, probably kill the parents, Harry stated calmly. I'm probably going to have trouble transporting him to the authorities. Trouble? The wizard asked as his terror started to return. Don't worry about it, Harry stated simply. I can guarantee your family won't have much to worry about. Why don't you go back and get your wards back up? I'll be taking care of this trash. Who are you? The wizard asked. Oh, I go by the Storm Chaser, Harry said easily, before gesturing with his wand as his creations began to drag the werewolf away. Do you mind if I take your tree with me? It seems a shame to separate them at this point. Go ahead, the wizard agreed dumbly. Jolly good, Harry agreed with a nod before looking back meaningfully towards the man's home. Though, family? Wards? Right, the man stated with a quick nod before hesitating a moment. Thank you, sir. Happy to help, Harry stated cheerfully, before again smacking Greyback on the nose when he tried to snap at anything that got close enough to his mouth. Harry had the werewolf dragged a handy distance before he finally found a rather sizable pond. Well, Greyback, I'm afraid this is where we part ways, Harry stated calmly as he looked down at the still struggling werewolf. I'm sure the human part of you is thinking that you're going to figure out a way to get through this and then come after me. He paused then and then looked coldly down at the man. You won't. While fire and silver are the most obvious ways to kill a werewolf, they aren't the only ones. The werewolf began to struggle all the more violently at Harry's words, but the stone beasts holding him refused to let go as they began to drag him to the pond's edge. And a mongrel like you should have been drowned and finished long ago. The beast's eyes widened and he howled as he felt his body pulled into the water, the roots withdrawing. Harry, however, stared back into the werewolf's eyes as Greyback was pulled under the dark black water. He watched as the form was completely pulled under after growing, thrashing struggles. He waited there, stone-faced and patient, as the animated constructs took him all the way to the deepest portion of the pond and held him there. He waited, watching as the bubbles burst forth a good number of minutes later. It was only another 20 minutes after that he finally nodded his head and turned away and headed back to his room. The animation spells would release just before dawn, allowing the body to float up to the surface and be found. For the rest of the evening, they would keep Greyback down in his temporary watery grave. And both the Wizarding and Muggle worlds would sleep a bit safer because of it. Signis Black frowned slightly as he lightly tapped a galleon down onto the stone tabletop in front of him in quiet contemplation. In the tavern, he made himself comfortable. He flipped it up, then caught it between his fingers and rolled it over his knuckles. Then he again resumed tapping it down on the table in front of him. "I see you still haven't managed to get that habit of yours under control, Signis," a calm voice noted as a distinguished gentleman with wild, slightly greyed black hair and hazel eyes stated calmly. "Uncle Charus," Signis stated with a nod of his head as he looked at his uncle. "I expect there is a good reason that you wish to speak to me," Charus stated as he arched a brow back at the man as he slid into his seat across from the man in front of him. "Especially with such urgency. Have you heard about what happened in the Muggle pub with the group that included the Lestrange heir?" Signis stated with an uncharacteristic bluntness. "Terrible business," Charus stated without an ounce of conviction. "Bellatrix was there." Signis continued as if Charus hadn't really spoken. "Oh, I hadn't taken that particular one of your girls as having that kind of sense to deal with those idiots," Charus stated with a snort and a shake of his head. "She was there with Rodolphus Lestrange," Signis stated simply as he brought his galleon coin down with a pointed tap. "She watched him die in front of her." Charus frowned a bit as he then leaned back and regarded his nephew carefully. "Then what exactly is it you wish from me?" "She showed me the memory of what happened," Signis stated simply. "The wizard responsible was a Potter." That bit of information made Charus arch a brow and frown slightly. "Oh? I'm not sure I understand what you're saying." "The wizard responsible cut them all down in a matter of moments," Signis stated firmly. "He was calm, brutal, efficient, and most definitely a Potter." There was a pause as Signis let that sink in before speaking again, and he was not a Potter I recognized, and he identified himself as a half-blood. Charus frowned again. "There aren't any current Potter half-bloods, nor were there any I didn't think I knew about, not until I saw her memory," Signis insisted. "He was visibly a Potter, but his eyes were a shade of green I'm not familiar with." "Unique?" Charus asked with a frown. "Visibly so. He was young, early 20s, I believe, glasses, classic Potter hair, definite Potter features, slighter of build, but not overly so. Used what I think was a holly wand." "That's a rare one," Charus noted with a frown. "Have you tried checking with Ollivander to see if he's sold one to someone matching his description?" "Yes," Signis said with a nod of his head. "He hasn't, but he did mention a curious happening. One of his wands, a holly with a phoenix feather core one, reacted in a peculiar manner a few days ago, not too terribly long before the attack happened." "Peculiar in what manner?" Charus asked with a frown. He wouldn't say, Signis admitted with a frown of his own, just made sure to state that it was most peculiar and unexpected. "Damned Ollivanders and their riddles," Charus stated with a sour frown. "So what is it that you were hoping from me?" "Confirmation on who he is." "That and hoping you had a clue to what he knows and his motivations," Signis stated. "He allowed Bellatrix to live to give a message to the Knights of Walpurgis." "A message?" Charus asked with an arched brow before smirking slightly. "That must have left the girl thrilled." "She's become infatuated with him," Signis said sourly. "Hence why I was hoping you'd know something about him. Anything. It's going to be difficult enough dealing with the repercussions of her decision to pursue a half-blood. I know Walburga is going to be particularly difficult to deal with." "I imagine so," Charus agreed, before smirking softly. "Of course, now I'd like to see how this half-blood Potter would react to meeting her." "She is still my sister," Signis stated with a frown. "She's just—" "An insufferable harpy," Charus suggested. "I pity poor Sirius and Regulus." "Yes, well," Signis sighed a bit as he leaned back. "If this Potter continues to make waves, he's going to create a third side of things, just being acting as he is, and developing followers of his own." "A third side of things?" Charus asked with a brow arching up, and then he frowned. "Signis, what are you talking about?" Signis stared at Charus for a moment, as if weighing a decision in his mind, before speaking. "You are aware of the growing confidence of certain like-minded individuals?" "You mean the blood purists like your family?" Then Charus said bluntly. Signis's frown deepened before he continued. "Yes, well, there has been an organising of them. A group called the Knights of Walpurgis. They were the ones behind the attack that night." Charus frowned a bit as he looked at Signis with a critical eye. "You aren't telling me this because they're a group of foolish, violent thugs. There is more to it than that, isn't there? Their leader, their lord, is too ambitious, too charismatic and determined for that." Signis elaborated. "He has been training them. He has been blooding them against Muggle families, using them to hone their masteries of the dark arts. The true dark arts." The click in Charus's mind was almost audible as he made the connection of what Signis was alluding to. "You're talking about a rebellion. No. You're talking about the rise of a new Dark Lord." Signis simply nodded, one whose cause we had, until this happened, been almost unanimously in support of. The removal of the taint of mudbloods and the subjugation of the Muggles. "And what makes you sure it will be turned to war?" "Because the message that Bellatrix was given was to tell Tom Riddle his war won't be as easy as he thought," Signis stated simply. "This Potter knows something." Charus looked into Signis's eyes for a long moment before frowning. "He scares you." "If he is truly a half-blood, he terrifies me," Signis admitted quietly. "You didn't see what I saw, Uncle Charus. He slaughtered them. No hesitation, he cut them down as they would have cut down him and everyone else in that pub. Only, without an ounce of malice or even an inkling of the dark arts. He didn't even attempt to take them alive or stun them." "Then there's your second clue," Charus stated simply and quietly. "He's a war veteran. Most of them are retired now, but the ones that saw enough action against Grindelwald's forces. Veterans of heavy action don't become so without doing away with things like hesitation." "He can't run from the war against Grindelwald. He's too young," Signis insisted. "Then he's from a foreign war," Charus insisted. "Maybe in that nightmare over in Vietnam, where the Frenchies kept convincing anyone they could to get their hands dirty so they could keep theirs clean. Merlin knows they were free enough with it on the colonials, though the Vietnamese's compulsions on their reporters was a nasty bit of work. If he survives and keeps up his little streak, he won't stand for the way the Ministry and Dumbledore will approach it," Signis stated quietly. "And he'll attract people that would have stayed on the fence otherwise." "A three-way civil war," Charus stated with a disgusted grimace. "One which I need to have a talk with this unknown before I know where I and my family will stand." Signis agreed. "And you know that I'll want to know about how a Potter managed to slip under my nose," Charus stated with a frown. "So you want me to help you find him?" "Why do you think I'm being so painfully honest about things, Uncle?" Signis responded with a wry smirk. "I had been wondering," Charus muttered sourly. "It's agreed then?" Signis asked. "Fine, I'll help you in your little quest," Charus agreed, "but only to help you find him so we can both have a talk with him." "Agreed." Chapter 3. Harry stood before a familiar cliff, staring out into the wild, angry ocean that struggled desperately to claw down the jagged stone that stood in defiance of its fury. He had been here before, Once with Albus Dumbledore when they had claimed the fake locket. Another time had been to pay tribute to the last length of time he'd spent with the man. The last he had been to put an end to the inferno that Voldemort had left to destroy any who would disturb this particular resting place. For all his genius, Voldemort's arrogance and narrow-mindedness had always left plenty of opportunity to bypass his plans with a bit of creative thinking. He had protections against all forms of wizarding magical transportation like apparition, though had ignored the house elf. Another example had been his sealing of the entrance to require a blood sacrifice, thinking it would weaken whomever gave it up. Then there had been the charmed boat and the Inferni. Sadly, there had been an even more obvious solution that Harry himself hadn't figured out until years later. A bit of magical excavation, and instead of making your entrance from the ocean side of the cliff, a tunnel could be formed leading straight down into the waiting cave. The last time he'd done it, he'd made a point to simply turn most of the rock into lava and either incinerate or bury the Inferni in a suddenly capped-off lake they couldn't escape. This time he was being a bit more creative, and when he stepped into the cave from his tunnel, the stone had already grown out and led to the small island in the center of the cave. Only he found that he had apparently arrived far, far too early. There was no locket, there were no enchantments, and there were no Inferni. Well, bugger, Harry noted with a frown and a sigh as he glanced around. That certainly complicates things. Tapping his lower lip thoughtfully with his wand, he then began to cast his eyes around the cave. He'd originally planned to create a small army of gargoyles to keep the Inferni busy, and later destroyed while he siphoned off the potion with a simple pump. Now, though... Well, since Tom isn't using it, Harry suddenly grinned viciously as he almost gave in to his first impulse to just collapse the entrance to the cave and leave Voldemort thwarted that way. But that would in turn mean that the Dark Lord would look elsewhere to hide the locket. Instead, he had the opportunity to prepare his own set of traps and tricks. He would just have to be careful about it. Too much obvious magic would leave Voldemort knowing that the location was already compromised. So he'd made his way to the back of the cave to the furthest part from the entrance, and he began his work. The surface of the stone was carefully shorn off. Then the stone beneath was separated into boxy stone. Each of the stones was then broken before animation charms were tied to it, transforming it into a humanoid creature of jagged, brutal rock that could then walk back into the hollow of the wall and reconfigure itself back into the semblance of stone blocks they were formed from. The wall face he'd cut out was then affixed to the closest layer of the animated creations, allowing them to return the wall to its previous, naturally carved state. They would remain inert and unreactive until a wizard who was not Harry arrived and then had departed for a good length of time, or Harry himself activated them. Once another wizard had come and gone, they would activate, sending a signal to Harry before sweeping the cave and the lake of any Inferni. Once the undead constructs had been destroyed and dealt with, they would return to their wall and resume their vigil. It would hopefully be a small enough bit of magic and not set as a ward, so Voldemort wouldn't take notice of it. With that done, Harry exited the cave back through his tunnel, restoring the roof of the cave to its previous condition for a good 5 feet. The rest of the cave he left in place and calmly hid the entrance beneath a particularly heavy and worn-looking boulder. It was an isolated enough location that he doubted anyone would be by to remove the boulder any time soon. For all of his 10 years, Sirius Black had grown adept at reading his family's moods. It'd been a necessity for his own well-being. Blacks were not, after all, known for their great mental stability. While his mother was perhaps the most notorious of his family, Blacks were known for their hair-trigger tempers. More than once in his life he'd had to duck curses because one of the older generations fallen into a fit of anger. While none of the clan ever went for lethal curses, Sirius had quickly learned that there were fates much worse than death, or at least much stranger. The slightest tug of a smile reached his face as he thought of Mother's last punishment on him, one she'd had to cancel early. Who knew that a dog could lick his own? I hereby call this meeting of the most ancient and noble House of Black to order. Sirius shook himself from the memories of being the family pet and brought his attention back to the meeting. Father was in charge, at the centre of the library, his hand on a pensieve. Uncle Cygnus stood on the opposite side of the pensieve. The look on his face was one that he had never seen on any of his relatives. Fear. For a moment, Sirius wondered if Uncle Cygnus had done something to get himself cast out, but he quickly changed his mind. If Uncle Cygnus was to be cast out, he wouldn't be anywhere near the meeting. A set of chairs ringed the centre of the library, each of the adults sitting comfortably. Grandfather Arcturus sat off to one side, a cup of tea in his hands, his dark eyes twinkling, seeing if Father would measure up to expectations. Grandfather Pollux and Great-Aunt Cassiopeia looked on with undisguised curiosity, wondering what Father would do. Mother sat at her favourite high-backed chair, her usual look of disdain shaping her face. Uncle Alphard, by comparison, looked relaxed and nonchalant, quietly smoking his pipe. It was next that he looked towards the edge of the room. There his brother and cousins were waiting, seated quietly and purposely, as blank-faced as they could manage, though Regulus was still having difficulties keeping still for too terribly long. Children were to be seen and not heard, especially so in the Black family. With a briefly restrained sigh of disappointment, he walked over and joined them. His father took a deep breath. Cygnus of the ancient and noble House of Black has asked for this meeting, to ask for a review of a decision that the House has made in supporting a business venture. His face rose to meet the rest of the house, casting his features in gaslight. Last year, after some discussion, it was decided that the ancient and noble House of Black should give material support to the organization known as the Knights of Walpurgis. The stated aims of the Knights of Walpurgis appeared to match the aims of the House of Black. However, Signis and Bellatrix have provided information that they claim brings doubt to that decision. Uncle Cygnus nodded and turned to address the rest of the Black family members. A group of young Knights of Walpurgis journeyed to a Muggle pub near the entrance to Diagon Alley a few days ago to gain practice in anti-Muggle combat. Bellatrix represented the House of Black in that endeavour as an initiate to the organisation. What she encountered has cast all of the actions of the Knights of Walpurgis in a new light. His mother chortled, smug and sneering. We know about the massacre, Cygnus. Surely Bellatrix's survival of that massacre illustrates the superiority of our blood. Be silent on things you know nothing about, Cygnus snarled. After a moment he closed his eyes and gestured toward the pensieve. If you truly want to see superiority of blood in action, by all means, see its results. His mother sneered. Fine, she dove into the pensieve. Sirius's eyes widened at the sight. He'd already seen his father's face after watching that memory. His mother was not going to be happy. Cygnus looked over at Alphard. Do you want to watch as well? Alphard smiled lazily and shook his head. I don't need to. He glanced over at the children. I've already seen its effects. Anyone else? Father asked the crowd. Sirius fought the urge to ask for permission. Now was not the time. He would ask Father later, in private. None of the others took Father up on the offer. Father looked down at the pensieve and ran his fingers through his greying hair. Regardless of what I decide, we will have problems. I've received a message for Bellatrix from Lord Voldemort, apologizing to her for Avery's behavior and inviting her to rejoin the Knights. I'm not so foolish as to think this is simply an invitation. Bellatrix stiffened in her chair. Sirius glanced over at her. Dromeda had placed an arm around her in comfort. Father continued. At the same time, there is this storm chaser. He has identified himself as a half-blood dash. A half-blood Great-Aunt Cassiopeia crackled. A half-blood who could handily mop the floor with the entirety of House Black. Father glared at Cassiopeia, daring her to challenge his leadership of House Black. Be silent about things you refuse to learn. So we're between two powerful lords, Uncle Alphard opined. He blew a smoke ring into the air. Dark lords? This Voldemort, certainly, Father conceded. This storm chaser. I doubt it, but that does not make him any less of a problem. He looked over at Alphard. It was apparent from our communications with the Knights of Walpurgis that they preferred a slow escalation to train our young witches and wizards before enforcing its will on the Mudborn. He shook his head. That is not going to happen now. I have heard that several pure-blood wizards have disappeared in recent days, likely victims of the storm chaser. One of the knight's weapons, a werewolf named Fenrir Greyback, was found dead this morning. Whoever had killed him had transfigured a tree and held him down under the water with it. Grandfather Arcturus blinked at this news. There was a full moon last night. This storm chaser killed a werewolf on a full moon, without fire or silver. He shuddered. What have you gotten us into, son? I don't know, Father. Orion glared up at his father, but I will see us out of it. At that point, Mother emerged from the pensive. She steadied herself on the pensive and then glared at Father. Kill him, Mother shook, whether with fear or rage Sirius could not tell. Kill this abomination now. Father looked her square in the eye. Number, I am Lord Black, and you will listen to me. Mother reacted as if slapped. Father had never pulled rank on her. Father glared at her, then gestured to her chair. Sit. Please. Sirius watched in amazement as Father paced around the pensive. With every moment, he could see the power burning within his eyes. This was no longer Father, the cowed husband. This was Lord Black, the imperious head of one of the most powerful and ancient magical clans. He wondered if he would be like that one day when he became Lord. As of this moment, we are to remain strictly neutral, while Lord Voldemort's apology is to be accepted. Its previous invitation by Knight Avery for the House of Black to divorce itself from the Knights of Walpurgis is also accepted. No member of the House of Black is to join the Knights of Walpurgis. No member of the House of Black is to give material assistance to the Knights of Walpurgis. Also, until further notice, no marital negotiations are to occur between the House of Black and any known member or ally of the Knights. He glared at the members of his house, finally settling on Mother. The survival of the house is at stake. Do not make me cast you out for this, man. Mother growled, but otherwise remained silent. Father then turned to Uncle Cygnus. Cygnus, you have a lead on this, storm chaser. Cygnus nodded. It is an impossible lead, but it is the only one I have. He is a Potter. That much was obvious from the man's features. I've made contact with Uncle Charus. He has no clue who the man could be, but he is assisting me in the search. Hopefully, between the two of us, we can find the storm chaser. And you will slip a blade into his ribs if you find him, Mother asked hopefully, maybe even a bit eagerly. One would think you wanted to see your brother dead, Father drawled. Understand this, and understand this now. We are neutral. Unless one side or the other initiates combat with the House of Black, we are not to raise a wand against either side. His dark eyes bored into every person there. However, let it be known that if either side wishes to initiate mortal combat with the House of Black, we are willing to turn all of our considerable resources against that party. He rested a hand against the pensive. So mote it be. The family realized it was being dismissed. The other members of the family either shuffled or stormed their way out of the room. After a moment, only Father and he remained in the room. He sitting in his chair at the edge of the room, Father leaning against the pensive, looking far older than Sirius had ever seen him. After a minute, realizing that he hadn't left, Father looked over at him. "What is it, son?" Sirius pursed his lips. He didn't want to ask, but "May I see?" His father looked at him warily. "This is not pleasant to watch, son. Your cousin was forever changed by what she saw. Are you sure you want to?" "This is for the house, correct?" Sirius replied. Father shook his head. "Son, one day you will learn that there are wizards, and there are wizards that are head and shoulders above their peers. Wizards of such power and subtlety that the rest of us pale by comparison. Albus Dumbledore is one such wizard. That man holds the power he does because of the power he holds within himself. From what I have heard from Bellatrix, this Lord Voldemort, no doubt a pretender, is similarly powerful." He brushed his hand along the pensive. "The wizard here is of the same mould. He chewed up the best of your cousin's generation within seconds, ripping them apart without much effort." He raised an eyebrow. "Despite all this, are you sure you want to see?" Sirius looked at his father. He was a Black. Blacks showed no fear. He gulped and nodded. Father smiled gently. "You'll make a great lord one day." He moved aside to allow Sirius access. "I'll be waiting when you come back out." Sirius stepped up to the pensive and looked into the imposing silvery liquid. He couldn't turn back now. Father expected him to do this. He couldn't delay it anymore. He took a deep breath and dove in. "What?" Voldemort could only repeat the question as he stared back at the man in front of him, incredulous as he struggled to even comprehend Avery's words. The Blacks have acknowledged your offer, my lord," Avery reminded him quickly, "and even thanked you for it, but they accepted that the divorcing will be fully. They have declared neutrality, my lord." "Neutrality?" Voldemort repeated, his eyes narrowed into dark slits as he hissed his words. "They dare!" "They are the Blacks, my lord," Avery quickly reminded him. "They have stated they will give no aid towards any side. They will only act if acted upon." Voldemort hissed in rage, and Avery was banished into the wall with a gesture from his wand. "So, not only has your incompetence cost us some of our most promising recruits, but also the support of House Black. Avery struggled to breathe as his head swam from the pain. "Have said they will leave us what they have already donated, but to expect no more. They have declared that will not oppose us, my lord, only that they will offer no more support." "You think that this lack of support means anything less than opposition?" Voldemort growled as he paced, his robes billowing around him like the surface of an ocean, writhing in storm. "How many know this Gitawai?" "Of the Black, none, my lord," Avery said quickly, desperation and assurance filling his voice. It was a discreet meeting. "And that will last how long?" Voldemort wondered out loud as he glared out into the distance, his fingers visibly tightening upon his wand. "My lord, please," Avery begged, down upon his knees. "If we declare ourselves against the Blacks, we will have open rebellion among our ranks." For a moment he sneered, glaring down at Avery, as if he was nothing but an insignificant bug, before he calmly forced his features back to stoic neutrality. "For now, what other news is there?" "Alastor Moody has discovered our raids," Avery said with a wince as Voldemort's face twisted in anger again at this latest revelation. "And we believe he has informed Albus Dumbledore of his discovery." "Crawling to our dear headmaster and hoping he'll save them," Voldemort stated with a sneer and a look of disgust. "Fools." "And we have reports that the individual struck again last night," Avery stated with a wince. Voldemort's eyes again flashed before he gave Avery a flat look. "I believe I made myself abundantly clear that there were to be no more independent actions." "This wasn't one, my lord," Avery stated quickly. "The reports are he killed Fenrir Greyback last night." This time there was no immediate reaction as Voldemort processed the information, before he recalled what the state of the full moon had been like the night before. "On a full moon?" "Yes, my lord," Avery agreed before hesitating and continuing in a much softer voice, "without fire or silver." That made Voldemort still, then purse his lips and consider the words speculatively. Fighting a werewolf without fire or silver was generally considered the height of folly. Without something to tap into the beast's innate weaknesses, they were more than difficult to overcome. Then how damaged was this storm chaser? Has he been diagnosed as a werewolf yet? He was not injured, according to the report. Avery admitted in an almost deathly silent voice, his whole body trembling in terror. Voldemort stared at the man for a moment, his mind almost rebelling against the words, before snarling, "Who is he?" "We don't know, my lord," Avery whimpered helplessly as he prostrated himself on the ground. "The only thing we know is that he has messy black hair, green eyes, and wears glasses." Voldemort paced in irritation. He did not like this new unknown. He did not like unknowns, period, as they made things uncertain, uncontrollable. They were more than a complication. They were a threat. How is it that we do not know who he is? We should know who every witch and wizard in the Isles is. Voldemort slipped back to his seat and, forcing himself back into the guise of the regal, knowing lord who resided imperiously over his court. Wizards of this caliber do not simply appear out of thin air. "We do not know, my lord." Avery repeated that same frustrating answer with a wince as he further wilted under Voldemort's glare. "I have been asking. I've been looking through everything I can. I've talked to the continent, and I've even reached out across the pond. No one seems to have even heard of someone like him." "Then find out. This is my destiny. This is my time," Voldemort snarled as he dug his fingers into the arms of his chair, face distorted into an ugly mask of hatred and anger, before he suddenly held up his wand, his hand rising faster than Avery could follow. Around him, tendrils of a dark, pulsing purple miasma rose, hissing like snakes as they flashed with arcs of sickly green bolts. Then his wand flashed out, and the air seemed to scream in terror as it raced towards Avery. The man lifted his wand, attempting to shield himself, to deflect the coming spell, anything, only to have the spell warp about his attempts at defense and strike up on his arm. Then Avery began to scream. Voldemort watched, a cold, cruel smile coiling over his lips as he could see the way the wizard's skin was slowly peeled back on his arm. Then bubbling boils formed around stretches of stinking rot. Voldemort cut off the spell and watched as each of the pustules pulsed, swelled, and then burst with a noxious puss that made Avery's skin burn everywhere it touched. All while the man began to retch and vomit up from the combination of pain and sickness. "Surely you knew this was coming, my dear Avery," Voldemort stated, with a slow, almost purring voice as he seemed to examine his wand. "Or perhaps you thought it would be something simple, something direct? The Cruciatus is a very useful, even enjoyable tool, but with all my travels, all my experiences, all the dark, forbidden things I know, you didn't think it was the worst I had, did you?" My lord," Avery almost squealed out the words as he clutched at his cursed arm, his lips covered in vomit and spit as his eyes were blinded with tears. Please. Mercy." "Mercy, Avery?" Voldemort asked, as if contemplating the word as he lightly tapped his chin with his wand. "Truly, do you think you have earned such? Because of you, I have lost significant footing in our plans. Because of you, we have lost the Blacks. Because of you, Dumbledore has been alerted to our preparations." Casually, he strode forward, his body moving with an almost inhuman, serpentine grace. His wand found the soft spot beneath Avery's chin and forced the man's gaze up towards his own as he lightly twisted the slender wood between his fingers, digging it into the man's skin. In smooth, sibilant tones, he spoke. "Mercy has never been one of my virtues, as you should well know, Avery." And with a flick of his wrist, the tip of the wand flicked away from Avery's throat, and faster than the cursed man could follow, a simple, cutting curse separated the cursed appendage from the man. As he listened to the renewed screams leaving Avery's lips, Voldemort smiled cruelly back at the man. "Disappoint me again, and I shall teach you another lesson. Find out who this storm chaser is quickly enough, and perhaps I can be convinced to grant you a replacement." Avery only screamed. Charus Potter was seated in the quaint Muggle inn with a small tumbler of decent scotch and a rather nicely done rare steak with roasted potatoes on the side. The meal itself was good enough to make the trip worthwhile in and of itself. He'd have to remember to convince Doria to step outside of her comfort zone and give it a try. Still, when he saw the man enter into the room, he didn't need the sudden stillness to tell him that this was the man he was here to see. He knew the face, at least, in passing. It was close enough to himself and his family that he could see why Signis had declared the man a Potter. But the eyes were just as he'd been told, a vibrant shade of green he'd never quite seen before. There was little impressive about him at first glance, even less when you caught the slighter than average frame and the typical Muggle clothing he wore. But when you looked into those eyes, there was a calm certainty in them. A look that had quickly bled into confused recognition when he met Charlus's gaze and studied the man's face. Nodding back to the young man, Charus calmly gestured to the seat in front of him. For a moment it seemed as if this storm chaser might just refuse, or even simply leave. Then he walked forward and slid easily into the seat in front of him. There was a momentary silence as he allowed the man to study him as he carefully cut another piece of the steak and then quietly set the knife down and looked him over in closer inspection. Close enough to see the fine, mostly hidden scars that hadn't been able to be fully healed over. Close enough to see some ugly, prominent ones that were likely the work of some particularly dark curses. Close enough that it was easy for him to catch the cough reminding him he was staring. I do prefer to not be gawked at. It was polite, though with a tinge of irritation and sarcasm. Merely appraising, Charus responded easily enough. What scars a man wears can tell you something of their character. I prefer to not be appraised either, the man stated without missing a beat. On that you will find your preferences generally disregarded, Charus pointed out as he speared the piece of steak and calmly brought it to his mouth and chewed it a few moments before swallowing. Especially with what I'm guessing is your penchant for chasing storms. I suppose you wouldn't believe me if I said that I have no idea what you're talking about, Harry Potter asked as he looked back at Charus with a look of resignation on his face. The Wilkins send their thanks for your disposal of Greyback, Charus stated simply as he lightly sopped a bit of the steak's juices on a piece of bread. It caused quite a stir. I have no idea what you're talking about, Harry responded with a flat blandness. Greyback managed to be freed from my spell. I never saw what happened to him after that. I'm not with the ministry, lad, Charus pointed out, and then took a sip of his scotch before continuing. No need to dance around the truth with me. No need to ever say anything self-incriminating either, Harry responded back with a look and an arch of the brow. A cautious wizard, Charus took another sip of the scotch, not exactly the most common of things these days. I grew up in the Muggle world, Harry stated simply as he leaned back in the seat. But that's why you're here, I take it? Trying to find out more about me? In part, Charus agreed with a nod. However, there is one particular facet that matters to me in particular. Oh, Harry asked, a brow arching. You're a Potter. Am I? Harry asked after a brief moment, his brows still raised. Interesting. You're even aware of it, Charus noted with a slight frown, as he frowned just a bit. And yet, none of us are familiar with you. I wasn't exactly planning on advertising myself as such, Harry stated flatly. I have enough problems to deal with without having to worry about saving you lot. You wouldn't be suggesting that we're unable to defend ourselves properly, now would you? Charus asked with a cool tone, taking over his voice. Against most of those idiots, I wouldn't be terribly worried unless you got full of airs. Against the elites, I'd give even odds, Harry stated simply and tilted his head to the side. Against Voldemort himself. Harry mulled that over a moment before looking flatly back at Charus. Voldemort can go spell for spell with Dumbledore. Charus froze at that, noting the conviction in Harry's voice and frowning. "And what makes you so certain of this?" There was a pause as Harry looked at Charus for a moment and then shrugged. "It doesn't matter." "The source of your information matters a great deal," Charus stated with a deepening frown. "The source of my information no longer exists," Harry stated with a sigh as he slumped back. "So there's no way to verify it, even if you did know of it." "You speak in vague riddles with an annoying certainty," Charus answered as he looked Harry over. "Do you really expect to be able to keep up this over-dramatic mystique?" "Heh," Harry bobbed his head slightly in response. "Voldemort is a half-blood, born Tom Marvolo Riddle. There's a whole anagram in his name. His mother was Merop Gaunt, and his father Tom Riddle, a Muggle aristocrat whom Merop used a love potion on, and Voldemort later murdered for abandoning him." Harry tilted his head to the side a bit as he watched the slight widening of Charlus's eyes before they narrowed in consideration as he continued. Despite the fact that his father never even knew about him, he framed his uncle Morphin for the murder. I'm sure you probably heard about it. By now, Charus was trying not to gawp at Harry as he struggled to not allow his jaw to hang open and gaping. "What?" Harry asked with a slightly bemused smile. "I expect you to go ahead and verify all of this. Can't just blindly trust it after all." "How do you know all this?" Charus demanded finally. "Assuming I'm right?" Harry asked, a slight smile on his lips. "Assuming you're right," Charus allowed reluctantly. "Assuming I'm right, why would I tell a complete stranger I've never met before?" Harry challenged back. And again Charus was thrown for a loop as the boy had seemed rather forthcoming with information, and then suddenly was being evasive. "I'm giving out information because it's rather pertinent about the man behind the people that have been trying to kill me and others." Harry made a point of stating, "You happen to likely already be included in those others." "And what exactly will lead to you trusting me?" Charus asked as he arched a brow. "Well, for starters, you could introduce yourself," Harry stated pointedly. Charus stared at the young man for a moment, resisting the urge to palm at his face at the statement. Taking a slow, deep breath, he spoke again. "I apologize. My name is Charus Potter. I happen to be the great-uncle of the woman you chose to be your messenger." "Huh?" Harry tilted his head to the side as he processed that information. "I keep forgetting Ickle Bellakins is related to the Potters that way. I was asked by my nephew Signis to help find you." It was a neutral statement as Charus looked steadily back at Harry. "What, to deliver me up to their waiting ambush?" Harry asked sardonically. "I'm quite familiar with the Blacks and their politics, even more familiar with their stance on blood purity. From what I've come to understand, to know your intentions and to declare neutrality," Charus stated as he kept his eyes on Harry. "Your little demonstration made quite the impact when the memory of it was shown. Both Signis and the current Lord Black Orion were apparently quite shaken by it." "Of course they were," Harry stated again with a look that stated, "No, really, pull the other one." "They have already told the Knights of Walpurgis that they will not be granting them any additional support, from what I understand," Charus stated simply before he took another sip of his drink. "It's all being kept quite hush-hush, you know. I was only told of it for the contingency that I found you first." "Which you apparently have," Harry said as he shook his head. "So the Blacks are claiming neutrality." "Two sides of a civil war are complicated enough for the Blacks," Charus said in response. "A third becomes a bit much." "A third?" Harry asked, now visibly confused. "Why the hell would there be a third side?" "You," Charus stated simply. "Most of the veterans of the war with Grindelwald are getting on in our years. We've gotten rusty, disorganized, and have little interest in backing the Ministry in a fight. They could probably have even taken out a good number of us quickly if they struck hard and fast enough." "And what does that have to do with me?" Harry asked, still very much confused. "Because you've already made a name for yourself. Like it or not, people are going to start following your example," Charus noted shrewdly, "and power like yours will draw in people to your cause." Harry stared at Charus for a moment before sighing and slumping as he rubbed his forehead. In for the pence, in for the pound, I suppose. Though I suppose after I did, in those little dark munches and Greyback, and with the ring and... He paused there and groaned as he palmed his head. Bloody hell, I went well past being happy with just the bloody pound and went for the whole bloody bank. I suppose this somehow makes sense to you, Charus noted dryly as he looked at the young man critically. Just realizing how bloody troublesome this has become, Harry stated before sighing softly. I've gone and made a complete mess of things, all because of wanting one bloody drink. Charus just looked at him speculatively. No, I'm not going to explain, Harry stated simply and shook his head. It would take entirely too long and involve too much convolution. Well then, Charus stated, sensing he wasn't going to get any further with the man. Going to at least give me a name beyond some nom de... whatever you wish to call it. I don't know, I rather like it, Harry admitted with a slight smirk. It makes me sound so much cooler than I really am. Charus simply snorted and gave the man a look. Fine, ruin my fun. Harry stated with a grumble and a sigh. Harry, my name is Harry. Harry, Charus repeated, looking back at him with a brow arched. It's what my parents named me, Harry agreed with a nod and a shrug. Harry what? Charus pressed. Well, you were the one that called me a Potter, Harry countered back with a smug grin. Charus just gave him a slight glower while Harry grinned unrepentant. It wasn't too much later that Signis Black found himself facing an eruption of green flames from his flue as Charus' face appeared in it. Uncle Charus, Signis stated with a canting of his head, so good to hear from you. Nephew? Charus stated simply, his face visibly irritated. Let me through. For a moment Signis considered insisting upon propriety, then he took another look at Signis' face and simply opened the flue. It's open, Uncle. And in a flashing pulse of flames, Charus appeared. Steadying himself on his feet, he straightened up and gave Signis a look. I found him. Signis blinked at that. Already? It wasn't terribly difficult once I talked to the family he saved from Greyback, Charus stated as he slowly began to pace back and forth. He's a cheeky bastard. I'll give him that. If you can find him so easily, the Knights won't likely be too far behind. Signis pointed out, unsure of how to feel about that. With all the extra wards the Wilkins have thrown up, there'd be plenty of warning. Charus stated simply and shook his head. Unless one of them happens to be less thug and more of a honey-tongued charmer than I gave them credit for. Signis let the statement pass without challenge as he looked at Charus. Well then, Uncle. We talked, Charus stated as he looked back at the flue. Or I should say I asked questions, and his answers gave me more questions than I already had before. Such as, now Signis was both intrigued and annoyed at the evasiveness his uncle was putting forth. He told me the Knight's Lord, Voldemort, I believe, is in fact a half-blood. Charus stated flatly, watching the way Signis's eyes almost seemed to pop out. He gave me what he claimed was his true name and the names of his parents. Do you remember the Muggles that Morin Gaunt was supposed to have murdered? No, not particularly, Signis admitted. Of course not, Charus muttered sourly and then shook his head. According to your storm chaser, he was memory charmed by his nephew, who was the son of one of those Muggles. Who is Voldemort? Signis finished staring at Charus. Supposedly, Charus agreed with a nod. We supported a half-blood. Signis continued before palming his face slightly as he groaned. This... Oh, you're forgetting the best part, Charus stated with a smug, vicious grin. Signis stiffened at that and looked at Charus expectantly. If true, that means that all three of the most powerful, are all half-bloods. Charus stated simply with a smirk. This storm chaser, that Voldemort and Dumbledore. Signis stared at Charus, his face slowly going pale as he felt his knees going weak. But, of course, it could turn out to not be true, Charus agreed. We just need to do some research to find out. starting with Voldemort's supposed real name, Tom Marvolo Riddle. On a whim, he remembered what Harry had told him about the anagram, and casually he wrote out the name in the air between them with his wand. Then he rearranged the letters to spell Voldemort. What was left was Mardil, another bit of a flick, and he had Lord Voldemort and Mai left over. It was rather obvious when he then looked at Cygnus. "Rather pretentious, don't you think?" Cygnus stared. "Yes, quite," Charus agreed with a nod. "So, nephew, do you know what you're going to do now?" "I need a drink," Cygnus stated simply. "We need a drink," Charus corrected succinctly. "I was the one that had to deal with it directly from the bloody source. You just got it second-hand." "Yes, Uncle Charus," Cygnus agreed woodenly with a nod of his head. "And make sure it's the good stuff, won't you, lad?" Charus added. "Yes, Uncle Charus, that's an excellent." Chapter 4. Bellatrix Black shifted about in her seat as she stared at the pages in front of her. They were various proposals of courting and even full-out marriage that had been arriving since news of Rodolphus's death had become publicly confirmed. Her father had given them a look-over and then snorted and shaken his head. Her mother was insisting upon at least considering the proposals. So here she was, looking boredly over overly flowery and pompous posturing. Each of them was trying to convince her that she should allow herself to consider their potential alliance. Thankfully, for her at least, she had been able to smugly cast aside the ones from families she knew already supported the Knights, or had reasonable reason to suspect were. Orion's declaration had been good for something after all. It had also led to more than one fuming rants from her mother and Aunt Walburga. Her aunt wouldn't even look at her anymore, wouldn't talk to her, wouldn't even mention her. Honestly, Bellatrix was finding it refreshing. At least until Walburga had tried to move her attention onto Andromeda and Narcissa, apparently with her mother's approval. It had been short, sharp and brutal for her mother and her aunt when they had attempted to subvert Orion's declaration through Bellatrix's younger sisters. Andromeda, of course, was already far beyond their influence, not that the women could see it. She looked at the women with a cool and calm detachment, meeting their eyes and their words with simply an arched brow and a glacial reminder that they were treading on thin ice in regards to the declaration of the family's head. They hadn't listened and moved on to Narcissa, young, impressionable Narcissa, who had already started to be groomed as a partner for any of the young potential knights. A young, uncertain Narcissa who hadn't really understood what was going on when she'd been confronted by both her mother and her overbearing aunt. Bellatrix remembered exactly what she'd walked in on, and as such is it your duty as a daughter of the most ancient and noble House Black to ensure that you properly comport yourself in all things. Mother was stating as she loomed over a visibly uncertain Narcissa, including making sure that you have anything more than nothing to do with those filthy half-bloods and mudblood trash. Walburga continued, looming over the girl. Such worthless pieces of filth should be burned out of our society, forbidden from polluting our great and proud heritage, and those worthless blood traitors striving to stand against the noble goals of those gallant purebloods willing to stand up and sally forth, doing what needs be done them. These are the ones you must make absolutely certain you do not even passingly fraternize with. They are unseemly individuals. You are a daughter of Black, and as such you will only associate with such individuals as understand the right and proper view of our society. The words were familiar. She'd grown up with them after all, ate them up as gospel, until they'd been shattered by a half-blood wizard who ground them beneath his heel. Narcissa, she spoke up clearly and calmly as she made her presence known. Come here, please. Seeing an escape, Narcissa did just that, quickly rushing over to her elder sister and hiding behind her back. Walburga's eyes burned as she spoke her name acidly. Bellatrix. For all your flaws, I did not think either of you had grown this foolish, Bellatrix stated as she narrowed her eyes and looked at both women. Or have you already forgotten that all blacks are to take no sides, and for you to try and convince Narcissa of all people to get herself thrown out of the family? Her mother flinched at that, but her aunt was another story. We are blacks. Our shoulders should be standing proud and true with the knights, purging that filth from the earth they pollute with their mere presence. We are not blood traitors. Those filthy muggle-loving sacks of excrement should suffer the same fate as the filth they defend, so with their poisonous words and sweet venom. And you should be thrown out, blasted off of the tapestry for your filthy blasphemy. If you want to claim we're blacks, then you should act like it instead of flinging spittle like a mad hag. Bellatrix could feel the anger boiling up inside of her, the hunger, the want, the fury. To split this woman open and watch her bleed, screaming as she drowned in her own blood. We have been declared as neutral on pain of banishment from the family or worse. And what do? Orion will never cast me out, Walburga declared in rebuttal as she forced her head high and challenging. From what whispers have reached my ears, you will find that a truth no longer, niece. A calm, cold voice cut in. Walburga froze before twisting around to find herself facing Charus Potter, looking at her with cold hazel eyes and an unforgiving set to his features. Behind him, Signis stood, looking at his sister and wife with a look of clear disapproval. Still, he seemed content to stand and watch the show. There was no lack of hate in Walburga's voice as she responded. How dare you darken the House Black with your dirty, venomous, blood-traitor lies? Bellatrix had known of Charus Potter, the husband of her Aunt Dorea Potter, née Black. He had been, until recently, a rather taboo subject around the house. A pure blood. A blood traitor if you went so far as to listen to Walburga or her own mother. But Dorea had never been cast out of the family for her marriage to him. She was still acknowledged, though grudgingly, and accepted. Until things had happened with the storm chaser, she had never wondered why. Now, though, nothing that was any longer. I was invited, Charus stated drolly as he looked down his nose at the woman. Which puts me in a position of actually being wanted in this household currently. The words unsaid made Walburga's eyes practically burn in fury. The knights and their lord will burn you and yours, Potter. They will extinguish every one of you traitors along with the filth you protect. If you wish to run to the bastard son of a muggle pretending to be a lord, please do feel free, Charus stated with a cold, cruel smile curling over his lips. I dare say I even applaud you for your hypocritical. Now that was enough to make all of their eyes turn to him. Filthy lies, Walburga declared, her eyes wild, spittle flying. Tom Marvolo Riddle, Charus stated with a grand relish. That is his name. He went from being the top of his class at Hogwarts to working at Borgins and Burke's. You should be happy, though. He started his practice of murder at a young age. Murdered his muggle family and blamed it all on his uncle. Charus paused a moment before he just smiled at Walburga. You do remember Morphine Gaunt, don't you, Walburga? And all those rumours they told about the reason he supposedly did it. Because of his sister's utter fascination with the muggle. No, Walburga did indeed remember the rumours, the glee she'd taken in them, the delight in hearing that Morphine had done to those filthy creatures exactly what they'd deserved. Lise? It took a bit of doing to find the records, Charus continued. Thankfully, young Mr. Riddle was so focused on exorcising his muggle heritage that he never learned how they kept their records. But I did find the birth record of one Tom Riddle, born to a Merope Riddle née Gaunt. Walburga had brandished her wand, trembling in her grip, as fury boiled across her face. You lie. No, niece, I have no need to. Charus responded back with a shake of his head, disregarding her wand contemptuously out of hand, as he looked back at her without the slightest show of fear. But I imagine such thing becomes a truth beyond what you can accept, and you will fail to accept it, won't you? It was bad enough that Dumbledore had a muggle-born mother. Even worse, when this new storm chaser came, declaring himself a half-blood without hesitation. But now the very lord you had placed all those hopes in is just the same. Worse, he pretends to be something he's not. And he fooled you. Bellatrix had wanted to stare. Beyond the family meeting, she had never seen someone stand up to her Aunt Walburga before. Not without even an ounce of fear, hesitation, or worry. And what's more, she could easily see why her father had called the mysterious storm chaser a Potter. She had expected her aunt to begin to throw spells at Charus. When none came, she looked from the calm look on Charlus's face to her aunt. What she saw there shocked her. Fear. It was half hidden by rage, but the hesitation, the fear as her wand trembled in her hand was visible. She couldn't tell what it was fear of, though. Was it fear of the man? Or what he had said? Bellatrix couldn't tell. And without a word, Walburga turned and left. I trust, Druella, that we won't have a repeat of this. It was her father's turn to finally speak, as he levelled her mother with a look. You don't have the luxury of being the wife of the head of our house. Bellatrix's mother paled dramatically at that as the words sank in. She took one moment to look at Narcissa, still hiding fearfully behind Bellatrix, before she herself fled. You're going to have to tell Orion, Charus stated simply, as he turned his head and looked at Signis. I know, Signis stated quietly. We shall see how seriously he takes this stance of neutrality. I would advise clinging tightly to it, Charus stated simply, his soft voice eerily ominous. While he still can. Merlin, forgive us for this madness we shall be subject to, Signis said quietly as he shook his head. Narcissa had clung to her for some time after that. She'd never asked her what she should do, what she should say. She'd merely clung to her while keeping a great deal of the awe directed towards Charus. Apparently their great-uncle had left quite the impression upon her. Sighing, she looked back at the correspondence once more and shook her head. They were all so boring. Yes, she would need to marry. But more and more, selecting a proper husband seemed to be a less than enticing proposition. However, on the other side of things, that meant that she would need to find herself a profession until such time as she decided to marry. She would not work for the ministry. The only position that even remotely appealed to her was that of an aura or hit wizard. But those positions were simply too restrictive, boring, mundane. She wanted something more adventure, more violence, more excitement, and it would not be found among these simpering fools. With a growl of frustration, her wand swept across her desk, and the correspondences all leapt into the air and then burst into flames. You do realize that in one act you have thrown insult onto most every neutral house and hold among those still acceptable to our sensibilities, yes? She turned her head to find Andromeda looking at her, with that cool, guarded expression she now wore more often than not. Mother already had me make a list of who was offering what, Bellatrix stated with a grimace of disgust. Merlin, some of these were for men older than father. The price of proper pure-blood propriety, Andromeda stated with a sarcastic drawl. It was, Bellatrix noted, more emotion than she had heard from her sister in some time. Bollocks to that, Bellatrix stated defiantly. My Bellatrix Black using such language? Andromeda stated, her brow arching up. Such defiance, a curse word that wasn't mudblood or blood traitor. And when did Andromeda Black resort to sarcasm as her wit of choice? Bellatrix responded back as she turned and looked squarely at her sister. Sometime before people resumed paying her any mind, other than to assume she would be the good little pure-blood daughter like her sister Bellatrix. Andromeda stated simply as she crossed her arms about her chest and stared back at her sister. I wonder how long this vaulted neutrality will last. Bellatrix looked at her sister for a moment, studying her, before answering. Likely far longer than some would prefer, and closer to what others would wish. Soon back to business as usual, then, Andromeda stated with a snort and a shake of her head. "The knights are taking our stance with ill-concealed poor grace," Bellatrix stated simply. "I imagine that they will soon reach more overt actions." There was a hint of hunger in Bellatrix's voice, an anticipation at the promise of action and violence. "And this pleases you, sister?" Andromeda demanded, a hint of anger breaking through her cool. "The thought of Narcissa, of myself, suddenly coming under assault for our neutrality, to try and drive the Blacks back into the fold? Is this a thought that pleases you?" "Of course not," Bellatrix declared with swift outrage as she stared back at her sister. "Why would I ever wish harm upon either you? You think I do not see the lust in your eyes at the promise of violence, the hunger for them to give you an excuse to strike back?" Andromeda demanded, as she glared back at her sister. "And when we, who wish no part in it, have to pay the price for your appetite, what then?" "It will not come to that," Bellatrix declared firmly. "The conflict is with myself and the adults, not with you and Narcissa." "Then you are a poor student of history, sister," Andromeda said with a shake of her head, "or a woman too self-assured." "Nothing will happen to you," Bellatrix insisted angrily. "I pray you are right, sister, though my heart finds it more than doubtful," Andromeda stated before turning and walking away. Bellatrix was left more than slightly perplexed. So Harry looked at Charus as they again sat across from each other in the Muggle pub. "I find myself reluctantly forced to ask you 2 questions." "Oh, that is a nice change of pace," Charus noted as he sipped his scotch. "I do, however, reserve the right to give you a vague, cryptic response like you enjoy giving." Harry grimaced a bit. "Do you know of a way for me to get into Hogwarts? Voldemort has something hidden there that I need to retrieve." Charles pursed his lips and arched a brow. "Technically possible. And the second?" "Know where I could find work?" Harry asked with a sigh. "I'm almost out of the funds I've managed to accumulate, and with the idiots behaving, there hasn't been much in the way of income." "What skills and references do you have?" Charles asked neutrally as he studied Harry. "Hunting and neutralizing dark wizards," Harry stated bluntly, "and you and the Wilkinses." "Oh, and probably Moody." Feeling a slight bit of irritation as the lack of further information, Charus asked, "Surely you have more references than that?" "Well, you could ask Bellatrix Black," Harry stated with a pondering look on his face. "Other than her, most of the others who might have testified as to my work are a bit, unavailable." Charus pondered the words before suddenly smiling as he looked back at Harry. Immediately Harry gave him a look. "No." "You don't know what I was going to say. I'm trying to avoid Dumbledore. I'd rather not be stuck in the position of defense against the dark arts directly underneath him," Harry stated flatly. For a moment Charles stared at him before his mouth opened. "How the bloody hell did you know that I was going to suggest—" "Because I mentioned needing to get into Hogwarts and needing a job," Harry stated flatly, and then sighed. "Ugh. I had truly hoped to not have to go through that. I suppose you don't know of anywhere to acquire basilisk venom?" "The Defense Against the Dark Arts class has only had trouble with maintaining staff for the last few years. The position isn't even publicly known." "How did you know there would be an opening?" Charus demanded. "And what the bloody hell do you want that for?" "The item I need to retrieve is responsible for the jinx keeping the post empty after a year," Harry stated as he rubbed his temples. "I need basilisk venom to destroy it. Only other thing I know of that would work is fiend fear, and I don't like that spell." There was a sudden horrified fascination on Charlus's features. "What manner of item could you possibly be talking about that would require such lengths to destroy?" A Horcrux, Harry twisted his lips into a grimace of disgust. Seeing the look of incomprehension on Charlus's face, he continued, "One of the darkest magics, splitting your soul in order to maintain your physical presence in this realm after death. You end up stuck in limbo if they're destroyed, and if you die, well, let's just say that you have to be either supremely desperate or supremely arrogant to make one." Charus frowned slightly. And you say that this Voldemort has made one? Several, Harry responded with a grimace. I only know where two of them are. Of which one of them is at Hogwarts, Charus stated as he stared back at Harry. Yup, Harry agreed with a nod of his head and a sigh of irritation. So, basilisk venom? Impossible, Charus stated flatly. It's illegal to even own a basilisk. In the rare cases when it does come on sale, it's always on the black market and gone before anyone else even knows about it. I was really hoping you weren't going to say that, Harry stated with a groan. Really hoping. Do you not have an alternative? Charus demanded. Alternative source, Harry stated softly as he rubbed his face, but that requires going to Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. Are you sure you're right in the head? Charus asked as he looked at Harry critically. Unfortunately, Harry stated with a sigh and a wave of his hand, it exists. Sadly, Riddle found it when he was a student at Hogwarts. The Hagrid incident, Charus stated as horrifying pieces fell into place. How can you possibly know all of this? This is... Unfortunately, I've had to spend some time in Tom's head, Harry absently stated with a grimace. Thankfully, when it was happening, he didn't know about it. And I'm never willingly going to do it again. But, Charus struggled to try and wrap his mind around Harry's statement. He's a damn good Legimens, but not as good as an Occlumens. It was all Harry was willing to say on the topic. Charus swallowed as he slowly stared at Harry. And the Chamber of Secrets holds Slytherin's basilisk, Harry stated simply. The best thing would be to get a goblin-forged blade to stick in the venom, honestly. Taking on the property of the venom, Charus finished for him as he sighed and slumped. Thus, if you have to destroy more of them, you have something to do it with. Indeed, Harry agreed with a nod, plus they make for nifty cursed dark object destroyers. Imagine that, Charus stated dryly as he shook his head. Commissioning the goblins to make such a weapon wouldn't be too terribly hard. However, it would cost, for which you will need money. Hence my search for gainful employment, Harry stated simply. No offense, but I'd prefer to have something like that falling into anyone else's hands. Basilisk venom is not a pleasant thing to experience. You've been poisoned by basilisk venom, Charus stated incredulously. Well, yes and no, Harry admitted as he rolled up his sleeve to reveal a large and faded scar. Got bit once. It's also how I learned about the wonderful properties of goblin-made blades. Killed the basilisk with it. It was an unpleasantly similar situation to this, in fact. Do I wish to know? Charus asked worriedly. It involves a dark wizard who spent most of my younger years trying to kill me, his Horcrux, and a lot of bloody luck on my part, Harry said with a grimace. He was obsessed with me, kept escaping and going into hiding too. Took me years to finally put him down permanently. It's why I know so much about those damn things. Then why are you here now without anything to your name, then? Charus demanded as he looked back at him. Where is your goblin-forged blade, imbued with basilisk venom? Where are your resources? Where is anything of yours? Gone, Harry stated quietly as he stared out into the distance. They're all gone, everyone I knew, everything I had. Wiped out, as if they were never there. After it was over, well, I had nowhere else to go, so I ended up in merry old England. And after a number of cascading events, here I am. There would be record of something like that happening. It would be all over the press, Charus said. Even if it wasn't, I would have heard about it. Not if it just made it as if they never happened, Harry stated quietly. It was bad. Forbidden magics on a level I don't even want to think about. Every one of my friends, gone. Every person I knew, gone. My family, gone. As if they were never there. Except for me. Because I was there, somehow I wasn't affected. I don't even know how other than it violated so many laws of magic and still happened. And then something clicked, his eyes wide, he just stared at Harry. You are a Potter. As I believed we already established, Harry agreed with a nod. The reason you don't exist, Charus stated, and horror covered his face. true, absolute horror, is because my parents no longer exist, Harry stated quietly, wiped out as if they never were. It made a terrifying sense to Charus. There was never a doubt that Harry was of Potter descent, and he had been hitting wall after wall, trying to find out how it could be. There had been absolutely nothing he could find about the man, because there was nothing to find. If everything had been wiped out, then there was nothing to find. And this man. The horror only grew as he couldn't help but ask, how many were lost to this? How much family did we lose? Too much, Harry stated simply as he shifted uncomfortably. I would prefer to not say more than that. They are gone, and the only person who understood enough about what was done went with them. Charus stared at him. Then when you came to Britain, I have nowhere else to be, nowhere else to go. If they hadn't attacked me in that pub, I would have probably just drifted into the Muggle world and stayed away from the wizarding world entirely. And the reason you were in this Riddle's head without him knowing it because it's been wiped away? Charus asked, pressing for more information. Yes, but it's not perfect information. I've already found that out, Harry stated with a sigh. With the changes, I only know a bit of what I would have if things were unchanged. Because of it, there are 3 Horcruxes. I don't know where they are. I've already looked. Then this Voldemort is truly unstoppable, Charus demanded, anger starting to swell up in him. There is no point to this. Now, I did say I'd learned quite a bit about how to deal with these wizards, didn't I? Harry responded back as he gave Charus a look. I'm going to destroy the Horcruxes of his I can find. Then I'm going to destroy his body. When his spirit tries to flee so he can reincorporate himself, I'm going to catch it, bind it, and then I'm going to trap it in a deep, dark, hidden place he won't be found and won't be able to escape. Incarceration, Charus stated as if mulling over it, glad for something else to think about. That seems a bit lenient for what he's attempting to do. Killing him would be the lenience, Harry stated flatly. He will be trapped. He will not be able to move. He will not see anything but darkness. He will not hear anything but silence. He will not feel anything. There will be nothing to smell. There will be nothing to taste. He will be trapped in the hell of nothing, but his own mind consuming itself. By the first half-day, he will be begging for oblivion. By the rest of it, his mind will be damaged beyond what can ever be healed. After a week of it... Charus stared at Harry, his face again graced with horror. That is monstrous. A monstrous fate for a monster. And trust me, Voldemort is a monster. If he could manage it, he would make Gellert Grindelwald look like Albus Dumbledore in comparison. Pale-faced and shaken, Charus asked warily, Are you sure of this? Each Horcrux requires the cold-blooded murder of someone and then the forcible divorcing of a part of their soul. Voldemort has for certain made 4. He plans to eventually make 7 parts of his soul. But Grindelwald had morals. As twisted as they were, he did. He did what he did not because he wanted the world to suffer, but because he thought he was building a better world on a bloody foundation. Voldemort wants to make the world and everyone in it suffer. He wants it to hurt, to grind, crush it beneath his heel. He wants to be able to indulge his whims, his desires, to exercise his power unrestricted and unstoppable, Harry stated simply. He does not have allies. He does not even truly have followers. He has slaves that do not yet realize what they are. Harry had said those words without a moment hesitation, his eyes locked on Charus as he spoke. The truth of them, the conviction and honesty of them, striking deep into the older man as he drained the glass of scotch in one go and poured himself another. He had almost considered asking how Harry knew this. Then he remembered that the man had been inside this Voldemort's head, and he drained the second scotch in another quick gulp. If you're going to go to war on this, Charus stated uncertainly, you're going to need an army. Harry winced visibly. I'd really prefer to not get anyone more people involved than I have to. That's what the ministry is for, right? People won't fight for the ministry, not the ones that you want fighting, Charus stated simply. The ministry is a bunch of fat bureaucrats looking to make as much of a profit for themselves as they can without inciting a revolt against them, and they've already been compromised by this Voldemort. How much of a true defense they can mount? Then what about, Harry started to say as he began to gesture. Dumbledore is neither a soldier nor a warrior, Charus stated sternly. Contrary to what people think, he did not single-handedly win the war against Grindelwald. Most of the fight, driving him back, leaving him vulnerable? Dumbledore was safe in Hogwarts for. It was only when we had Grindelwald pinned and trapped that he arrived to fight him. Charus stared down into the glass for a long moment before speaking again. But I will admit, none of us could have defeated Grindelwald, not in a duel like that. It is called the greatest duel in history for a reason. But it was just that, a duel. It was not a battle. It was not a war. It was a duel. Harry slumped down and sighed before he looked at Charus and opened his mouth again. And again Charus cut him off. I am not powerful enough. We need a lord, someone as strong as Dumbledore and this Voldemort are, someone that can stand against an entire group of wizards and leave them broken at their feet without a scratch on them. Why does it always have to be me? Harry asked with a grunting grumble. Oh, hey, there's another dark wizard out there. Time for you to go and get rid of him. Everyone has their talents, Charus stated with a slight smile. Bloody hilarious, Harry stated flatly, before sighing in defeat. What were you thinking? Well, I can get in touch with the old guard, the veterans from the war against Grindelwald, but we need younger recruits too. His face grimacing into disgust, Harry gave him a look. And you want me to recruit from Hogwarts? What do you think Voldemort is doing? Charus countered back. And with Dumbledore in his ivory tower? Harry's shoulders slumped down beneath the weight of that statement. Of course, if you can think of someone else who could train these children to survive better than you, Charus noted. Harry's resigned slump turned into a sullen glower. That man will make a drunkard out of me, Charus declared as he slumped into the seat he'd been offered, his eyes flicking for a moment to register Orion seated across from him, next to Signis. Orion, I suppose this does warrant your inclusion. Charus, Orion noted as he inclined his head with a nod. You have found something out. Every time I talk with that man, the more reason I have to drink, Charus stated with a sigh as he pinched his nose. And every answer leaves me with exponentially more questions. What have you learned? Signis asked as he settled back into his seat. I found out why none of us have heard of him before, Charus stated quietly as he stared away, looking into the distance. Something unpleasant then, Orion noted with a pursing of his lips. He is a reminder that magic is a wonderful and terrible thing, Charus stated. What would you do, Orion Signis, if you learned that at least an entire branch of your family had been wiped away? Their lives, their accomplishments, their legacies, their children, all gone as if they had never existed, to the point where even you no longer even recalled they once were. Neither man reacted much beyond a slight canting of Orion's head. You are sure of this? He is a Potter that we cannot find any evidence ever existed, a Potter that knows things that he could not possibly know, who is skilled in a way that could not escape notice, and yet he is. Charus stated softly as he looked back at the men. I looked into his eyes as he told me this. Tell me, Orion, what would you do if you were the only one who remembered your family, your friends, almost everyone you'd ever known? I see. Orion stated simply and gave a slight nod of his head. I suppose he has reason for being so? He was there at the centre of it, trying to stop it, Charus stated simply, something he seems to have a talent for, being at the centre of trouble. I suppose if the caster was trying to make it so he was the only one who realised it and someone intervened, Signis stated leadingly. Quite, Charus stated succinctly before he took a slight sip of the drink he'd been offered when he first arrived. He also told me that Voldemort has created something called Horcruxes. That got a reaction out of both Orion and Signis, their backs straightening as they stiffened in their seats. Affixing Charus with a sharp look, Orion spoke. "You are sure of this?" "He is sure of this." "And he definitely stated a Horcrux?" Splitting his soul with a cold-blooded murder and placing the piece in an object, Charus stated before frowning a bit. He said he knew that Voldemort had created 4, with plans to create 7. "Merlin," Orion stated, his face pale and his fingers digging into the arms of his chair. "What kind of foolish monster did we try and tie ourselves to?" "That is," Signis stated as he reached up and rubbed at his nose, "Horcruxes are beyond foolishness. Yes, they can extend your life. But what you extend it as, you are not human anymore. And eventually, when the Horcrux is destroyed, you're trapped between life and death." "A ghost?" Charus asked. Harry had alluded to something like this, but had not gone into great detail. Worse, in the limbo between this world and the next, trapped and unable to either move on or haunt the world, Orion stated simply, sucking in a breath. "It is not something anyone who understood them would ever dabble in. It is something we are taught about as to make sure we know what it will truly do to you." "Like basilisks, they were developed by Harpo the Foul," Signis stated. "They were his greatest mistake." "Well, he knows where 2 of them are," Charus stated simply, "and he apparently knows how to destroy them. However, there is a problem." "Where are they?" Orion asked as he looked back at Charus with a piercing look. "I only know that one of them is at Hogwarts," Charus responded, "and that it is responsible for what is apparently a jinx keeping the Defense Against the Dark Arts class without a teacher at the end of the year." "What proof does he have?" Signis finally asked as he held up his hand. "And no, I am not calling you or even him a liar, Uncle, but this is a claim that is not to be made lightly. How does he even know this are so?" "You can ask him that himself," Charus stated with a shake of his head. "If it is truly as foul as all 3 of you have stated, I want nothing to do with it. As for how he knows, apparently before things happened he had been inside of this Voldemort's mind." "Still Hogwarts," Orion stated with a grimace. "We cannot take even the possibility lightly." "Not with our children either enrolled or to be in the future," Signis agreed with a nod. "Has he at least shared with you how he plans to destroy them? They are notoriously difficult to dispatch." "A goblin-forged blade imbued with basilisk venom," Charus stated simply as he waited for their reaction. "As wonderful as that sounds, exactly how does he plan to obtain a goblin-forged blade imbued with basilisk venom?" Orion stated flatly. "While we might somehow be lucky enough for some to reach the Muggles, the price alone," Signis stated with a shudder. "He knows where to find the Chamber of Secrets," Charus stated simply, "and Slytherin's basilisk. Even if he does, we do not have a parcel-tongue to help us gain entry," Orion pointed out, though it was only half-hearted. "I doubt Slytherin would have left it sealed by anything less than such." "That I did not ask," Charus admitted. "However, he seems quite certain that he can get in." "Then what exactly was it that you wanted to propose?" Orion asked as he arched a brow. "He needs employment, he needs access to Hogwarts," Charus stated with a shrug of his shoulders. Orion frowned. "We can't help, you know this, Charus. We are neutral in this." "You know neutrality won't last forever," Charus stated softly as he looked at the man. "Men like this Voldemort, eventually his patience will end, and he will declare House Black his enemy." "Be that as it may, we declared neutrality," Orion stated again with a frustrated release of breath. "We cannot do anything else. Already my family borders on rebellion as it is." Even knowing that this Voldemort is a half-blood, Charus pressed as he looked at Orion, and knowing that he has created Horcruxes. You know Walburga tried to get my youngest, Narcissa, to violate our neutrality circumspectly, Signis reminded Charus. Do you think she truly cares about that? She would just state that we were lying about it. And the Horcruxes, Charus asked. She wants to believe that she is right, that he is what we have been waiting for. Orion stated with a tired sigh as he slumped back. And yet, in the face of the facts. Uncle Charus, you need to understand, Signis stated quietly. 3 lords, 3 half-bloods. If we choose a side, we lose who we are. Will you truly sell your pride so dearly? Charus demanded. Do you truly believe it worth your future, your lives, the lives of your children? What would you have us do? Orion smashed his hand down on the chair of his arm as he glared back at the man across from him. To cast aside generations of history, of pride, to forget what it is to be black. When your pride is forcing you to ignore the truth in front of your eyes, yes, Charus stated with a hiss of anger in his voice. Would you truly prefer to be thrown under the yoke of a monster, to be eventually extinguished for some slight or failure? If he has made Horcruxes, Orion, Signis spoke up as he looked at his brother-in-law. Do you know what this would do to our family? Orion demanded. What I would have to do to my wife. She's my sister, Signis snapped back with a hiss. You think I don't know this? Do you think I don't realize that the same might have to be done to my wife? Charus looked at the two before finally speaking, the one we call Stormchaser, Harry. He does not want to lead. He does not want your service. I imagine he will even fight against being titled a lord. And what are you suggesting then? Orion snapped as he would glare at Charus, that we follow after someone foolish enough to deny what he is? I was going to suggest that instead of talking about being in his service, you should consider instead being allies. Charus stated simply as he shook his head. Have the generations addled the pride of the black so much that the only role you can imagine to a lord is on bended knee? Both blacks stiffened at that, glaring angrily at Charus. Perhaps you have forgotten, but Potters do not bend knee. It is why we have never served a lord, and why we always defy those that would make us. Charus stated simply. We will rally to a worthy cause. We will ally with a worthy lord. But we will not become theirs to do with as they will. With that, Charus set his drink upon the table and stood. Perhaps it is time that the House Black looked again at what it considers pride and consider what the word truly means. Is their pride that of men or of the pride of the servant? With that said, Charus gave them each a curt nod. Gentlemen, I will see myself out. I hope that you find your pride as men, but should you not, I wish you luck with what is to come.
May Merlin have mercy on us all.
Charus turned and left, leaving Signis and Orion to stew in his words. Do you remember when it was all so simple? Signis asked rhetorically. It was the might of pureblood that would reign over all others. Purebloods were the greatest, were the strongest. Orion growled as he glared at Signis. What would you have us do? Acknowledge some filthy half-blood as our equal? What next, mudbloods? When was the last time we had a pureblood lord? Grindelwald? Signis asked rhetorically. Who was cast down by a half-blood? Orion glared back at him. I do not like it either, Orion, Signis stated as he slumped down, feeling so very old. But you saw what I did from Bella's memories. You've heard what I have of Voldemort. You know what Dumbledore is capable of. With a snarl, Orion took his glass and threw it, watching as it exploded in a shower, a glittering shards as it hit the wall. I know we are losing, and Horcruxes. Of all the things, Horcruxes. Horcruxes, and what we learned of how he treated his own flesh and blood to condemn his own family to Azkaban, and even if he was a filthy muggle, to slay your own father. Voldemort has proven to be someone we cannot turn to, Cygnus agreed, with a nod, as he looked at his own glass for a moment. And Dumbledore? His accomplishments aside, he has proven undesirable. "And this last one is any better?" Orion asked as he paced about the room. "And do not let your daughter's infatuation speak for you." "He is ruthless," Cygnus stated as he looked back at Orion. "That cannot be denied. But he is not bloodthirsty. He is dangerous. But he has acted only in defense of himself or others." "Is that strength or weakness, though?" Orion pointed out. "He sets himself against Voldemort, but he does not actively seek out allies." "Confidence or ignorance?" Cygnus asked as he looked into the distance. "We won't know without actually meeting him and taking his measure. And if we meet with him, that could just as easily be construed as ending our neutrality then and there." Orion reminded him. "If we met him while he was doing something like interviewing for the open defense position at Hogwarts," Cygnus suggested, "we would have to be there for the other interviews as well, but easily doable, if tedious." Orion sighed as he rubbed his face. "Damn that, Potter, do we have any choice?" "Yes," Cygnus stated quietly. "We do nothing, we go into hiding, and we wait for either the world to right itself or to be hunted down. Either way, we lose any say in what the world becomes." "That is not a choice, that is a death sentence," Orion stated with a growl. "And that seems to be the choice we have. Life and potential prosperity, or death and pride?" Cygnus stated quietly as he looked at Orion. "What shall it be, my lord?" And Orion slumped forward before giving his answer. Chapter 5. "My lord." There was a silence before eyes opened and locked upon the visibly sweating form of Avery. "Speak, and best to not disappoint me." We have discovered that the initial interviews for the Defense Against the Dark Arts position are going to be held at Hogsmeade this week," Avery stated with a half stammer. "I do not care who gets that position, Avery," Voldemort stated coldly. "Whomever it is will find themselves losing it at the end of the year in some way or another." "Didi tambiatato de tendisi antadafitis like agise how to bansanturses, fis nanturises savis, or bidid he shadal." Voldemort froze for a moment before turning his head and looking at Avery with a cold, unreadable face. "Truly?" Inside, Voldemort could feel his thoughts racing. Why was this infernal man applying for that position? Why now? What was his plan? Another, far more traitorous thought began to gnaw at the back of his mind. Could his jinx actually remove him? Was this man strong enough to resist it, to break it? There was a reason the jinx targeted the Defense Against the Dark Arts position and not that of the headmaster. Beyond creating a whole mess of Hogwarts general teaching becoming dependent upon inept governors, he wasn't sure it would work. For all his own power and skill, Dumbledore was still considered a more than competent, even dangerous foe. One who was, he reluctantly admitted, almost his equal. Could this storm chaser be one as well? "How have you confirmed this, Avery?" Voldemort demanded, his mind still trying to play out the possibilities, positive and negative, of this information. "Horace Slughorn," Avery stated simply. "You, my lord, know how talkative he can get when excited and looking to trade gossip for favour." Voldemort inclined his head in the barest of acknowledgments. He knew all too well how it was possible to get Slughorn to tread the conversation onto topics he shouldn't. After all, a young Tom Riddle had managed to get the man to discuss Horcruxes. This was... Voldemort did not frown, though his eyes narrowed slightly. It was an opportunity, but was it a good one? Hogsmeade was close to Hogwarts. This meant close to Dumbledore. A strike powerful enough to ensure the wizard's demise would become open warfare. He wasn't sure he was quite ready for that, especially not with the issues the so-called Storm Chaser had inflicted upon them. Membership was shrinking, not quickly, but it was. Recruitment had dried up to a trickle, with only the more desperate and unsavoury types joining. They were thugs, pure and simple. He needed warriors, people who had the skills to help take down the upper echelons of those defending the status quo. Protecting pathetic, worthless wastes of flesh like Muggles, indeed. But thanks to the sudden and violent rash of disappearances, they were starting to fear this newcomer more than they believed in him. They feared that wizard more than they feared him. So it came down to a gambit. Did he move in force and strike down this usurper? Did he bide his time and keep building up his forces with patience and guile as he had been for so very long? Could he afford to let this storm chaser continue to do even more damage? None of his options were particularly favourable. None of his options were without serious risks and less than adequate rewards. And unfortunately, they were his only options. Tapping his finger down on the arm of his chair, he considered. Finally he spoke. "I need Dumbledore suitably distracted. There will be a Wizengamot meeting that day. Yes." "Yes, my lord," Avery agreed, his voice barely above a whisper. "See to it, then. The chief warlock is needed for the whole session after all," Voldemort stated, as a cool smile started to curl over his lips. Yes, perhaps he might just be able to turn this around after all. Harry tugged at the collar of the tailored robes Charus had insisted he wear, with a sigh of irritation. "Don't fidget," Charus admonished simply, as he gave Harry a look. "It's unbecoming." "I hate you," Harry stated flatly, as he gave Charus a look before gesturing down at himself. "And I hate this." "Of course you do," Charus agreed dryly as he carefully adjusted his own robes. "Why do I have to go through all this?" Harry asked with a groan as he looked down at himself. "Because all the applicants do," Charus responded with an arched brow. "What were you expecting? That I would say something to Albus Dumbledore, and you would magically have the job?" "Yes?" Harry asked as he looked back at Charus uncertainly. "Funny," Charus stated flatly and shook his head. "Number U will have to go through the hiring board like everyone else." "Hiring board?" Harry asked, frowning. "I thought Dumbledore has final approval, yes, but he does not have the time to personally interview all of the applicants," Charus said. "As such a hiring board is put together, Hogwarts is a prestigious institute after all." Harry grunted at the comment and again tugged at his collar. "Then how am I supposed to do this then? I can't exactly give them references or papers." "Thankfully, this position can have some things fudged," Charus said simply as he looked away. "What you need to do is be confident and knowledgeable. That way we can clear you to Dumbledore." "Confident and knowledgeable," Harry repeated before giving Charus a look. "At what? The best ways to put down dark wizards, to disable a transformed werewolf, how to drive off a swarm of dementors, kill a basilisk with only a sword?" Charus blinked slightly. Do I even want to know? A swarm of dementors, of all the... "It was that or be kissed," Harry said with a shrug. "Well, it also involved a time-turner and not wanting to create a paradox." Harry's eyes went distant for a moment and he frowned. He'd altered so much already, irreversibly so in only a few moments that had vanished in a flash. Since then, he'd done his best to keep moving forward. A part of him mourned what he'd lost, what had been destroyed by his own actions. Another part of him was absolutely thrilled. This was a world where the boy who lived never happened. This was a world where he wasn't known as a boy hero, an icon that could never live up to the idea they'd crafted for him. Here he was, a man without a past and without expectations beyond what he'd established for himself. And he was now the storm chaser, which he had to admit could sound kind of corny at times. Still, he was going to have to be confident and knowledgeable. He could do that, right? Orion Black fought back a sigh as he was forced to listen to the fop trying to pass himself off as competent. So far, the various applicants had been a more than mixed bag of diversity. They ranged from self-aggrandizing fools to the few with a cool confidence, but so far still no storm chaser. "Are you sure he's actually going to be here?" Orion asked quietly, so only his brother-in-law could hear, while he shifted a bit and gave Signis a look. If he fails to show, we will still have gained a measure of respect for showing interest and restraint in how we've approached this, Signis stated simply as he gave Orion a look, his voice equally quiet. While not as fortuitous as getting the measure of the man himself, it is still a gain. Besides, Uncle Charus assured me that he would be here. Orion grunted sourly as his eyes narrowed for a moment, then he forced himself to relax. That man is who he has always been, Signis interrupted quietly. Only this time he had something shocking enough that we actually had to listen. For a moment Orion glared back at the man, who simply gave him a calm, pointed look in response. I do not like it. Neither do I, Signis admitted quietly with a nod of his head. However, the world does not cater to our wants and preferences. It presents us with the situation. How we respond to it and view it is up to us. I do not prefer to view it this way, Orion answered as he continued his glare. Then don't, Signis said, causing him to blink. I think he made a valid point. Did you not notice how we speak of lords, whom we shall follow, not whom we shall side with? That is, Orion started to say before frowning as his lips pressed together. Exactly, Signis agreed. But is it what's best for the family? It is what we have always done, Orion stated flatly. It is tradition. It is pride, Signis argued as he leaned back in his seat. A bitter one that has carried itself long since past when it still serves us. Uncle Charus had a point. We need a new kind of pride. Is there something you gentlemen would like to discuss with the rest of us? The arch voice of Augusta Longbottom cut in as she gave the two men with a withering glare. A topic of family tradition that came up momentarily, Orion stated simply, giving the woman a steely look that refused to be intimidated. We apologize. We shall try to keep the topics relevant to the current task at hand. And the latest applicant wasn't even worth the parchment he submitted his application on, Edmund Bones stated dryly as he shook his head. So I hardly find their need to come up with a way to keep their minds focused surprising. Edmund, Augusta declared with a frown and a glare. What if I had to keep listening to that fool much longer? I was worried his banal incompetence might just become contagious. Edmund responded with a shake of his head. Merlin knows how he even managed to dress himself for the interview. It is our place to render a reasonable list of potential professors to Albus Dumbledore, not to sit around gossiping like ill-mannered reprobates, Augusta stated with a frown. Now, the next applicant is Harry Potter? Strange. I thought I knew all the Potters. Immediately, both Blacks stiffened and directed their attentions to the still closed door as Augusta read from the application. Let's see, former Dark Wizard Hunter, references and restricted, Augusta stated with a blink and a frown. Skilled in charms and transfiguration, and a variety of tactics for combating both dark wizards and dark creatures. Knowledgeable in various tactics of combating the dark arts without resorting to the dark arts? Ah yes, Charus recommended him. Edmund agreed as he noted the name on his own copy of the information. Something about his previous experiences being a necessary secret. Most improper, Augusta stated with a frown. How are we supposed to render appropriate judgment about the truthfulness of his skills? I imagine we ask him questions to see how he answers, one of the other members asked dryly. Still, that's a bit exciting. Restricted information? He could even be that wizard who dealt with Greyback. And why would someone like that apply for a position at Hogwarts? Signis asked, arching a brow. I find that to be, well, really. How many people that are capable of those things have a desire to teach? And defense against the dark arts of all things? You never know. Look at Albus Dumbledore, another member pointed out. Because there are so many like the great Lord Dumbledore, Orion stated with a slight bite to his voice before shaking his head. Shall we move on with the interview? Yes, Augusta stated succinctly. Send him in. A flick of a wand and a spell shot out. A moment later, a young man with glasses stepped in, wearing well-cut and tailored robes that he seemed oddly out of place in. As Orion studied him, a trickling realization hit him about just what he looked out of place. It was not the look of a young man who didn't know his place in the world or was uncomfortable with who he was. It was the look of a dragon forced into robes and clothes that he wore with only the most tedious agreements. He looked very much like someone who did not wish to be there, one whom they should not make feel particularly inclined to show them how much he did not want it. When he saw the eyes, he knew that this was the man from Bellatrix's memories. A glance at Signis confirmed that he too was of that opinion. As he looked through the board, he saw both apprehension and dismissal. While Augusta and Edmund took in the look of the man and found reason to pause, most of the others saw the obvious discomfort and saw weakness. Mr. Potter, the voice that spoke, was bordering on condescending as it looked back at the visibly young man. Orion noticed the sharp narrowing of Harry's eyes behind his glasses before the man spoke in a calm, collected voice. Yes? And whom am I addressing? That was not the reaction that was expected, as the speaker took a moment to collect himself. We are the hiring board. We will be deciding whether or not you will be among those eligible to be presented to Albus Dumbledore for determination of who will be the new professor of the Defense Against the Dark Arts. I see, Harry stated simply as he then tilted his head to the side. And does this position automatically come with an inability comport yourself with manners and decorum, or is that merely your own personal deficiency? The man who'd spoken had his face turned crimson, his fingers reaching down towards his robes at Harry's response, only to find the young man staring back at him, unflinching and visibly unimpressed. How dare you, the man started, only to be cut off by a glare from Augusta Longbottom. Be silent. The woman's stern voice was steely and cold. Mr. Potter is quite correct. It is our responsibility to act with the manners and decorum that should be associated with individuals in our position. To do otherwise is an insult to both our families and Hogwarts herself. Or you could draw your wand on him, and we could see firsthand some of his qualifications. Edmund ventured with an arched brow. He insulted me, the man protested. I treated you with the same courtesy you treated me with, Harry stated flatly, and as my being here is the result of the recommendation of Charus Potter, that in turn tells what level of courtesy you have shown him. Orion fought back a slight smile of approval as the man suddenly turned quite pale as he realized exactly how far his insult would travel. And in turn your behaviour reflects back on Charus Potter, Augusta stated, as she looked firmly back at Harry. And, madam, have I acted in a way he would find inappropriate? Harry responded back with a bland monotone. Augusta sighed at that, as she leaned back in her seat. I see, a Potter indeed, then. I am Augusta Longbottom. I will be chairing this interview. Madam, Harry agreed with a respectful nod of his head. Edmund Bones, Edmund stated next as he watched Harry with bemused eyes. And so the introductions went, including the now far more contrite individual whom had made the initial introduction, until they reached Signis and Orion. Orion Black, head of the Black family, and my brother-in-law Signis, Orion stated simply as he stared back at Harry. Sirs, Harry responded with a nod of his head, before looking at them carefully. An interesting sight to see such distinguished individuals in such a setting. Orion narrowed his eyes for a moment before answering back. Signis's daughter brought us most interesting facts about the current state of the wizarding world, ones that we would be remiss in not considering. An interesting thing then. I suppose someone must have made quite the impression upon her, Harry stated simply, with a nod of his head. Memories can go a long way, Mr. Potter, Orion agreed before steepling his fingers together. But I believe we have an interview to conduct. Indeed we do, Augusta agreed with a nod. I have to admit you have a most obscure application, Mr. Potter. "It is as complete as it can be at the moment," Harry stated simply. "If you have questions on the subject, I will answer them to the best of my ability, and if you require a demonstration—" He paused there and suddenly smiled at the man who had been so rude earlier. "That I can easily arrange as well." Even the more dim-witted of them took notice of that. It was starting to trickle into their minds that they were no longer at the top of the food chain there. For some, Orion imagined, it was a very, very tough thing to accept. That he knew because it was hard for him to accept himself, and he had actually seen the man in front of him at work. What are the uses of the Patronus spell? It was a simple enough question about one of the more obscure and less used spells that Auras tended to learn for its messaging purposes. For some reason, it made a look of amusement cross Harry's face before he spoke. Well, the classic answers are the repulsion of Dementors and Lethifolds. There is a variation that can be used to carry messages, and there are other uses if the caster is creative enough. With a gesture, suddenly a magnificent stag of pure glowing silver erupted out of his wand, standing tall and proud as it regarded them with a calm grace before it lightly butted its head against Harry's shoulder. Smiling, Harry lightly stroked against the Guardian's head before gently dismissing it. "I have experience training a number of individuals in how to cast that spell, to the extent of enabling them to cast a fully corporeal Patronus in several cases." It was, Orion had to admit, an impressive display. It was one that firmly cemented the fact that this Harry Potter was not a dark wizard, a very cunning play indeed. "Impressive," Augusta allowed with a slight nod of her head. "Most wizards have difficulty with that particular spell." "I had a very good teacher when I was younger," Harry admitted, with a slight, mysterious smile on his lips. "He helped me learn how to cast it fully due to an incident I had with undesirable dark creatures." "What would be your primary goal in teaching the children of Hogwarts?" one of the other members asked. "How to stay alive," Harry stated simply, letting the words sink in before continuing. "One of the basics I'd like them to understand is how to find or make an exit." "You want them to run away," one of the members stated angrily. "I want them to survive. Not everyone can be a hunter of dark wizards or dark creatures," Harry corrected succinctly. "And even those who are, on occasion, need to be able to get out of a situation where they're outnumbered, or when facing a superior enemy." "What, do you expect them to just be attacked in their homes or on the street?" It was an angry member of the board now. "Here on the Isles, we are perfectly safe. There are no dark wizards running about trying to torment people, and I won't stand for the idea of someone trying to drum it into people's heads." Whatever Harry was going to say was cut off in a violent explosion as the wards protecting the room were violently shredded and one of the walls exploded in a shower of debris. While most members of the hiring board had thrown themselves away in a half-mad scramble, some had cast shields and moved to their feet. Harry had cast a spell on the floorboards at his feet, causing them to curl back into a makeshift wall and protecting him from the debris that swept his way. With a cloud of dust still obscuring the field of view beyond the now-destroyed wall, it was impossible to see exactly who or what had caused the explosion. Streaks of magic then blasted through the dust, each one aimed at the brightly glowing shields that the quicker witches and wizards had cast. The instant they hit the shields, the shielding spells violently shattered, sending the casters who hadn't already moved or avoided the spells flying backwards. Orion was fortunate enough to have already started moving away. He and Signis were merely thrown onto the ground. Edmund Bones was not as lucky as he was, blasted back into one of the walls, cracking of his head against audibly as he slumped unconscious. Augusta had been the only one beyond Harry Potter whom had not used a charm shield, preferring instead to conjure up a slab of solid rock, and she, like Potter, had not been the target of one of the spells. Frowning, Harry cast quickly, summoning the large amount of debris from around the room before animating it into a felinoid creature. With a gesture, it quickly stalked to the edge of the wall, hiding just out of sight before another spell from Harry suddenly grabbed hold of the cloud of dust and it pulled back, abandoning the hole entirely. Orion recognized the robes and masks, though most of the others didn't, as he pushed himself back to his feet, gripping his wand and gritting his teeth. At his side, Signis was performing a similar action, as his eyes narrowed into slits. It would seem that their neutrality would be ending earlier than they had originally thought. "What is the meaning of this?" Augusta's voice, strong, proud and angry, demanded. Our Augusta Longbottom, a man wearing a mask far more intricate than the others, almost seemed to purr out. "I suppose I should have expected your presence. No matter. Today our issue is not with you, but with a certain applicant you were interviewing." "All this work for me, Mr. Riddle," Harry's voice carried out as he stepped out from behind his makeshift cover and surveyed his opponents. "And so many guests you've invited to the party." The man in the mask, now identified as the mysterious Tom Riddle, or Lord Voldemort as he preferred, stiffened at the name, and his eyes burned as he glared back at the young man in front of him. The infamous storm chaser. I was expecting something more. "We all have to deal with our disappointments," Harry stated simply. "After all, think of all the disappointment poor Merope has to deal with." An inarticulate blast of magic was thrown Harry's way, only to be intercepted by another makeshift wall rising up. The instant the spell splashed upon it, the wooden floorboards began to rot, decay, and then turn to ashen dust before them. Harry clucked his tongue and gestured, sending the dust floating away as he again beheld Voldemort, trembling in rage in front of him. "Be silent on things you know nothing of," Voldemort demanded. "Nothing," Harry repeated as he twirled his wand lightly. "Really, Tom, I'd honestly be quite happy knowing just a fraction of what I do about you." "I am Lord Voldemort," Voldemort declared, glaring at Harry, before throwing out a string of dark curses towards Harry. "You will not address me by some common Muggle name." Harry gestured and ripped the table the hiring board had been using into the path of the spells with his own magic, keeping the pieces moving as they continued to catch the incoming spell fire that cut, exploded, burned, rotted and froze. A number of twisted dark spells clung to the debris that churned and twisted in the air. "Tom Marvolo Riddle," Harry shot back, gesturing, and the cloud of debris blasted towards Voldemort and his followers. Voldemort screamed in rage as a torrent of dark fire blasted out of his wand and into the cloud racing towards them. The cloud in turn twisted, catching the fire, transforming from a twisting miasma of dark residue into a toxic cloud of magical ash and fire that greedily reached out towards the group of dark wizards. It was then that Voldemort's followers realized that their leader was focusing his attention solely upon his foe, ignoring their safety entirely. With startled oaths, they began to cast themselves. Banishers hit the debris and pushed it back, at least for a moment. Blasting curses thinned the cloud but spread it further. Cutting curses meant nothing to it. Then Harry sent the beast he'd animated earlier charging through the cloud. It immediately began to burn and rot as the tainted ash from the cloud clung to it. When it emerged, slamming into the first one of Voldemort's followers, it looked as if it had been born fresh from a nightmare. Wreathed in sickly flames and putrid decay, it was starting to rot, even as it tore through the throat of the wizard it had caught and then pounced towards the next nearest victim. The wounds it inflicted carried the still hungering residue of Voldemort's spells, spells that quickly and eagerly went to work as the residue was left behind in the wounds of the beast's victims. "My lord," one of the wizards tried to call out, only to find Voldemort was paying little to no heed. Instead, he cracked his wand down, and a sudden crackling heat exploded into the air. A slick, glowing serpent of hungering flame rose out from the tip of his wand. Fiendfire, bound tight by Voldemort's will, rose up and began to ignite the building they were in. As soon as the first spark of flame has begun to take shape, Harry had been casting into the stone and earth beneath the floorboards he'd warped and torn up for his walls. When the gigantic serpent had taken shape, he spared a glance towards the members of the board who were staring with terrified awe at the scene in front of them. You may want to run away now. And then the ground had started to shake. It was not a light unsteadiness of the earth. No, it was a violent, angry thing, forcing everyone, even Voldemort, to struggle to keep their footing. Then, before the great serpent of fiend fire, the floorboards of the building exploded out, sending debris flying in every direction. In its wake, a great draconic head of earth and stone rose up as a worm of size and girth, equal to the fiend fire rose, bellowing roar of challenge and defiance. The serpent twisted back against the roar before Voldemort visibly flinched as he felt the dark, hungering flame pull against his control, hungering to respond to the direct challenge. And then the great earthen dragon lunged forward, smashing into the almost solid flames and seemingly tackling the serpent of animated flame to the ground. A good portion of Voldemort's followers were crushed, burned, or both as they knocked down another wall of the building, and a piercing scream informed them that their little fight had just spilled out into the public, only Voldemort visibly didn't care, as he clamped down on his will and focused on controlling the serpent as it battled against the dragon. Earth burned and stone melted as the dragon forced the fiendfire creation to roll into the street. Bit by bit, pieces of it snuffed out, buried and suffocated beneath the great beast. As molten stone dripped into the streets with an angry hiss, it pulled together, shifting and shaping into lupine-like drakelings that immediately turned their attentions back towards the Knights of Walpurgis. When the first one launched into one of the dark wizards, still glowing hot, his scream drew the attentions of the others. When they trained their wands on the other creatures born from the falling drops of melted stone of the great dragon, a cloud of dust descended upon them and forced itself down their throats. As they descended into fits of helpless coughing, struggling to breathe, they found themselves set upon by the burning stone creations. Through all of this, Voldemort focused his will absolute as the fiendfire was rolled back and forth. Bit by bit it was being suffocated, but still the dragon was melting and burning with it. So focused was he on keeping his creation under control and strong, he failed to notice the decayed form of the felinoid beast, still wreathed in the dark magics eating at its body, until it slammed into him. He was not left stunned and locked in surprise, though. A gesture with his wand and the creature was banished back, flying into a wall where its weak, decayed frame finally broke into a falling mess of debris. Turning, he bared his teeth and glared back at Harry, who stood there in front of him with a cold, penetrating glare. "You think you've won, boy? You think this mean anything?" Voldemort demanded as he flicked his wand, and the glowing stone drakelings were frozen by a howling Arctic wind.
"You think you know, Voldemort. You know nothing." Nah!
Then the frozen stone figures cracked and exploded, spraying across the ground and digging into bodies of the fallen Knights of Walpurgis without care. "I know that you should have kept control of your fiendfire," Harry responded simply as he looked back into Voldemort's eyes unflinchingly. He could feel the brief, violent force of Voldemort's legerdemacy slamming into his mind, and then the dark wizard stumbled back when he was violently repulsed. Shaking his head, Voldemort turned for a moment and saw as the torso of the dragon that had been fighting his fiendfire cracked open as it seemed to expand out, looking as if it was inhaling a great breath. A hollowed-out section grew in the area of its chest, glowing hot red from the fiendfire's heat. Then it clamped down on the diminished and now wild snake of fiendfire and forced it into that hollow. The glowing, burning, melted earth slammed shut, trapping the cursed fire inside of the dragon as it turned its attention fully onto Voldemort. its maw opening as the burning heat of the trapped fire could be seen down the hollow of its throat. The bulging chest then contracted, and suddenly the great dragon of animated stone and earth released the trapped fiend fire inside of itself in a torrent of hungry flame that almost immediately made Voldemort's body vanish beneath the onslaught. Then the flames were followed by a stream of molten stone falling down upon where Voldemort had stood. When it finished, the now emaciated-looking dragon lowered itself back to all fours and watched the weakened flames coiling about a pile of melted rock. Suddenly the rock darkened and a cracking sound filled the air before it suddenly exploded out into a storm of glittering shards of obsidian, revealing a cocoon of frigid, inky darkness. Then the shield seemed to melt away, revealing a slightly sweating and angry Voldemort, his robes slightly singed. With a gesture, he was again impeccable, and he turned his head to regard Harry angrily. "I already told you I am..." And his voice trailed off as it registered in his mind just what he was seeing. The moments where he'd been trapped and forced to focus entirely on keeping up his shield, his opponent had not been idle. Stone and earth circled him as all manner of beasts eyeing him from every direction. Some small, some large, each of them moving with an almost unearthly grace as he then turned his head and snarled back at Harry. "Here's the thing, Tom," Harry stated simply, wand held at the ready as he stood, flanked by a pair of earthen worms, each with maws of jagged obsidian stone glinting in the fading fires of the dying fiend fire. "I know that you're strong, you're smart, you're ruthless, and that you're cunning." Voldemort preened slightly at the words, but his eyes narrowed into wary slits. "If you know my power, you should know you stand no chance of defying me." Then Harry had the audacity to laugh a full belly laugh as he shook his head and reached up, wiping at his eyes as tears threatened to spill forth. After a moment he recovered and looked back at him, still chuckling. "You're also arrogant, selfish, and foolish." With a hiss of rage, Voldemort swept his arm in an arc, and a full quarter of the circle of beasts exploded into jagged shrapnel. "You think I'm afraid of these little toys of yours? They are broken and destroyed beneath the slightest exertion of power." But you see, from destruction, creation," Harry shot back as he flicked his own wand, and the creatures reformed. Only now, instead of smooth, heavy stones, they were interconnected, almost nightmarish creatures of sharp, jagged rock and stone. Everything you destroy, all it takes is a little creativity to turn it into something to send back against you. The broken shards of obsidian stone that had formed from the melted mass of stone Voldemort had been trapped in, pulled back together. Lean, humanoid forms with sharp, jagged claws and faceless heads of shards stared back at Voldemort. Broken timbers and stone came together into hulking brutes, stepping towards him. The remains of the dark, magic-tainted ash and dust lingering, eating at the ground, rose up, encased by broken glass and stone, trapped in the chest of a great, monstrous bull, its eyes glowing with the dark, eldritch power of Voldemort's own spells, nostrils flaring as it pawed hungrily at the ground. "Come on then, son of Merub Gaunt, come then, kinslayer, kin-betrayer," Harry stated as he held his wand ready, his voice carrying as he stood firm and unyielding. "Bastard son of a Muggle who tries to wipe away his past with blood, death, and misery." Voldemort's face went past anger, past rage, as the words hammered into him. Pure, violent, virulent hatred dripped in the air, made palpable by the twisting, coiling of his magic. "You dare." "Come then, Voldemort, born Tom Riddle, after the father you murdered, a deed you were too craven to claim credit for, so you laid the blame on your own uncle," Harry stated, as finally the calm seemed to break, as anger started to burn in his eyes. "Come then, monster who would rule us all, let us see just whose dreams will turn to ash." And he did. In a blur of motion, Voldemort showed that despite Harry's words, he was far from weak, far from helpless. Dozens of spells were cast in a single breath, twisting dark, forbidden magics born of the darkest arts. Spaced between two of the unforgivables, as Avada Kedavra lit up the air and invisible crucios. Stone and earth exploded, rotted and decayed. It was a whirlwind of death that even the most experienced of wizards would have been hard-pressed to match. Harry rose to the occasion. Battle-honed instincts took over. Stones and boards blocked spells, seen and unseen. Cursed residue turned into roiling clouds of miasma that began to race towards Voldemort like serpents as swift stone creations darted in a random jagged line towards him. From every creation he destroyed, another was born from its remains. Both men were sweating, glistening, pushing themselves as neither refused to give even an inch. Everything that came close to Voldemort was stopped, banished, or crushed by the last moment. All the spells that raced towards Harry found themselves deflected or simply dodged, and the remnants of their destruction fed into new creations sent back at Voldemort. No one could properly gauge the time, not the combatants, not their impromptu audience. Everything was a blur of unstopping, impossible battle. And then a stone spider with sharp, jagged legs dropped from the air above Voldemort, tearing at his face with an unnatural screech as it dripped toxic, dark magic residue directly onto Voldemort's eye as it tore into his flesh. With a scream of rage, he tore the creature from his face, only to be slammed in the chest by the hard stone head of the bull that breathed dark magic miasma. Enough of the force was absorbed by the magic in Voldemort's robes that he only fell back a few feet, driven to his knees, instead of having his entire ribcage crushed. As he dropped to a knee, Voldemort snarled, and the bull suddenly fell, split into two equal portions, straight down the centre of its body. Harry snapped his wand towards Voldemort, and in an instant, every one of the stone creatures rushed straight towards Voldemort. And then, in a flash of phoenix fire, Albus Dumbledore appeared, directly in the space between the two combatants. "Enough," the man commanded, anger burning in his eyes. "What is going on here?" Seizing upon the momentary pause in his opponent's assault and realizing he was in a dangerous position, Voldemort hissed out, "This isn't over, Storm Chaser!" And in a sudden blast of dark magic he rose into the air and vanished in a flying trail of black smoke. Harry growled and his eyes turned, burning onto Albus Dumbledore. "I had him. What the bloody hell do you think you were doing?" "Look around us and you ask me why," Albus demanded as he looked back at Harry with a spark of anger in his eyes. "How many people were injured? How many were killed because of this duel?" "Duel?" Harry repeated, staring at Dumbledore before standing to his full height. "You're the one that needs to look around, then. This was never a duel. Everyone who died here died because Voldemort, Tom Riddle, decided that he would come and attack a bloody hiring board in the middle of this bloody village. This was their choice. Is it yours that our place is to lie down with bared throats for them to rip out when they come for us? No." It was then that Orion Black made his presence known with a pointed cough. "You know, as much as I loathe to interrupt this, are you often in the habit of enabling the escape of dark wizards who attempt to murder a sizable number of upstanding wizards in broad daylight, Chief Warlock Dumbledore?" That drew Dumbledore up short as he then turned his gaze towards Orion, about to speak, when Augusta Longbottom cut in. "For Merlin's sake, Dumbledore, what were you thinking? The boy had that mad man. Who knows what he'll do now?" "It was," Dumbledore started to state before a series of cracks filled the air as red-robed auras appeared, Alastor Moody at the head. "What in Merlin's name—" Alastor declared before looking around and, catching sight of Harry, groaned. His shoulders slumped a bit. "You again. What happened this time?" "I was in the middle of a nice quiet interview when we were attacked," Harry stated simply, gesturing towards Augusta and Orion. "I even have witnesses this time." "Ones that aren't the cooling corpses?" Alastor asked with a grunt as he lightly kicked one of the bodies over to look at its face, taking in the half-melted mask. Branched out a bit, this, I see. That was Voldemort, actually, Harry stated with a shrug, his eyes still angry as he turned his eyes towards Dumbledore, whom I almost bloody well had if a certain someone didn't decide he was going to bloody well bollocks it all up. "Aren't these Voldemort's followers?" Alastor demanded, before finally getting a look at the scene and sucking in a breath. "Blood and ash, boy! What the bloody hell happened here?" "What happened, Master Aura," Orion Black stated with a frown, "is that someone just made a public declaration of war, one that they then found that they were not as equipped with overwhelming force as they thought they were. Everyone he kills from now until he's put down is on your head, Albus Dumbledore," Harry stated grimly as his eyes locked on the headmaster and he growled angrily. "There's bloody dark magic everywhere," Moody muttered with a hiss. "I haven't seen this much since—" He paused and grimaced before shaking his head. "It's been a long time." "I was using wood constructs from the walls and wreckage of what he destroyed at first. He decided to throw out a lot of rotting curses," Harry stated simply with a shrug. "It is the kind which sticks around for a bit, so if you get some of that dust from it on you, it starts rotting you too." Alastor took another look around and noted the various constructs that seemed to be constraining, churning masses of dark magic, and then stared back at Harry. "And you bloody well turned it into a weapon to use back against them?" Harry just shrugged in response. "It was one of the most impressive and creative uses of animation charms I've ever seen," Augusta Longbottom admitted as she stood up straight. "And after the initial assault, that madman was far too focused on the young Mr. Potter here to pay the rest of us any mind." Then her eyes narrowed into shrewd slits. "I take it that was intentional." "Potter," Alastor repeated as he looked at Harry for a moment with squinted eyes before his shoulders slumped again. "Of course you're a Potter. Should have seen it to begin with." "I knew things about him that I knew he wouldn't like me talking about," Harry stated simply. "It wasn't really that hard to keep hitting the right buttons to keep him focused on me." "I see," Dumbledore stated as he swallowed, realization of just how badly he'd misread the situation sinking in. "No, you don't," Harry corrected succinctly, "and if we're all lucky, you won't. You do realize you're going to need to drop those animations, so most of that stuff can be repaired, yes?" Alastor stated as he tried to change the subject. "As soon as Voldemort's spells expire," Harry agreed with a nod. "I'd rather not have people have to be treated at St. Mungo's for contact with it." As Dumbledore opened his mouth to speak, Alastor gave him a look. "As you can see, you're not currently needed here, Dumbledore. Why don't you make sure everything's right with Hogwarts?" Now Alastor, Dumbledore started to protest. "Best to keep in mind what we talked about last time too," Alastor reminded him as he gave Dumbledore a look. Dumbledore slumped slightly as he recalled the man's words before looking slowly around the devastated area. So much destruction, so much loss of life. "They made their choices, Albus. When they did, they stopped being yours to save," Alastor stated simply. "Now let me try to make sense of this." "Will this take too much longer?" Orion asked blandly. "I have information about this I need to disseminate." "It will take as long as it takes," Alastor stated simply as he looked at Orion. "No more, no less." "Of course, Master Aura," Orion agreed before sighing as he resigned himself to a rather lengthy interviewing. Still, despite the disaster of the day and despite the violation of House Black's neutrality, he had learned at least a portion of the measure of both the Storm Chaser and Voldemort. It seemed that Charus Potter might have a point after all. Chapter 6. "Well, Albus, I have to say you still do things larger than life," Alastor Moody stated, as he slid into a chair and gave Albus Dumbledore a long look. "A man who attacked some of the more prominent names in pureblood society on both sides of the divide, and you single-handedly managed to enable his escape. I thought..." Dumbledore started to protest before letting it die on his lips as he saw the look that Moody sent his way. How bad is it? This was the man who was responsible for the attacks that I told you about before, Alastor stated flatly. If the witness statements were to be believed, someone the storm chaser, who happens to be named Harry Potter apparently, accused of murdering his own father. Dumbledore slumped down as he stared at the desk in front of him as he let his body hunch back into itself. How many is he responsible for killing? Estimates range from a few dozen to past 100, Alastor stated flatly as he shook his head. And by all accounts, until you blundered your way onto that fight, this Potter had him almost defeated. It looked like a duel gone out of control, Dumbledore stated quietly. There were bodies and dark magic littering the area. What was I supposed to do? Make sure that no bystanders were hurt, while checking with the people that were there to find out what was going on, Alastor stated simply. Of course, that might just be the fact that I don't have the bloody power and skill to interfere in a duel like that and walk away in one piece. And I am, as you so eloquently pointed out to me before, a teacher, Dumbledore stated as he finally raised his eyes and looked back at Alastor. And what does a teacher do when he sees a fight getting out of control? When he's in his school, intervene, Alastor agreed before pressing back. When he's not, find out if he should intervene. I've long accustomed myself to the idea that most of our society was still a part of my school, Dumbledore stated with a quiet sigh and a shake of his head. Well, it's not, Alastor stated simply before sighing and shaking his head. Perhaps you should be taking a sabbatical. From? Dumbledore asked warily as he looked back at Alastor. Hogwarts, Alastor stated simply, but why? Dumbledore's face was cloaked in confusion. Do you know why the storm chaser, why Harry Potter was there to begin with? Alastor demanded with a look. I don't, Albus admitted, a frown of displeasure crossing about his features. He was there applying for the Defense Against the Dark Arts position. And what did he demonstrate in front of the entire hiring board? Alastor asked leadingly as his face held flat look as if the answer was the most obvious thing in the world. They can't be seriously considering, Albus started to protest. He did good work. Alastor started off, a grudging respect as he. Clean, efficient, kept the non-combatants out of harm, kept the threat contained. That area was practically soaked in dark magic, Albus cut in. None of it his, Alastor informed him sharply with a glare. In fact, he made a point of collecting and containing the bloody stuff, never even thought it was possible, but he did it. Then please, Alastor, explain to me the dead wizards with signs of dark magic damage, Albus stated with a calm, cold voice. He contained it. It was a simple response and a shrug. How hard was it for him to turn the residue back against them? And how does this make them any better than they were? Albus demanded, anger again leaching into his tone. So what if he didn't cast the spells himself? He still inflicted it upon living wizards. Living wizards that had attacked Hogsmeade in broad daylight. Living wizards who were responsible for those curses to begin with. Alastor responded as he shook his head. Those rules you cling to, Albus, they stop applying to people who break them to start with. Just because someone else breaks the rules, it is suddenly permissible to break them yourself. Albus gave him a cold look. That is not how society works. That is how war works, Alastor stated quietly as he then looked fully upon Albus's face. We are not at war, Albus protested, though to his own ears his voice sounded weak. What do you think this was? What else would you call a mass attack on a pub with so many innocent bystanders and some of the most influential individuals in Britain? Alastor almost barked out his words in anger as he glared back at the man. What do you think those attacks, those kills have been? We are very much at war, Albus. This was just the formal declaration of it. Surely after what happened, Albus started to protest again, even as his words died off and his shoulders slumped with the weight of realization. Not so easy to play it so high and mighty without looking the hypocrite, is it, Albus?" Alastor stated with a shake of his head. He treated it as it was, a declaration of war. He showed them exactly what it will mean. And from what I guess, it wasn't what they were expecting. "I won't have my students turned into killers, Alastor," Albus declared with a hiss. "I had the opportunity to speak to the board about the incident. They had only barely gotten started on the interview when they were attacked," Alastor stated, as if he hadn't heard the other man's objections. "What they told me was fairly interesting. With a look of long-suffering resignation on his face, Albus gave Alastor the question he was prompting. "How so?" "The first thing they asked was about the Patronus spell, a nice bit of obscure trivia to throw people off their game. He answered it without hesitation, produced a fully corporeal one, and then explained he was experienced in training people in its use." Albus stared at him. "The second was even more telling," Alastor continued, as he gave Dumbledore a look. "They asked him what he'd teach them. He told them how to escape and survive. Then someone asked what they would need to know about that when they wouldn't be attacked like that in Britain, irony being it was then that this Voldemort attacked." Wincing as the image came together in his mind, Albus slumped back in his seat. "If I fought this, Longbottom and Bones would help the Blacks crucify you," Alastor told him flatly. "And that's not counting the enemy you'd likely make out of the Potters." Albus winced. The Potters were not known for being the most civilized of families. They could act the part when it pleased them, of course, and they weren't known for being dark wizards and sadists like the Blacks. No, they were simply known for ignoring the niceties of decorum, restraint, and manners when it came to confrontations, and for being more than a little recklessly headstrong, for one of their own to demonstrate he was obviously the most qualified in such a spectacular fashion, and then be denied. This was shaping up to be an incredible headache. "My advice, again take a sabbatical," Alastor repeated his earlier advice as he gave Albus a look. "Otherwise, this is likely going to get messy." "You say it as if I won't be able to control myself," Albus said with a mild, reproaching look. "You like to meddle. It's what teachers do," Alastor stated simply. "Sometimes, even when they be better served by not." Albus sighed and leaned back as he contemplated those words. Charus, the voice was weathered but strong as it spoke, its owner a man of perhaps a decade older than Charus himself, his hair a full steely grey, but visibly related. "I'm going to trust that you actually have an explanation for this." Charus did not wince, though he did incline his head in acknowledgement. "It's a bit, well, to be perfectly honest, it's entirely bloody terrifying." "Who is he?" the man demanded as he gave Charus a look, "and why wasn't I told about him?" "It started out as a favour for my nephew," Charus admitted. "Then things, well, it honestly rather snowballed, Lucius." Lucius Potter sighed as he slumped back in his chair and rubbed his temples. "There is no Harry Potter that I'm aware of, Charus." "He is a Potter," Charus stated firmly. "That much I can assure you of, and his explanation—" "What of it?" Lucius asked warily as he looked back at Charus. "He is a Potter of Lord-level might and skill, a Potter that we have never heard of, that no one has ever heard of." Charus continued as he looked back at Lucius. "What does that tell you?" Assuming he is really a Potter, there was the slightest hint of sarcasm in Lucius's voice. "I wouldn't know. It shouldn't be possible." "Exactly," Charus agreed quietly. "But here he is, and his skill and power have been publicly demonstrated." Lucius grunted softly as he leaned back in his chair and then arched a brow expectantly at Charus. He describes it as— There was a pause as Charus collected himself. "There was a dark wizard, one that had delved into insane and forbidden magics. He was there to stop him. He was at the center of a massive, insane spell instead of the caster. When it was over, Lucius asked as he kept his brow arched up. As he put it, it was made as if everyone he knew, everything he had, was gone, wiped out, as if they were never there, as if they had never happened. Lucius stared at Charus for a moment and then arched a brow. "And you believe him?" It was a statement, not a question. "I was looking into his eyes as he said it, Lucius. He has nothing left." Charus stated simply and quietly. "Then why would he even care about all this? Why get involved?" Lucius asked more pointedly. "If he truly lost so much, why is he even here?" "Do you recall where he first appeared?" Charus asked. "Where he first fought them?" "A pub," Lucius stated with a snort. "Your point." "A Muggle pub," Charus corrected. "He never had any intention of getting involved. He was planning on avoiding the wizarding world entirely. And then they just happened to stumble across him," Lucius stated, with more than a small amount of skepticism in his voice. "I've seen the memory of the only survivor of the attackers," Charus said quietly. "It was Signis's daughter, Bellatrix. And it could still be an elaborate setup," Lucius answered back, unmoved. "Not with the things he knows, things he couldn't possibly know if he was anything other than what he claims." Lucius reluctantly allowed the point as he recalled some of the things that Charus had told him about what the young man had said. "A point? Then again, why didn't you tell me?" "Things tend to snowball with Harry quite rapidly. As I said, I started this out as a favour for my nephew, and quite honestly, I ended up getting so involved that when I wasn't bloody well drinking myself stupid from even thinking about the sheer headache this situation gives us, I was waist-deep in it," Charus explained. Grunting sourly, Lucius still glared at Charus somewhat. "And do you know the sheer headache you've inflicted upon me? The bloody Blacks knew about this before I did." "Well, in their defence, they have been in the middle of it longer than even I have," Charus said with a shrug of his shoulders before brightening visibly. "I even got to terrify my niece Walburga because of it." Lucius sighed softly. "At least you got something worthwhile out of your nephew. I still struggle to comprehend how my sister found Abraxas Malfoy, of all people, a suitable match, let alone what possessed her to name their son after me." "Because until little James was born, he was your heir presumptive," Charus pointed out, with a bemused little smile before glancing towards the door. "Speaking of whom?" Lucius sighed audibly and gave the door a look. "Come out, James." "No James is here," the reply was muffled. "Just us Puffskeins." As Lucius pressed his face into his palm, Charus smirked at the man, then shrugged his shoulders. "Well, if there's no James there, then I suppose I'll be keeping this James present until I see one." "Well, wait, there might be a James here. There was a soft rustle of feet before the door creaked open and a 10-year-old boy pushed his head inside. "Hello? Did I hear Cousin Charus?" "Puffskeins, really, James?" Lucius asked with a sigh as he gave his son a look. "I have no idea what you're talking about, Father," James said as innocently as he could before looking at Charus eagerly. "Did you bring me a present?" "Spoiled brat," Charus stated with a sigh and an exaggerated shake of his head. "Why would I have a present for you?" "But you said Dad—" James started to whine quietly. "I thought we were talking to Puffskeins," Lucius couldn't help but ask as he looked back at his son. James froze, his eyes wide, as he tried desperately to come up with an answer to that. Thought so," Lucius stated with a nod. "Off with you now." "Yes, Father," James stated with slumped shoulders, moving back from the door before pausing. "Father." "Yes, James." "Is it true that the storm chaser is a Potter?" James asked, eyes wide and hopeful. Lucius cast a foul look at Charus, who merely smiled back at him with an innocent curl of his lips before speaking. "According to Charus, yes, he is." "Then can I meet him?" James asked, sticking his head back through the door, eyes shining hopefully. Charus visibly smothered a laugh as he looked back at Lucius. Lucius in turn gave Charus a merciless predatory grin. "It will depend on your dear cousin Charus here. We'll see what he can do." For a moment Charus blinked, then looked back at Lucius, then he looked at the eager face on James and shook his head. "We'll see. Harry isn't very big on socializing." "Please, Cousin Charus, please?" James asked, eyes wide and pleading. Charus was not moved in the slightest. "We'll see." Voldemort screamed that there was pain in it, there was agony, there was anger, but most of all their hate. It was a venomous hatred swallowing up the sinking pit of cold fear that had settled into his stomach, a twisting, angry thing. He turned his gaze around onto his followers, revealing an angry, milky white orb set in a blackened, shriveled socket. The spell had been cancelled. It had been his to begin with, after all, but the effects could not be so easily reversed. The dark arts were hardly forgiving. "Who is he?" Flecks of spittle shot out of his mouth as he spoke, his fingers clenched about his wand, feeling the way it seemed to almost shudder against his grip. No one had an answer for him. He had spent decades preparing for this, training for it, learning every little thing he could to become unstoppable. But this man, hardly more than a boy, had practically bested him in their fight. And what was worse was that he had done it in public. He owed his continued existence in this form to Dumbledore of all people. It seemed impossible. For the longest time, the only stumbling block to his plans had always been Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore had everything: a reputation, Hogwarts, unmatched political power, awe-inspiring magical prowess, all in the form of a foolish old man who was too weak to make use of his own might. Now, however, there was another, one younger than both of them, one with power, skill, and a ruthlessness that Voldemort did not know how to respond to. With Dumbledore it was simply striking hard, fast and brutal, and vanished like the mist when the old man finally left the vaunted security of Hogwarts. Whittle away at his spirit, at his position. Make him look useless, and maybe even make the man himself think that. If they did happen to fight him, Dumbledore would always duel. There was mercy and hesitation to exploit. He would try to capture them above all else. This storm chaser, though, he struck without pause or mercy. He destroyed without hesitation. He went for the killing blow every time, and he was good enough to pull it off. Reluctantly, Voldemort looked over his followers. He could see in them a growing fear. Only the fear wasn't just of him. Most of it was, of course. His fury meant their suffering, but still he could see it. The glimmer where they were considering whose fury they feared more, his or this storm chaser's. Yesterday there would have been no hesitation in it being his fury that terrified them more. That was before he had returned alone and visibly wounded, cursed, scarred and half-blinded, before they could have written off this storm chaser as a fluke, as lucky. Now he had to act swiftly. He forced himself into the appearance of calm. Years of practice smoothed his features and stilled the sneering his lips into a thin line. Tom Riddle came to the forefront once more as Voldemort stepped back and let the mask fall into place. It would seem that there were grave miscalculations made about our new foe. His voice was smooth, cultured and precise as he calmly smoothed his robes and looked at them with an outward calm he didn't feel inside. But the fools needed calm, needed reassurance. Someone to soothe away their terror and remind them of their purpose, or at least the purpose he wanted them to believe they served. And yet I'm still here. Both Albus Dumbledore and this storm chaser were there, and still I am here. It was a slight embellishment, but that was allowed. I have been wounded, yes. It made him queasy just to say it, to admit even the slightest bit of weakness, but it would serve a purpose. But I still live, my power undiminished, my skills unmatched. He paused there before lifting his wand up, slowly gesturing to his milky white eye as he lightly traced around the shriveled eyelid. This? A reminder. A price we pay in blood to free our world of the filth plaguing it. The tip of his wand began to glow, a pulsing angry crimson, like blood, boiling and ready to drip down its length. Perhaps you look at it and see weakness, Look at it and think me maimed, weakened? He bared his teeth then, letting a flash of Voldemort shine through as he set his jaw before pushing the tip of his wand into his ruined eye. With a snarl he drowned the pain in anger, hatred and fury. With one savage tug there was a gruesome eruption of blood as the useless organ was ripped out of the socket. Then, with a blank stare, he looked at it, lifted it up for them to see as blood began to slowly pour down his cheek. "This, you see, something lost, cursed, broken, ruined," he said, the words tinged with a hiss of anger, contempt, before flicking his wrist up. The eyeball shot into the air, hung there, caught in an angry crimson glow. "You suddenly doubt the power of Lord Voldemort so easily?" And with growl he began to cast magic flowing out of the tip of his wand and connecting to the suspended eye like a writhing serpent. Veins of dark, pulsing shadow followed it, wrapping it up, veiling it from sight. Then another squirming tendril of magic reached out and connected back to his bleeding socket. "I am Voldemort," he declared as another angrily burst of magic poured out of his wand and flowed into the circuit as the air seemed to grow colder, the shadows around them darker. "Behold!" And with that a final surge of magic splashed from the tip of his wand into the pulsing cloud of magic that surrounded the eye before it drew itself back into his face. For a moment his features were half consumed by the cover of the spell before they condensed, pulling back further and further until at last they revealed a once more filled socket. Only the eye that stared back at them was not the eye that had been. The white sclera was a deep bloody crimson, the iris as black as shadows, and the slitted pupil an almost glowing bright red. "What they think they can take from me, I can simply remake, I can restore," he declared, his voice carrying over the room as he glared back at them. "They think that they have won a victory here, that we have been defeated." He flicked his wand and the drops of his blood that had fallen on the ground burst into greedy black flames. "Instead, they have only strengthened my resolve. We will show them that we will do what it takes, whatever it takes, to drive out this filth that contaminates our world. We will make it pure once more. We will make it strong again." There was a cheer from the crowd, though he could see there was still some hesitation, some doubt. It made the anger inside of him burn even hotter. "I will see them broken, bleeding and begging for the mercy of death before I am through with them," he stated with a hiss. "That I can promise you." And he would. Unfortunately, though, he would first have to find more allies to help them. Fortunately, there were plenty of dark creatures and creations that could be unleashed upon this storm chaser. All one had to do was know where to find them, something he most certainly knew. Orion Black was staring at the family tapestry as he held a glass of scotch in hand when Signis found him. "Well, you've met him," Signis stated as he watched Orion carefully. "Met him, Signis," Orion repeated quietly. "I've heard a few words, answers to a handful of questions, and prompts for dozens more." "And you've seen his power," Signis added quietly. "Both of them." "Of that you are quite right," Orion agreed as he lifted up his glass and sipped his scotch. "And our neutrality has been violated." "And your thoughts?" Signis asked, keeping his face carefully neutral. "That I'll like the choices in front of me," Orion stated flatly and shook his head. "And that my wife is going to force me to cast her out of the family." Signis had only the barest of winces at that and slowly sighed. "You are certain?" "I know my wife," Orion stated simply as he stared at the tapestry. "Already you have seen how she tried to subvert me with your daughters. She tries it with our sons daily." "I had hoped," Signis began, only to sigh as he looked back at the tapestry. "The world is changing." "In ways I do not particularly care for," Orion stated with a grimace as he sipped at his scotch. "You say it as if I don't find it particularly distasteful." Signis stated simply as he looked back at Orion. "You do not act it," Orion stated flatly as he turned and gave the man a look. Chuckling softly, Signos stared at the tapestry for a moment, letting the pause in conversation draw out before responding. What am I to like about the situation? I either sacrifice what we have been taught it means to be a black, or I watch as my family goes extinct. You've seen the memory. Surely you could see how close he came to simply ending Bellatrix then and there. And indeed he could. Orion remembered the detached consideration in Harry Potter's eyes when the man had held Bellatrix at one point, weighing the life by things he couldn't quite determine. What had been clear was that Bellatrix's life had only slimly won out over her death. And now she is besotted with him, Signis continued as he grimaced. She ignores the offers of upstanding and acceptable wizards in favour of the hope of pursuing him. A half-blood, but a half-blood capable of crushing us all beneath his heel. So I have looked at the scenario. I have looked at our choices. I do not like them, but I have learned to accept them, he continued as he shook his head. Because what else can we do? As my uncle stated, cling to our pride and be laid low for it? His words rang of a truth painful to hear, but a truth nonetheless. Orion took a harsh swallow of his scotch, scowling angrily as he stared back at the tapestry. I know. By Merlin do I know. That fight. I have seen men like this Voldemort before. Never of such power and skill. But I have seen their like before. Your storm chaser was adept enough at stripping away his mask of civility, his pretense of humanity. The blind volley of curses was less than friendly as well. Signos agreed with a nod of his head. We were fortunate that his attention was so quickly diverted and focused. As I said, at power and skill, Orion stated, shivering at the memory. To throw about those curses so quickly, so easily, and to see them negated so handily, Signis added calmly, and those animations. Indeed, Orion agreed with a nod of his head as he sipped again at his scotch. It was then that Walburga Black approached her brother and husband, a look of vicious glee upon her lips. Well, brother, husband, I just heard the most enlightening news. Both men glanced at one another before Orion took another drink of scotch. Sighing at the unspoken statement, Signos looked at his sister. And what would be that the precious storm chaser that you have us skulking away from our duty encountered Lord Voldemort at Hogsmeade. The vicious, triumphant grin on her face spoke volumes as both men noted it and then glanced at one another. And your point, Orion asked as he studiously set his attention upon the tapestry in front of them. The flat dismissal in his tone made the confidence in Walburga's smirk crack for a moment before recovering. Voldemort nearly bested him before that fool Dumbledore saved him. Now do you see? This foolishness is at an end. We should take our place in his service. Is that what they're saying? Signis asked blandly as he looked back at his sister. Yes, Walburga declared. I just heard it from... We were there, Orion stated flatly, still not looking at his wife. Then you should know firsthand the might of... Walburga began to state before her husband turned to her, and she beheld a look that froze her to the core. What I know is what you heard was a lie. There was a fight between them, yes, Orion stated flatly. The one saved by Dumbledore was not the storm chaser. Tret, war the scientist, with only a moment's hesitation. We were there, sister, Signis responded back. He attacked not only the storm chaser, but us as well. Then where was your vaulted neutrality? There was a note of triumph in her voice as she smirked viciously back at them. We had been there all day, long before the storm chaser arrived, Orion said simply, still not looking at her. We were a part of the hiring board for the opening at Hogwarts, to try and ensure that the applications who made the initial cut had at least some idea of propriety. The interview with him had barely started with your precious Voldemort attacked us all. Signis noted as he didn't quite look at his sister. Walburga was staring at them, her mouth half hung open, before clouding over with a furious scowl. No, you will not ally us with that like blood traitors. We are not. Be silent, Orion cut her off as he turned upon her, his voice striking like a flash of steel. "You have ignored this for too long, Walburga. I have tried warning you, I have tried reprimanding you, but still you do not listen." Signis looked away as he stared purposely at his sister's name on the tapestry. "And now you seek to dictate what I will and won't do, the decisions I will make that you are too blind and foolish to understand?" Orion loomed now, anger burning in his eyes. "You think I know not how you tried to poison our sons into breaking my declaration?" Signis blinked slightly at that. He had assumed his sister had moved to his own daughters because she knew better than to attempt such an overt action against her husband's wishes. To have fallen so. "And what's more, you try to drive us into the service of a thing so foolish and arrogant as to make Horcruxes." Orion's eyes burned with fury. Not simply Horcruxes, but Horcruxes made from the murder of his own family. Walburga began, drawing herself up straight and proud, only to find her husband stepped forward to loom over her. "We are blacks," Orion stated for her as he glared down at her, "and it is time we had more pride in that fact. I will not whore out our family to serve as the bootlickers of a monster, simply because he says and declares what you want to hear. And it is better to prostitute ourselves to a piece of filth who follows the ideals of the blood traitors, to turn our backs on everything we've stood for." Walburga snapped back, her whole body trembling with rage. "That is your ignorant presumption, and why we are changing who we are." Orion responded with a growl. "We will serve no one. We are an ancient and noble house. What power is it we would have if we swore ourselves to anyone's service?" None. Any power we had, any prestige, any influence, all of it would be attributed to the one we follow. Her mouth hung at that as she struggled to come up with a proper response. "What, did you think that following your Dark Lord would grant us influence, power? All it would do would give us an excuse to kill Muggles and end up sending our society into a civil war. Do you think your Dark Lord would share power, Do you think he would come to us, allow us a say in how the world should be?" "We would be," she started to say, only to again be cut off by her husband. "We would be favoured, chattel. He cares nothing for his followers. If he did, he would have saved them instead of ignoring them to rot and die while he practically frothed like a mad dog at the storm chaser," Signis stated quietly as he shook his head. "So instead we will choose to ally with the only one that showed some interest in individuals other than himself," Orion stated flatly as he gave his wife a look. "Because he can at least be reasonable, perhaps even be manipulable. Either way we can ensure the prestige and influence of our family far more standing beside him than we can following behind this monster Voldemort." When she looked as if she was about to protest further, Orion gave her another cold look. "This is not a debate, Walburga. Try to subvert this in any way, and it will be your last act in this family. It will not be tolerated any longer." Her face flushed and her eyes widened as her nostrils flared with rage. Only he did not back down. He did not apologize, he did not diminish in the least. He stood firm, proud and angry as he glared back at her. "We shall see," she finally hissed out before turning and stalking away. "Well, that was bracing," Signis noted once his sister was gone. "And now I must prepare my sons to the concept that their mother is not to be listened to, trusted, or even relied on." Orion stated sourly. "And I get to tell my wife that if she keeps falling in with my sister's plots, she will suffer the same fate." Signis noted with a twist of his lips and a sour grunt. "The price of finding a way to make the best of this madness," Orion stated with a shake of his head. "Though I imagine Uncle Charus will find your use of his reasoning most illuminating." "Be silent, Signis," Orion said as he gave the man a mild glare, receiving only a thin smirk in response. Harry stood in front of the serene-looking pond and lightly rolled the handle of his wand between his finger and thumb. Then he lifted it, holding it more like a conductor's baton than a wand. A breath was taken, drawn in and held before in a rush it left his lips, and he began. A trail of ripples stirred across the pond's surface, making a slow, counterclockwise turn. His wrist was loose, making long, exaggerated movements that kept the tip of his wand in an ever-steady motion. Gradually, the tip began to glow, collecting a small corona of light. On the pond, a shape formed, indistinct, with a rippling, twisting and turning as it tried to take on definition and distinction. It failed, revealing a misshapen quadruped form struggling to step out of the water, and for a moment it looked like it would. One foot settled onto the pond's shore and at first held firm. Then it wavered, wobbled and finally collapsed in a wet splash. After hearing how you fought Riddle in Hogsmeade, I'm surprised to see you struggling with something like this, Charus stated as he eyed Harry critically while making his presence known. Water's always been something I'm not quite comfortable with, Harry stated. After Hogsmeade, I figured I should start working on it again. Never know when you might need it. Still surprising, Charus stated simply. I never found the elements to be too terribly difficult to manipulate. Then you're doing it wrong, Harry stated flatly, and shook his head. Charus blinked slightly, taken aback by Harry's words. Ursat, what? Changing the Earth's shape, moving it around, that's not manipulating its element, Harry stated simply as he crouched down and then lightly tapped his wand against the ground, causing it to suddenly shift as a draconic head rose up and butted lightly into Harry's hand. Actual manipulation. You stop using spells. You infuse your magic into it. You give it purpose and direction. He lightly stroked the top of head before looking back to Charus, who looked confused and more than a little skeptical. You change something into something else. What happens when it comes into contact with more magic? Dataniti. Depending on the spell, one generally cancels out the other, Charus allowed carefully. But mine can cage dark curses, even fiend fear, while maintaining their movements and actions. Why? That made Charus pause as he blinked at that. I'd merely assumed the spells cast upon them were strong enough to resist the other spells. Animation spells able to just resist fiendfire? Harry asked with an arched brow and a deadpan voice. That again made Charus pause, then frown. Then what was it then? At its base, it's animation, I suppose, Harry allowed before chuckling a bit. It actually started out as a prank spell. Charus stared at him. Yup, my father and his friends were great pranksters in their youth, Harry stated nostalgically. I ended up stumbling on it. Harry slowly gestured to the head. Animation charms, well, they have limits. What I do is impart my will on what I'm shaping. A strong enough wizard can still disrupt the shapes, but if you practice enough, it's easy to reform them. Your will, Charus repeated as he looked at Harry. Yes, Harry agreed with a nod and a sheepish grin. At least that's how I think of it. I don't really know how else to describe it. I suppose, Charus reluctantly allowed. After all, the whole basis for silent casting was intent and will. Water, though, I have trouble with, Harry admitted as he focused on the pond again. I can't seem to get the right feel for it. I see, Charus said in a tone that indicated he clearly didn't. Everything has a certain feel to it, a way it interacts with your magic, Harry stated simply. How it handles being infused with it. He gestured as some of the pebbles at the pond's edge rose up on a slick serpent of mud. How earth reacts is different from stone. Mud is different from earth and different from water. Wood is different from both. Everything is unique in and of itself. You have to learn to get a feel for it in order to direct it. And dark magic traces like you were said to manipulate in Hogsmeade? Charus asked bluntly. Harry laughed softly at that. I wasn't. I was manipulating something else that in turn manipulated it. That allows my magic to shield things from it, or at least blunt the effects. You do realize you're absolutely terrifying, yes? Charus asked as he looked at Harry critically. I am as I am, Harry stated simply with a helpless shrug. I ended up hunting dark wizards not long after I finished school. Tried being an aura. Too much bureaucratic nonsense. See, Charus stated as he stared back at Harry. What are you going to do? Pretty sure I just picked up the gauntlet, Harry stated simply as he looked out onto the pond and tilted his head to the side. Won't matter where I try to run now, he'll come for me anyway. Might lead him on a nice little chase, though he'd end up killing too many people trying to hunt me down to make it worthwhile. You don't think you can defeat him, Charus stated as his brows arched up in surprise. I know I can beat him, Harry said with a faint chuckle, and I know he could beat me, if he was smart about it. I'd rather do what I can to stack the deck in my favor, so it doesn't come to that. I would advise you to not make such statements where the average witch or wizard can hear you, Charus stated warningly. They won't take the time to actually listen to the full explanation. I know, Harry said with a tinge of bitterness in his voice. Oh, do I know? Have you had much luck talking to the old guard you've been telling me about? They've been reaching out to my cousin Lucius, more since the revelation that you're a Potter has come out, Charus stated simply. He, in turn, has been reaching out to me, wondering why I hadn't mentioned that little fact to him previously. Harry allowed a small grin of bemusement to cross his features. Are you in trouble? No, not particularly, Charus responded with a slight shake of his head, though his son James is quite eager to meet the infamous Storm Chaser now. Ija? Harry blinked a moment, then reached up and pinched his nose. Really? Already? What already? Charus asked, though with a slight amusement in his voice. Fanboys, Harry said with a shudder, a horrible condition, one that turns normally even-tempered and intelligent wizards into drooling, babbling idiots, unfit to tie their own shoes. Charus just smirked at him. Oh, shut it, Harry stated with a sour mutter, until you've had to put up with them. It's not pleasant at all. One good thing about hunting dark wizards full-time, most of them would leave me bloody well enough alone. Of course, Charus stated agreeably. Harry gave him a look before rubbing his temples. I need a flawless quartz and someone good with wards. Why? Charus asked curiously. To catch the bastard when I kill him, the quartz to trap him, the warder so I can make the prison I have for him vanish. Harry stated simply. You already have a prison? Charus asked, blinking in surprise. Yup, one of his old hangouts, in fact, Harry stated with a dark grin. Out of the way, hard to find, and with a bit of spell work, not likely to be found by accident. I'm going to trap the bastard in that gem, and then I'm going to leave it in that deep dark hole and forget about him. Charus stated quietly before slowly nodding his head. And Hogwarts, then? I still need to get rid of the Horcrux in Hogwarts, Harry stated simply. Otherwise, the jinx will never be lifted. Very well, Charus stated with a slow nod. I will talk to Lucius. I'm sure he should be able to help us acquire the gem. As for the warding, Orion Black would likely know best. Really? Harry's face twisted in distaste. I don't suppose you know of anyone else? He would be the most expedient one. Do you have something against the Blacks? Charus asked, with an arched brow that rose with a dangerous warning. I honestly was more hoping to stay as far away from Walburga Black as I could, Harry said blandly. Foul little hate-mongering bitch. She is my niece, Charus stated dryly. And this changes what I said? Harry asked as he gave the man a look. Oh, it doesn't, Charus agreed with a nod. I had great fun reminding her that she was pushing past the bounds of what was acceptable. My great nieces deserve better than her venom. There was a pause before he suddenly smirked almost predatorily at Harry. And speaking of those great nieces, you made quite the impression on young Bellatrix. What? Harry asked, staring Charus as if the words had not quite been in the Queen's English. Yes, Charus said simply. She's been quite the adamant defender of you to her family. Very vigorous in making her case. Extremely passionate. Harry repeated again, stared at Charus. Bellatrix? Oh, quite, Charus agreed. Her mother is quite put out. She's not taking a single one of her new courtship offers seriously, has her sights already set on someone. Harry just stared at him. She is an attractive young woman, Charus stated, and you are, by your own admission, an unattached young man. Bellatrix? Harry repeated again, just staring at Charus. Most men would find that to be a rather intriguing thought, Charus noted, with a frown. You do like women, don't you? I like women, Harry agreed with a slow nod, but how the hell did that happen? I distinctly remember doing my best to put the bloody fear of God's wrath into her, and judging by my recollection, doing a damn good job of it. Well, I suppose she was never the most stable of girls, Charus admitted, as he never lost the look of amusement on his face. Ah, bloody hell, Harry stated with a groan. Bloody hell, can't I ever have things be simple? As a completely unbiased observer, I'd have to say you probably bring it on yourself. Charus stated with a chuckle. Harry just glared back at him. Chapter 7. Hoisted the author's note. For those of you who keep thinking this is just being written this quickly and the like, it's not. This story was written over the course of several years and then revised several times for content. The whole story has been completed. I only start publishing or updating fics now after I've finished them. So what's this about then? Harry asked with a deceptive calm as he looked at the small, simple building that in a few decades would house Fred and George's pride and joy. It is a club, Charus stated as he nodded to the solidly built door with a rather ornate knocker of a most particular variety. I can and will hex you, Harry stated simply as he gave Charus a look that promised that obfuscation would be met with pain. No one appreciates the art of conversation anymore, Charus noted almost mournfully and shook his head. It's a club for the surviving veterans of Grindelwald's war. Most everyone else calls it World War II, Harry noted with a slow shake of his head, though his tone had shifted more towards the curious now. Yes, well, to us it was always about the magical side, not the rest of it. We had Muggle chaps for that bit. Of course, Harry stated sarcastically as he affixed Charus with a mildly scathing look. Because the two wars had nothing to do with each other and were totally and completely separate. Charus winced slightly at the statement before shrugging his shoulders. It is what it is. It's hard to equate the wars being the same when they weren't joined the same. We didn't serve with the Muggles. We didn't fight with them. We didn't fight against them. The only forces we fought were Grindelwald's. Harry sighed and shook his head, his eyes searching over the familiar building that looked so alien. So many things had changed, and yet he could still imagine the shop this would become. He could almost close his eyes and remember the smell of sweets, the sound of laughter, the sight of wide, wondering eyes. Another little thing so close and yet so far away, a reminder of what he had lost. So what exactly do you expect me to do? Harry asked quietly. Well, I rather imagine you're going to have to put a number of distinguished gentlemen promptly upon their arses, Charus noted, with no small amount of ill-concealed glee. You do realize, Harry started to say as he slowly drew his eyes to Charlus's gaze, that to do that it will likely require me to demolish a great deal of the surrounding environment, yes? Exactly how much is a great deal? Charus asked, shifting his hands with certain amount of nervousness as a pit of dread sank into his stomach. I could potentially leave the building standing. That would be preferable, yes, Charus allowed, nodding his head again. Even more preferable would be to keep the damage to a minimum. But Charus, I'm a young man full of vim and vigour, Harry responded with a predatory smile that flashed coldly into his eyes. Don't you know, we aren't known for our self-control. I have a sinking suspicion, one of auspicious dread, that within your mind looks a certain malice that might by chance be directed upon my person. Charus observed, with a sudden nervous energy to his stance. You wouldn't feel that way towards family, now would you, Harry? Remind me to tell you about my aunt and uncle on my mother's side, the ones tasked with my care and upbringing after my parents' rather grisly murder. Harry never let the smile slip from his lips. They too were family. Right then, Charus coughed and then glanced at the door with a kind of nervousness. Perhaps, well, no. I can't ask you to leave the talking to me. One, because then they wouldn't respect you, and two, I bloody well doubt you'd let me. Now, Charus, I do believe you're starting to learn, Harry noted dryly as he shook his head. And all without me resorting to doing something horribly violent. I wonder if this is what it's like to have to deal with a Potter for someone else. Charus muttered loud enough for Harry to hear him before shaking his head and sighing softly. I suppose this could be magic's revenge upon me. Have you done something in particular that magic would want vengeance upon you for? Harry asked with a blink as he looked more fully at Charus as he arched a brow. Well, obviously I've done something. After all, here I am and you stand there, eagerly and happily tormenting me, Charus declared with a long, weary sigh before straightening his back. I would prefer that the building remained standing and stable, though. It is a nice place and one of the few where we don't have to worry about those damnable blood supremacists. At least until they decide to target it, Harry agreed with a faint nod of his head, as he imagined now how such a building had lain dormant for the twins to make the purchase. Must you be so bloody cynical? Charus asked before shaking his head and walking up to the door and pointedly tapping on the knocker with his wand. For a moment there was no response before slowly somewhat ornamental wooden door with brass fixtures folded in on itself, revealing a second door, this time of gleaming bronze, wrought with glowing arcane runes and set with a particularly malevolent-looking red orb resembling an eye. Charus merely looked back at the orb. A moment later, the door seemed to disassemble itself much in the same manner the brick wall entrance to Diagon Alley did. When it finished, a distinguished-looking gentleman in sharp-cut robes could be seen. Mr. Potter, the wizard stated simply, should I announce you? And guest, Charus stated as he nodded towards Harry before frowning a bit, though I'd advise them to keep the more exuberant personalities restrained. I'm sure they'll be delighted, sir, the wizard stated politely and nodded his head. You have explained the rules, yes? Mr. Smythe, I'd be more afraid for our members than my guest, Charus stated blandly and shook his head, which is why I requested the restraint. The man arched a brow, turning his attention to Harry for a moment, who gave him back a thin, bland smile that never reached his eyes. For a moment the man merely searched Harry's face before curtly nodding his head and stepping back out of the way. Very well, Mr. Potter. Harry shook his head a bit, but nonetheless stayed almost silent as he followed after Charus, his eyes wandering around with an almost bored laziness. Finally, after they came to a sitting room, he looked once more about and then back to Charus, a brow arching upwards. Awfully posh. You were expecting us to languish in poverty and mediocrity? Charus asked with a sound of incredulity. We come here to relax and get away from the rest of the world. Why would we want that to be in anything but the best when we can afford to indulge in such? Never really much saw the appeal, honestly, Harry admitted with a slight shrug of his shoulders. But then again, most people I knew with the wealth for it tended to flaunt it and use it to bully people around, so that probably taints my point of view. An interesting perspective, another voice commented, drawing their attention to a seated middle-aged wizard smoking peacefully upon a cigar, a glass of brandy decanted on a stand next to his deep, high-backed seat. You don't often bring in young bucks like this normally, Charus? I don't ever bring in anyone like this, Charus corrected with a shake of his head. Harry Potter, Martellus Longbottom. Charmed, I'm sure, Harry drawled out with a faint amount of cheek colouring his tone. Impertinent one too, I see, Martellus noted with a slight frown as he took a draw of his cigar. I suppose you're going to inflict the reason you brought him here upon me then, Charus. He's the storm chaser, Charus stated with a slight drawl of sarcasm. I imagine that comes with a natural impertinence. True, Harry admitted with a nod of his head. Of course, it might just be the Potter side of things too. That seems to be a popular theory among certain individuals. Charus glowered back at him for a moment while Martellus barked off a soft laugh. Oh, he's certainly got the Potter cheek of it. Glib and offsetting. I can see why Charus requested restraint from us. I rather like this social club and would hate to see my investment turn to shambles, Charus declared as he gave Martellus a look. I've seen enough of our members in action to know little of this place would survive an unrestrained confrontation. I'm going to guess you're referring to the overly exuberant gentleman of distinguished age, Harry asked as he decided to at least try to be polite. He's calling us old, isn't he? Martellus asked with a note of irritation in his voice. That does seem to be the case, yes, Charus agreed slowly before pointing out, but he's at least being polite about it. Right, of course, Martellus repeated with a trace of sharpness in his tone, because all that matters is manners and decorum. I think I should point out that Martellus does not have the best of tempers, Charus noted with a weary sigh. You do realize we're here to talk about fighting others, not him, yes? It's the principle of the matter, Martellus declared angrily as he glared back at Charus and Harry. I am still in the prime of my life. Don't look at me, Harry reminded him with a shake of his head. This was all your idea, remember? Yes, well, I didn't think you'd be so purposely antagonistic, Charus rebuked with a huff. I'm a Potter, what were you expecting? Harry shot back with a roll of his eyes. Yes, Charus, what were you expecting? Someone that is somehow less insufferable than yourself? Martellus asked, as he took another long draw on his cigar before sipping at his brandy. You should know by now that's highly unlikely. I swear somehow you have conspired against me on this. I know not how yet, but I know you have, Harry, Charus declared, with a look of absolute loathing on his face. Why would I need to do that? You do it plenty on your own without any input from me. Harry responded simply before sighing a bit. But as much fun as it is to poke at Charus, that's not why we're here. Do tell, Martellus asked as he puffed again on his cigar. You have certainly made waves, but what brings you here now? As he apparently wants to keep dancing around it, I suppose it'll come down to me explaining it, Charus exclaimed with a sigh and a glower back at Harry. It was your idea to begin with. I'm still a bit leery of it, Harry told him flatly as he shook his head. Oh, dash it all fine, Charus stated in resigned frustration before turning his attention Martellus. We have another Grindelwald, this one actually British of all things. You're certain, not just a group of over-eager little children looking to follow his ideals without understanding them? Martellus asked, though in his voice they could hear he wasn't rejecting their position. You heard about Hogsmeade, Merlin's crotchpox, Martellus. Your wife was there to see it firsthand, Charus stated with a flat look and a growl. That almost made Harry start as he re-examined Martellus more closely, and this time saw a few faint echoes of the man Neville Longbottom had grown to be. He had wondered what had happened to the man, but after things with Neville's own parents, he thought it best to not push, and now here he was, apparently standing in front of that grandfather. Yes, well, some things can get conflagrated at times, Martellus reminded him with a sip of brandy. Shall we tell Augusta you thought that? Harry asked blandly, hiding a smirk when the man began coughing up his drink. Dirty pool, my boy, Charus stated with a sound of faint approval in his voice. I like it. You would, Martellus stated sourly as he glowered at Charus and Harry before sighing and slumping down into his seat. How much do we know? Lord Voldemort, Harry started, earning a snort from Martellus. Born Tom Marvolo Riddle to Mero Pegaunt, and a Muggle knob she fancied enough to keep under love potions until she either ran out or ended up delusional enough to think he actually loved her. He threw her out, she died in childbirth, and Tom went to an orphanage. Martellus twitched slightly at the statement. I see, and you can prove all of this. Shouldn't be that hard for someone to go looking for it. If I just gave you the information, how could you trust it? Harry responded back easily enough. He is running low on his Knights of Walpurgis, though. For some reason, the lads keep finding themselves falling into gruesome and unpleasant fates. Isn't that the name of those little blood purists running around trying to act all menacing? Martellus clarified as he frowned a bit as the name triggered a memory. The ones calling for the purge of Muggle-born and half-bloods. You noticed the hypocrisy right off the top. Good for you, Harry noted dryly as he seemed bemused. They're too busy being caught up with the novelty of someone of Riddle's power preaching their ideology. And you're now looking for someone to help you fight him, Martellus stated flatly as he frowned back at him. Well, the way I was looking at it, Charus, in his infinite wisdom, has managed to convince me to take the role of the defense against the dark arts professor at the esteemed Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Harry stated with a drawl of his voice, wherein I can do my best to at least help the children learn to keep themselves alive. He paused before he looked meaningfully at the man, and with my attention so focused, I will be unable to work to track down and remonstrate with these misguided knights. While they're not exactly something wholly dangerous at the moment, if they begin to apply themselves to subtler tactics, then they can whittle away at those who would come together to rebuke them. You think they're going to start targeting those of us who would fight back? Martellus stated with a slow, hard frown and a look of bubbling determination that Harry had seen more than once upon his grandchild's countenance. For everything that he is, Riddle is not stupid, Harry stated bluntly. I forced him to reveal himself earlier than he wanted because his idiots kept running across me and dying messily. He needed to put me down in front of everyone to make up for it. Instead, he was saved by Dumbledore. Must you give me a headache? Martellus asked with a sigh as he drank deeper from his brandy. I suppose you have some insights into how this Lord Voldemort's mind works, then? As I had the unfortunate experience of being in it, yes, Harry agreed with a nod of his head and a sour twist of his lips. He will not let it go. And since he now knows that fighting me is not a sure victory like he thought it would be, he will try to stack the game in his favor, which means attacking others who might support me or oppose him. Dash it all, I was hoping that all of this was just another bit of foolishness, Martellus stated before gesturing with his wand and refilling his glass. I suppose that we would fall into the category of those who would oppose him. Harry snorted softly. I know if he had his way, no one would even know about anyone opposing Dark Lords that are not a name too grand for him to destroy, someone like Dumbledore. In that particular case, he just has to find a way to be written as the one to overcome him. Delightful, he stated with a sigh before shaking his head. I suppose then we'll have to get the lads together and have them see what you can do. Merlin knows we won't follow Dumbledore again after the way things went to bollocks with Grindelwald. Harry blinked slightly at that, but decided to say nothing, merely keeping his lips pressed together and his eyes slightly narrowed. He's not going to take the bait, is he? Martellus noted with a slight, almost pouting frown of disappointment. You don't want him to take the bait, Charus countered back as he shuddered at the thought before perking up a bit. I am, however, looking forward to the sight of him wiping the floor with the lot of you. It shall be a treasured memory for my pensive long into the future. Harry fought down the desire to twitch at that. These men, the both of them, had not originally survived the war with Voldemort. For good reason, he was now starting to realize. While his grandfather and his wife had been felled by dragon pox, he was quite sure that such natural causes weren't the fall of these men before him. Sighing a bit, he shook his head. I'm not exactly sure how I feel about beating up a bunch of pompous old men, but I'm sure that when the time comes, one of you will certainly do something to withdraw my reservations. He's certainly got spirit. We'll see if he can back it up, Martellus stated with a broad, eager smile. Harry could already feel the headache starting to grow behind his eyes before shaking his head as he turned to Charus. This was your idea, so you organize it. I suppose have that coming, Charus admitted, with before nodding his head. It shouldn't take long, a bit of cajoling, some implied insults, playing on copious amounts of pride, making a few bets. Harry considered that before narrowing his eyes at Charus. We'll be talking about that later. Charus had a sneaking suspicion he was going to end up making a significantly smaller amount than what he was originally. The men assembled on the otherwise empty dirt ring had the look of crotchety irritation on their faces. They all stood tall and proud, and their eyes filled with a muted wariness. In part, they reminded him of Mad-Eye, though their caution weathered down by a life of peace. The other part reminded him of the retired members of his team that liked to drop in on him when they were in town, to swap stories and share drinks with the only others who really knew what it meant to be one of them. It made him smile slightly at the familiarity, even if the faces themselves weren't ones he knew. These were men who had been tempered in the fires of war before and had come out of it stronger. What would his world have been like if these men had lived beyond Voldemort's reign? As he looked from one of them to the next, he couldn't help but feel the answer was free. And he was going to have to fight them all at once to drive in the point about just how dangerous both he himself and Voldemort were. He smiled at that thought. Some things never changed. Men like these would only listen if he proved he was worth listening to. Charus and Martellus's words had been enough to get him a shot, along with the rumours of his fights against the Knights of Walpurgis and their lord. They were curious, but more than a little wary of him. Dumbledore and Grindelwald has left them with no small amount of wariness when it came to stronger wizards, even if it was for different reasons. And now, here they were, with another pair of wizards supposedly of the same caliber. If only they knew that one of them wanted to be so much worse than Grindelwald was ever willing to be. But they were about to learn one very important fact. He was no Dumbledore. Gentlemen, he spoke softly enough for them to hear, the subdued conversations falling instantly silent as their eyes locked upon him. Well, you lot at least have an inkling of why you're here. Charus cleared his throat and addressed them when it became obvious Harry was going to let him at least open things up. Specifically, the actions of a certain group of individuals titling themselves Knights of Walpurgis. As ponced up a name for a bunch of thugs as Grindelwald's call for the greater good, one of the men stated with a growl and a spit off to the side. True enough, but as some of you heard from Hogsmeade, they've got a lord backing them. Charus agreed with a nod of his head and an exaggerated grimace. And this one's apparently lacking anything resembling restraint or decorum. He's willing to toss around dark curses and unforgivable without even pausing to think about it. In fact, they seem to be his go-to choices. Bloody hell, a true Dark Lord, one of the men stated, looking both perturbed and appalled. Why hadn't we heard about him before now, then? He was forced to make his grand reveal before he was really ready. Harry noted quietly as he spoke up again. Likely he was going to originally wait until he had quietly picked the lot of you off, one by one, before finishing the last of you off as his great reveal to leave the rest of them quaking in fear, and the only one they'd have to turn to Dumbledore. That's likely to have been a more effective plan than the bastard thought, one of the men noted with a grimace. Once you wipe away the next coming of Merlin off of the man's reputation, he's worse than ineffective. Not that Riddle realizes that. He just wants them to put all their hope into Dumbledore so he can whittle away at it and him, Harry stated simply and shook his head. So he can just start killing everything and everyone he wants. And you're supposed to be the remedy to that, one of the more jaded-looking men asked as he gave Harry a long look that visibly showed his opinion that the man was wanting. Some sort of chosen one, perhaps? There was a time when Harry would have flinched back from that title, filled with fear and insecurity as the responsibilities set on his shoulders since he was a child weighed down upon him. That was not who he was anymore. Instead, he snorted in disdain. Do I look like some sort of wide-eyed idiot who would just walk around hoping things work out for the best? Harry snapped back with a glower. I'm the bloody wanker that, when shit's thrown at him, turns around and buries those fucking shit-throwers in it. Well, he's got a bit more attitude than Dumbledore, one of them noted with a grudging nod. Means all of jack shite if he's just a bunch of talk. Well then, gentlemen, by all means, let's find out, Charus stated happily. But before we do, can we get some gentlemanly wagers, or are you all too craven to back up your disdain with actual cold, hard galleons? That got their attention, as they looked from Charus to Harry and then back again, with narrowed eyes, before one of them spoke up. I smell something foul about this. Say, Charus is a mite bit too eager for it, another one of them agreed with a frown, even if he is a wastrel of a lout. Oi, Charus protested with a glower and a glare. I am not a wastrel, nor am I a lout. You made your fortunes at Monte Carlo, one of them stated flatly, glaring at him. Lucius is the respectable one in the family. He at least invented something to make a profit off of. A slaughter, really, another one of the men agreed, with a look of frustration. Damned bastard and his hair care products. You don't want to know how much of my money has gone to him because of my wife and daughters. Sisters, gentlemen, Harry interrupted them with a drawl of amusement. As much as I approve and encourage the mocking of Charlus's character, he ignored the way Charus made various sounds of protest at that. Or lack thereof, I believe he was going to offer a wager on the outcome of the entirety of you against myself. That made them blink as they looked from Harry to Charus and back. In addition, should he win, he will then have to wager at least half of his winnings against me in a one-on-one bit of fun. Wait a moment, I never agreed to that, Charus quickly protested, his eyes wide and worried. Then you shouldn't have insulted me. With such a low cut of the winnings, Harry drawled back at him. You weren't the one staking the money to begin with or making the bet, Charus argued back at him. I'm just the one agreeing to take on a group of war veterans all by my lonesome, just to prove I can. Harry countered back with a roll of his eyes. And you are trying to profit off of my hard work. You know, it'd be worth it just to see Charus finally getting what for and having to work for his winnings for a change. One of them noted with a thoughtful hum. I can set up the anti-apparition and portkey wards as well, so he can't just run away. Another one added with a nod of his head, causing Charus to frown, either from the affront at the suggestion he might run, or from his plan being thwarted already. Harry couldn't tell. We could just skip the middleman entirely, and pay the man the amount just to duel Charus and show us he can back up his claims. Another one pointed out, "Oh, I rather like that one. You're all trying to take the fun and profit out of this for me," Charus accused with a hearty glare at them. You expected differently? Charus opened his mouth but then shut it again and glowered back at them. I wasn't expecting this mutiny and insubordination. You're supposed to at least humour the officer and wait until his back's turned and he can't hear you before you start mocking and disparaging him. That's only when you're still enlisted and the officer can do something like put you on latrine duty, one of them reminded him. Now you're just like the rest of us, and you weasel enough money out of us as it is. The burdens of command, Charus stated with a dramatic sigh, how they weigh upon me, with churls and uncultured barbarians, uncouth and ill-mannered. How, I wonder, did I manage to keep you lot alive again, without burying each and every one of you in one of the grindy latrines? Your sergeant was a saint, and kept you from getting the lot of us killed, and kept the lot of us from doing you in. Another voice chimed in with a laugh. No, my sergeant was a goddess, which is why I married her as soon as we were discharged, and left the rest of you jealous ever since. Charus declared with a sniff and a huff. "And this is how you know the lieutenant wants the argument over with," one of the men noted. "He plays the black card. Dirty pool. Dirty, dirty pool." Almost 30 years later, and still they hold it against me, Charus stated proudly, a beaming smile on his face. "That, Harry, my boy, is how you know you're blessed." I'm still taking the offers to duel Charus after this is over. Harry reminded the lot of them. Minimum buy-in is 5 galleons. Front row seats will run you 10. Particular humiliations, as long as they aren't too extreme, will run you 20 to 30, depending upon their severity. When their eyes all gleamed and Charlus's face paled, Harry beamed back at Charus. "And that, Charus, my boy, is how you then play someone else's blessing to your advantage." This is why I stay away from the rest of my family most of the time," Charus lamented with a long sigh. "I keep forgetting we're entirely too clever for each other's good." Harry, however, was too busy taking payments and notes to answer him. Books had long been coveted by Tom Riddle. In them one could find information, knowledge and ideas, all different words for the same underlying thing: power. Everything was power if one could find the right way to use it, but now he was finding himself dealing with something his books were little help with. What the Storm Chaser had done should have been impossible. It defied what he knew about magic and left him with a feeling of inadequacy he didn't particularly care for. The idea that someone so unknown, someone without any apparent past, any history, had managed to discover it. It was impossible. Animation should have broken, shattered against his spells. The idea of fiendfire being captured, contained, turned back upon its master. The spell's control could be broken easily enough for weak, lesser wizards to have it wrestled away from them, but he was not lesser wizards. But that thing had still managed to take it from him, and he could find no mention of such a thing ever being attempted before. How was he doing it? He hissed softly, his new eye burning angrily as it churned around in his thoughts. The man had turned his greatest weapons back against him, the curses he had drawn forth from forgotten and forbidden tomes, the secrets he had unearthed, the terror of the past, and that which lesser wizards had tried desperately to erase, all of them brushed aside at best and at worst, like his fiendfire turned against him. His mind still rebelled at that very concept, fiendfire of all things, being consumed by a pathetic animation. It made no sense. He almost threw the book in front of him away in rage, hissing in anger. It made no sense. None of it made any sense. What this blasted storm chaser, this Harry Potter doing, made no sense at all. There was a dark part of him he struggled to ignore, whispering to him that somehow this one knew more about magic than he did, that he understood secrets he didn't, that this man had already reached heights he couldn't imagine. Then he remembered the things he had said to him, what he had called him, how he had taunted him. The way he had inferred things was, how could the man have known those things? Not even his closest confidants knew those things. He had done his best to make sure no one could find that information, that he was removed from it. He had hunted down every piece of reference to that existence among the wizarding world and destroyed it. But somehow that was not enough. If it had been Dumbledore, he might have been able to accept it. The old man had been in power for long enough, had lain his foundations before he was even born. He had built himself into an
unassailable position.
However much of a fool the man might be, Voldemort could grudgingly respect the power he had slowly built up. The tendrils he had all throughout Britain. He would not deny the power he held, just that he was too foolish to use it, and it galled him so to see all that power languishing and almost unused. The things he could have done with it, the heights he could have achieved, the things he would do once he buried the old man, and this newest complication, which brought him back to his problem. How was he supposed to deal with this newest complication? He wasn't sure he'd be able to keep the manpower he'd need to fully harass the wizarding world into submission with the way that bastard Potter had been whittling away at his forces. He needed something new, something that they weren't going to expect, something that they weren't going to be prepared for. He needed a nightmare, a horror beyond the realms of sanity, to crush their spirits and to break their will. Something aberrant to their sensibilities. It was then that the idea came to him. It was then that a cold reptilian smile curled over his lips. A nightmare, or more precisely nightmares. All he needed was a way to make them real. And he remembered something so very promising in that regards. Looking around himself, Harry slowly seemed to ponder the groups of men who had split themselves into smaller squads and arrayed themselves at different points in front of him. It was, he had to admit, a rather good formation, keeping them just far enough to keep any of the more common area attacks from catching them all, and yet close enough that, if they needed to pool power, one or two of the squads could quickly come together. And the varied angles and distances would allow them to cover each other. This, he decided, was going to be tricky, and probably rather painful for him. Cracking his neck from one side to the next, he held his wand almost delicately between his fingers as he took on a loose, ready stance. They immediately put him on the defensive, not waiting for a sound to begin, as bunker shields rose up while heavy spells were slung out towards him from every position in front of him. Immediately he began to move, jumping, twisting, dodging across the field as their spells tore it to pieces all around him. Repeatedly, pieces of shrapnel hit him, bounced off his clothes and skin, leaving small bruises and abrasions. The old men were, in essence, controlling the entire tempo of the battle in a way that seemed to leave Harry scrambling to keep up. And then he was thrown through the air by an explosive curse, landing right at his feet, throwing him back through the air, and the men didn't rest on their laurels at that, as spellfire quickly followed him. Only as he landed, rolling on his side, the debris around him seemed to collect and roll with him, until it suddenly formed a sharp, angled wall between him and the wizards he was fighting. Their spellfire slammed into it, tearing it to pieces within moments to reveal nothing but empty earth where Harry had been just moments before. "Detection!" one of them called out, and one of the men went to work as the rest watched the field with wary eyes and ready wands. All around them, they could see the pieces of earth and stone they'd churned up began to rise up, pulling together into rough, brutish forms that the wizards wasted no time in trying to blast apart. Only their spells only seemed to make them stumble back for a moment, the chunks and pieces of their bodies freezing in mid-air before pulling back into themselves. "What the hell kind of spell is this?" one of them demanded as a spell blew off the thing's head, only for it to stumble back maybe a step as it quickly reformed in a slightly different configuration. That was when the wizard running through detection spells suddenly felt a tapping on his shoulders. Feeling a sudden surge of dread running down his spine, he turned about to find a rough approximation of a giant hand waving at him before grabbing a hold of him and pulling him roughly down to his chin in the earth. "He's coming from behind," the wizard managed to call out before a much smaller hand reached up and slapped over his mouth. Immediately the wizards closed ranks, pulling together as they prepared themselves to be caught in a pincer attack. Then another hand appeared in front of them, immediately being blasted to pieces before it reformed, pointing to a position above their heads, where they found themselves suddenly caught up in a massive shadow as a hand formed above them, fingers curling down like claws before it fell down upon the assembled men. They caught it with shields and spells, fighting against an almost irresistible force as it bore down upon them, and as they fought against it, suddenly they found the ground around them rising at all sides, like they were in the palm of another hand rising to cup them between the two palms. With a startled shout, the first of them tried to apparate away and failed. Anti-apparition is up. Portkey ward is up too. It was then that the hand above them suddenly seemed to liquefy, turning from solid clumps of dirty into clay and mud and dripping down upon them. "Bloody hell," one of them noted, before narrowly ducking from where a muddy tendril tried to smack him. Watch out! They're animated! Merlin's Nimue-born crotchmites, someone swore as an attempt at an explosive hex at one of the mud tendrils, turned it into a nest of snakes on the ground around them. What is this? It was at that moment that the earth beneath each of them suddenly exploded into earthen tendrils that wrapped about each of them, and the mud ceiling above them collapsed fully upon them. A moment later, they were all buried in mud, unable to move with their heads sticking up above the ground. Centered between them all, Harry stood, bleeding slightly from a few scrapes and looking more than a little worse for wear, but still standing with them at his mercy. "How the bloody hell did you do that?" one of the men demanded. "Practice apparition and levitating and disillusioning a few tons of earth and mud above your head before all of this even started." Harry stated with a tired smirk on his face. "You bloody well cheated," one of the particularly sullen-looking men accused. "I knew the time and the place this was happening. I knew I was going to be outnumbered, however many to one." Harry started to list off. "I got here before the rest of you louts even thought about dragging your lazy asses out of your nice, comfortable beds. You bloody well bet your old saggy bollocks I prepared the battlefield to my advantage. It's you lot's fault for letting me." "Now do you old mouthy bastards see what I was talking about?" Charus asked smugly as he leaned back in his seat where he'd been watching the entire time. "Besides, I had to keep you lot alive and relatively unharmed," Harry continued, as if Charus hadn't spoken, lightly scratching the slight stubble on his chin. "Can't really do that much with a lot like you without a good bit of preparation. Would have been easier to just grind you to bloody pulp when the whole thing started." "And how exactly do you think you'd do that?" one of them demanded, only to blink as suddenly a stone worm erupted from the earth he was still buried in, with a mouthful of shattered, jagged rocks opened directly about his head. It was then that the mud and dirt receded enough for them to climb their way back to their feet, swapping cleaning spells one to the other as they made themselves presentable. Once they finished, Harry suddenly grinned at them predatorily. "Now that we've finished with that, I do believe now it's Charlus's turn, isn't it?" It was at that time that Charus realized that the wards against apparition and portkeys had never been removed. Chapter 8. There was a lingering silence to the air as Harry stared at the waiting gates of Hogwarts and felt a sense of trepidation he could only remember feeling once before in association with the school. It wasn't quite fear. Not fear like he remembered experiencing when he was a child. This time it was more of a resigned wariness. Albus Dumbledore was not the pseudo-grandfather figure he remembered. This Dumbledore was still 20 years younger and 20 years less experienced. This Dumbledore hadn't lived and fought through 10 years of Tom Riddle's war. This Dumbledore most decidedly did not like Harry, and if he was honest with himself, Harry wasn't sure he particularly liked this Dumbledore. The look on this face when he'd placed himself between himself and Riddle, it sparked something in Harry. Something deep, angry, and very ugly. He rolled his fingers lightly about the handle of his wand and considered his approach as he tried to centre himself. So far, he hadn't had too terribly much luck with it. His thoughts were too wild, too charged with emotions for him to form a coherent train of thought. It was home, but at the same time, he glanced around and so very much was different than he remembered it. The castle was, of course, much the same, but the grounds... There were trees that weren't, and minor decorations here and there. Some plants that he couldn't ever recall. Enough of a distortion faced him that his memories insisted quite adamantly that this wasn't real. Sighing softly, he shook his head only a moment before finally steeling his nerves and setting forward. He had faced things far worse than an annoyed and ill-tempered Albus Dumbledore, though he had to admit in some ways they were even worse. A younger but still surly Argus Filch stood at the gates glowering at him as his fingers tightened on the cool metal. "Well, hurry up then," I don't have all day." Apparently, even as a young man, Argus Filch has been neither pleasant nor well-mannered. Another distortion that his memories protested again, leaving him to wonder for the umpteenth time why he was doing this. And still, every time the same answer waited for him because he had a job to do. Harry just shook his head at the man's antics. This was not what he wanted to be doing right now. Being in Hogwarts, dealing with Dumbledore, when he could be hunting down Riddle. Unsuccessfully, probably, he admitted to himself, but still it would have been less frustrating than what he had a feeling he was about to have to deal with. The familiar doors came and went, and once inside, most of the incongruities had faded into the background. Hogwarts, for all intents and purposes, did not change as easily as the rest of the world did. But still he didn't feel the comforting embrace of his childhood home when he stepped in. No, the air was uncertain, alien and wary. If it stayed this way, he wasn't sure he'd be able to actually do the job anyway. Coming home and finding home wasn't really home, he knew. Not his home, but still. And he could feel his heart starting to beat, to pound, as the adrenaline ached to course through his body. With a sharp force of his will, he pushed it back down. This battle wouldn't be one he could win that way. Instead, he schooled his features to some form of neutrality as he worked to order his thoughts. Occlumency still eluded him, his thoughts, reactions and considerations too much of a chaotic mess that had managed to work themselves into an efficient battle awareness. Trying to organize that mess would have taken years to get working. Instead, he stood there staring at the familiar stone gargoyle, with Filch at his side, staring at him suspiciously. Some things never changed. When the gargoyle moved to the side, the familiar voice came from the top of the stairs. "Thank you, Argus. That will be all." Filch cast him one more distrusting look before turning and moving away in a way that Harry could only seem fit to describe as skulking. There was a beat before the voice continued reluctantly. "If you would please come up, Mr. Potter." Steeling his spine, Harry nodded unconsciously before starting to rise up the steps of the office until he found himself facing a rather unamused Albus Dumbledore. "Please sit, Mr. Potter," he stated a bit more briskly than was polite. The chair he was directed to was rather comfortable looking, so Harry simply inclined his head in agreement and then carefully took a seat, watching the man warily. "Headmaster Dumbledore." They sat in silence for a moment, Dumbledore looking over him as if trying to take his measure. Harry, in turn, simply looked back at the man with a calm, expectant look and the arch of a brow. Finally, the headmaster sighed and leaned back in his seat. "So I am told you will be the new defence against the dark arts professor," Dumbledore stated as he looked resignedly at the young man in front of him. That made Harry blink before his brows knitted, and he looked back at Dumbledore, almost in confusion. "I was under the impression that was your decision to make." Dumbledore snorted softly and almost seemed to glower resentfully at the man. "Typically that would indeed be the case, however, after your little display at the interview, and my own apparently ill-advised actions. If I would attempt to block you from the position, I would find myself facing less than pleasant counter from a variety of different fronts that have not classically allied." Harry stared at the man for a moment, genuinely confused, as he processed the statement. "What?" This time it was Dumbledore's turn to stare back at the man with no small amount of incredulity. "Really, Mr. Potter, do you truly understand so little of politics?" And he earned a snort in response. "I'm not a politician, never have been, bloody never will be. I've spent too much time actually going out and getting my hands dirty to ever be comfortable being the person behind a desk sending people out to do it for them." Wearily, Dumbledore leaned back into his seat. "I have been advised to let you have the position without a fight." There was a pause before he continued. "I have also been advised that it was perhaps time for me to take a sabbatical this year." Harry looked at the man oddly for a moment. "If you don't mind my asking, why?" "Because I do not want my students recruited to join a war." Dumbledore stated bluntly as he gave the man a look. This time, Harry stared at the man incredulously before snorting softly. "Are you truly daft?" "I beg your pardon," Dumbledore demanded in a cool, chilly voice as he looked back at Harry in a truly condescending manner. "Your students are most likely already being recruited, and if they're not, they will be soon," Harry stated bluntly. "By their families, by their friends, by the promise of power, prestige and a cause, it doesn't matter, they're going to be recruited. Whenever war comes, the young, the idealistic, the easily swayed, they're always recruited." For a moment Dumbledore frowned, looking as if he were about to dispute what he was saying, before he finally settling back to look at Harry with a look of ill-disguised displeasure. "And I am to take this as a reason for me to allow you to do the same. They are children." "We were all children once," Harry stated quietly, as he looked back at Dumbledore. "And in our youth we often allow ourselves to believe that the paths we should follow are the ones that play to our egos. If no one shows them that the difference between what is right and what is easy involves, then they will often be more easily lead down a path that they never know isn't the best one for them. That does not give you the right to convince them to fight in a war that can and will get them killed," Dumbledore stated with a slight glare. "They are the future. If we do not protect them, there will not be a future for the rest of to fight for." "And who has more reason to fight than them?" Harry asked as he looked back at the man. "It is, just as you said, their future. You think that by trying to treat them as if it's none of their concern, nothing they need to worry about, that you're protecting them." "They should not be involved," Dumbledore snapped back as he stood up, slamming his hands down on his desk as a sudden surge of magic swam into the air around him. "No one should be involved in this," Harry agreed, as he stood up himself and met his gaze unflinching, ignoring the swell of Dumbledore's magic. "But that doesn't mean they aren't already. You think Voldemort will just roll over and leave them be because they're children? You think that he won't send his knights after them and their families just because they don't follow him? That future you talk about, that is their future." Harry's own magic came to bear, and Dumbledore found that it was not lacking against his own. "That means it's our jobs to make sure they live to see it. And if that means that we have to teach them to defend it, to fight for it, that is our burden to bear. If we don't, that means that many more of them will die, cowering in fear and helpless. You can't expect them to survive against fully trained wizards, Dumbledore began as he glared back at Harry. "Without having it drilled into their heads, no, I can't," Harry agreed with a nod of his head before looking at Dumbledore with a hardened gaze. "But I've seen a handful of school children hold off a group of fully trained wizards and witches intent upon ending their lives long enough for help to get to them, all of them living through it." Dumbledore wavered for a moment, his outrage and magic dying off as he looked back at Harry with suddenly sullen eyes. "So that they can become like you? Killers?" Harry sucked in a breath as he clenched his fingers back into his hands and his eyes started to burn. "I would train them so they didn't become like me. Make no mistake, Albus Dumbledore, I'm not how I am because I was trained to be. I'm not whom I am because I was brought up to fight, to kill, or to destroy." He shook his head at that and glared back at the headmaster, a small spark of hate in his eyes as he strangled down on his emotions. "When I was at the age of when I was in school, it was run as you would have a school run. When war broke out, we were told it was none of our concern, none of our business. They came for us, targeted us, and we were told we were children, and it was not our place to fight." Then his fist slammed down on Dumbledore's desk like a crack of thunder, causing several things to jump. "But we still had to fight. Wishful thinking and good intentions didn't prevent us from being attacked. Wanting us to have our childhoods didn't stop us from watching our friends, our classmates, cut down in front of us. I have seen where good intentions like yours lead, Dumbledore. I have seen the good lives it costs. I have lived through the suffering it encourages. Ignorance is not going to save them. It will only leave them brittle and easy to break when they come from them." Harry took a slow, deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, to rein in his emotions as he continued to glare at the bewildered and flustered man in front of him. What I want for them is for them to be able to survive without having to become like me, and if that means I have to fight through your well-intentioned, stubborn stupidity, I will beat it into your head until it finally sticks. Dumbledore sat there staring up into burning emerald eyes, and he couldn't help but stare. In them he saw something that truly made him pause. Conviction. It was not the kind he'd seen in Gellert's eyes, with the lingering impurities of doubt and remorse, leaving it weak and vulnerable to the right angle. It was not the kind that he had seen in Tom Riddle's eyes, even before he'd inadvertently allowed his escape from the man before him, that one had been a fire, raging and roaring, without direction or control. That was a conviction that eagerly, greedily consumed everything it touched simply to keep feeding itself. This was solid, icy steel, forged by pain and suffering, and through it tempered into wisdom instead of bitter hatred and anger. And it left him feeling a great swell of emotions he couldn't begin to quantify. Before either man could speak, a sudden melody filled the air, a warm rush of sweet notes that seemed easily into their pounding hearts and soothed frayed tempers. Above them, flying in a small, lazy circle, Fawkes the Phoenix had apparently had enough of the pair's bickering and had decided to intervene. For a moment the bird merely sang, a soothing, gentle melody, before finally he fluttered down and came to rest on Harry's shoulder, looking every bit as if he belonged there, and gave the younger man a look. In that look, Harry couldn't quite quantify it. There was sadness, understanding, comfort and hope, all mingled together in a way that suddenly left him feel so very, very tired. With a slow, almost boneless collapse, Harry sat back into his chair, looking suddenly so very much older than Dumbledore believed him to be. My parents were murdered by a dark wizard whom called himself a lord when I was a baby. What was left of my family were dead before I even had a chance to graduate. I lost friends and classmates of my own, dealing with the way he waged war. He reached up and gently stroked against Fawkes's feathers as the phoenix preened slightly beneath the attention. People kept trying to keep me in the dark about as much of the bad things as they could, because I was a child, because I shouldn't have to be worried about it. They came up with excuse after excuse to try and shelter me. They wouldn't fight. They wouldn't let us fight. They just reacted. "But you are still here," Dumbledore pointed out as he looked back at the man. "Surely. I am here in spite of it, not because of it," Harry corrected quietly as he stared back at Dumbledore. "And I didn't win out of skill or power or because adults took responsibility for the mess that had been created on their watch. I lucked out. I tricked him into killing himself. If I hadn't, if he had changed his mind, if he had used something else, he would have won." Dumbledore began to speak. "If I can stop it, I will not let the world rely on luck or fate to keep it surviving," Harry stated quietly. "I will not allow others to have the weight that was pressed on my shoulders be pressed on theirs. So yes, I will teach children. I will teach them how to move, how to think, how to survive. Beyond that, if they want to learn how to fight, I will teach them." He paused a moment before slowly continuing. "And I will make sure they understand just what kind of damage they can do if they don't take it seriously. I want them to grow up into men and women whom have the strength and the strength of character to do what is right instead of what is easy, Headmaster. And if I can teach them that one lesson above all others, then I will have done my job. Because the darkness lives where the light will not tread, because it is not so easily reached." As Albus saw what he could only take as a smug look on his familiar's face, he leaned back. "I see. I believe, Mr. Potter, we have both let our emotions run away with us enough for today. Shall we continue this another evening?" Wearily, Harry nodded his head as he looked back at the headmaster. "Very well, I will have our transfiguration teacher, Minerva McGonagall, show you to your quarters." Dumbledore stated simply before looking at Fawkes. "Though I would appreciate the return of my familiar." "Is he what?" Harry stated with a blink as after that. "I told you earlier, Mr. Potter. You are the only acceptable choice I can make in the current climate," Dumbledore stated simply. "Thus, you are hired. The lesson plans of your predecessors will be made available to you, and I will ask for your own lesson plans by August 15th at the latest. Any changes you're making to the book list will need to be made as soon as possible, so I urge you to look over them all." "Right," Harry repeated as he then stared back at Dumbledore for a moment before groaning lightly as he rubbed at his face. "What the bloody hell am I getting myself into?" "Why, the noblest pursuit one can have, Mr. Potter," Dumbledore stated with an innocent smile. "Education." Harry just knew that on his shoulder Fawkes was laughing at him. It was some days later that Harry was seated in the Hogshead, in the nearby wizarding village of Hogsmeade, working through a variety of different scraps of parchment and journals, as he would scribble at his own notes while working to create his own lesson plan. Most of it was adapting the lessons he remembered from Remus, Crouch, and surprisingly, Snape, and then expanding on what he remembered missing out on from his less helpful teachers. So far, he'd figured out how to fit most of what he'd wanted to into the various years, but he was struggling to figure out exactly what order he really wanted to present things in. "Well, you certainly seem to be having a fun time," Charus's voice cut in as he took a seat across from Harry, a slightly bemused smirk on his lips. "There will come a time, Charus, when I will have my vengeance upon you for convincing me this was a good idea," Harry stated coolly as he lifted his eyes and affixed the man with a look. "And when that time comes, you will beg for a mercy you know will never come." "Charming, have you been taking lessons from my niece?" Charus asked with a curiously bemused expression. "What do you want, Charus?" Harry asked, his attention returning to his papers. "I wanted to see if you'd made any more progress," Charus stated delicately. "I need the goblin-forged blade before I try," Harry answered as he moved to another page. "And that would be why I am here," a voice Harry didn't automatically recognize cut in as another figure took a seat across from him. Harry's quill stilled before he looked up and found himself meeting a pair of steely hazel eyes framed by worn, wrinkled skin and a steely grey mess of hair. "And you would be—" "Lucius Potter," the man stated simply as he leaned forward, studying Harry now that he could meet the man's eyes. "Charmed," Harry stated flatly, before returning to his work. Lucius frowned slightly while Charus stifled a smirk of amusement. "Head of the Potter family." "And your point?" Harry asked as he continued writing out his lesson plan. For a moment Lucius could only stare at the man before his brow twitched slightly. Normally, being the head of someone's family would mean something to someone. As I was not brought up in the wizarding world, and as no one bothered to try and teach me anything about why I should care about something like that, your statement means less than nothing to me," Harry answered without looking up from his parchment. "And as you came here with the bastard who set me up for this lovely bit of hell, I'm even less inclined to care." Charus broke into an open chuckle at that. But Harry, this is perfect for your needs." Harry slowly put down the quill before looking up and affixing Charus with a look. "No, all I need is a day, 2 at the most, to deal with the basilisk and then the Horcrux. You're the one that somehow convinced me that I should see to all the bloody sprogs training myself instead of finding someone else suited to it." Sighing softly, Lucius looked over at Charus, who was merely smirking back at him. "Fine, he's a Potter." Harry sighed and put his lesson plan aside for a moment and then just looked at Lucius. "What do you want? Because if this is something about filial obedience, you're talking to the wrong guy." "You wouldn't be a Potter if you were," Lucius stated with a sigh as he rubbed his forehead. "Being the head of the Potter family means trying to be Britain's best cat herder and failing miserably more times than not. Don't you mean Kneaselherder? Harry asked curiously. No, I meant cats, Lucius stated flatly. Kneasels will listen to you if they know you can be trusted. Cats simply don't care and won't listen, no matter what. What do you want then? Harry stated simply as he started to slowly reorder the various items laying out in front of him. To make sure that my son James grows up to continue being a stubborn, willful man who does not flinch back in the face of adversity, Lucius stated simply. And that means ending this Voldemort as soon as possible. And if that can't be done, making sure that he and as many of his generation as possible learn how to make sure that they have the character to make the choice about which side they're on. Harry slowly nodded his head and groaned as he rubbed his temples, then as he realized he was potentially looking at the man whom had been his grandfather. And he was named Lucius, of all things. I see. You don't really make this easy, do you? Charus snorted softly. Come now, lad, would you really choose the easy way? One of these days I'd like for it to at least be a viable alternative, Harry answered with a sigh. Or at least not be the one duped into always having to pick the other way. When you're older and wiser and can find the ones who will do it for you, Charus stated with a bemused smile on his lips. I was really afraid of that. Voldemort hissed in displeasure as he looked down over the corpse-like figure in front of him. It hadn't exactly been easy to perform the necessary procedures, but he was rapidly approaching the final step of his new creation. If only the worthless fool would stop bleeding so profusely. Strapped down to the table before him, the man, a wizard he couldn't be bothered to truly remember the name of, stared up at him with frozen, terrified eyes. His bare chest was cracked open, his heart, lungs and other organs exposed to Voldemort's cold gaze. The smell of blood was mixed with the oily smoke of burning flesh as the bright tip of Voldemort's wand continually, skillfully burned a series of runes down the sides of the exposed ribs and then onto the still beating heart. I suppose I should say something soothing, something reassuring, he stated, the words more out of idle boredom and a desire to break the lull of silence. Something to let you know that your suffering will be over soon. His lips drew back into a cold reptilian smirk as he lightly tapped the man's heart. It would be a lie, of course, and really, at a point like this, what do lies matter? The chuckle that followed was coldly amused as he then leaned down and brought his wand out of the man's chest and moved it towards his face. Such a pity for you, and for them, that I have to resort to such measures. To create something like you, I so much would have them fearing me above all else, but as I am unlikely to have quite the level I desire any time soon, I will have to settle for their fear of what I bring with me instead. A cluck of his tongue and a shake of his head as he sighed softly. A shame I can't let you scream. It would be so invigorating. Alas, the sacrifices one makes for one's work, and all that thrashing and spitting and spasming. It would make this so difficult. And he smiled then. So, I'll have to settle for ripping them from your mind instead. He took a moment to revel in the feeling, the sheer terror in the mind of the helpless wizard before him, before he continued his work, burning a series of runes beneath the man's eyelids, then onto his eyes. Once he was satisfied with the work, he pulled the man's jaw open before pulling out his tongue to continue. All over the man's body, the runes were carved, etched into his flesh by the tip of Voldemort's wand. Finally he sighed and shook his head, almost regretfully. I'm afraid that it's almost time for this little bit to be finished. A pity. And with that he turned away from the table and moved to a nearby cauldron, a simmering, glowing, steaming liquid that looked like liquid silver. Dipping his wand into it, he stirred it only once before pulling it out as it changed from a glowing silver to a pulsing, virulent crimson, clinging to the tip of his wand with a glowing thread. It stretched and grew as he walked back the man on the table, leaving what looked like a string stretching from the cauldron in his wake. Smiling one last time at the man, he calmly lifted up his wand and looked down at him. "And now let us see how my brilliance pays off." And with that he promptly flicked his wand, and the small bit of the red substance clinging to it came free and fell upon the exposed, beating heart before him. As the slow glow of red began to seep into the runes and spread, he slowly began to let his grin grow to sinister proportions. Yes, this had potential indeed. Bellatrix Black was frowning heavily as she looked over her dresses. None of them would do. They were all heavy, puffy things for balls and public appearances or simple daily outings. Nothing for properly enticing a man's attention. This would not do, not in the least. How was she supposed to catch his attention if she had nothing to catch his attention with? "Well, Maeve, all these clothes and nothing right," she almost pouted as she voiced her thoughts and slowly tapped her wand against her lower lip. "Do we even want to know, sister?" Andromeda spoke up as she and a nervous Narcissa walked into Bellatrix's room. "What madness have you fallen into this time?" "Madness?" Narcissa asked, eyes wide as she looked fearfully at Bellatrix. "It is simply a figure of speech, one that our sister is taking liberties with," Bellatrix stated with a slight glower before brightening. "But now you both can help me." "And with what, pray tell?" Andromeda asked with a weary sigh. "Perhaps the destruction of the mound of mail from your suitors? I understand it might be a bit much to simply chuck onto an open flame. I'm not sure the wards could handle that much parchment going to flame at once." "I need something to wear," Bellatrix stated imperiously, before her lips broke into a slightly shy smile. "Something to attract a man's attention." Narcissa stared. Andromeda arched a brow. Bellatrix took in both reactions and frowned. "What, is it so completely unbelievable that I would wish a man's attention?" Bellatrix demanded with a huff. "I think it is more we were wondering if it would be best for us to warn the poor man to settle his affairs." Andromeda stated dryly. "Whom is the poor soul who has managed to catch your eye?" Andromeda had grown consistently sharper in recent days, her words almost cutting among everyone save Narcissa. A reaction to the end of their short-lived neutrality. Or at least what everyone thought. "Father has informed me that the newest Hogwarts professor is one Harry Potter," Bellatrix stated as she looked at one of her tighter robes critically. "Who?" Narcissa asked in confusion as she looked up to Andromeda for an explanation, only to see her sister's face suddenly ashen. You truly plan to see this through?" Andromeda asked, her voice trembling slightly as she stared back at Bellatrix. "He is." There was a pause before she licked her lips, then continued. "He is a half-blood, sister. Our family will be taking his side. You should know this," Bellatrix stated with a slight bite to her words. "The Knights broke our neutrality when they assaulted our father and the head of our family. What did you expect to happen? That we would turn a blind eye to this and fall on bent knee to our would-be oppressor?" "Yes," Andromeda stated faintly as she stared at Bellatrix moving to the bed and sinking into it. "I did not imagine anything could change father and uncle's minds. But the Storm Chaser, Bella? Do you understand what that will mean?" The Storm Chaser," Narcissa asked, her eyes widened and then sparkling. "He's a Potter?" "Yes, he's a Potter," Bellatrix agreed with a roll of her eyes at Narcissa before she settled her gaze back onto Andromeda. "What were you expecting, sister? Surely you saw that this was coming. Even I could see that eventually the Knights would violate our neutrality. They were going to become our enemies, sooner or later." But Andromeda stared at Bellatrix, looking lost. How did this change? How did so much change? How did what change? Bellatrix was getting frustrated with her sister. She couldn't understand why she seemed so utterly lost with the situation. Our family hates half-bloods and muggle-born, Andromeda blurted out as she stared at Bellatrix wide-eyed. They hate anyone whom accepts them. Bellatrix just shrugged. Our family is changing, Andromeda, and based on what I've seen, is that truly a bad thing? All 3 of the current lords are half-bloods, all 3. Not a single pureblood among them. We can either start blindly follow the lying madman who destroys his own soul in a futile attempt at immortality, or we change and start looking at the bigger world. A world that has the man you're lusting after in it, Andromeda said accusingly. Yes, Bellatrix agreed. Now are you going to help me find something to wear or not? He is not what I was expecting, Albus Dumbledore said quietly, as he lightly swirled a glass of brandy in his hand, taking a moment to savour the bouquet before taking a simple sip. You knew you were meeting a Potter, and you were expecting him to be— What? Alastor Moody asked with a snort as he sipped at his own flask. Either belligerently bloodthirsty or wide-eyed and impressionable. Certainly not the latter, Albus stated with a sigh of irritation as he affixed his friend with a look. Our previous encounter had proven that he was not some wide-eyed innocent. I was not expecting him to be so rational. I expected more cynicism, more ruthlessness. And that's the problem with men like you, Albus, Moody said sourly as he took another drink of his flask. You automatically associate being willing and able to kill with becoming a monster. Dumbledore turned and looked at the man. What would you call it then? There was a Muggle from across the pond that had a saying, those who abjure violence can only do so because others are committing violence on their behalf. Moody noted as he sipped his flask. There will always be those out there who will try to use violence upon others for their own gain. It is only moderated by the presence of people whom will turn that violence back upon them should they do so. That offers a desolate view of humanity, Dumbledore responded with a frown before sipping at his drink. I prefer to think of the nature of men as being something above such a need, so long as they are shown that path does not need to be walked. And as the Muggle said, the only reason you can even believe that is because there have been men whom have stood between you, your students, and the public at large, and those that would do them harm. Moody stated with a hard-eyed glare at Dumbledore. A fact that is so readily forgotten until the next Dark Lord rises up and men like you insist upon restraining and shackling those that would protect you. We've already had this discussion with you before, Alastor. I have little interest in continuing it now. Dumbledore said disapprovingly. Arrogance is something that betters no one, Moody stated with a slight glare. You might have accepted him, but you still think yourself his better. Dumbledore slightly scowled at Moody before sighing softly. What do you expect of me, Alastor? I cannot see the world as you see it. I will not see it. Because otherwise, why did I stand against Gellert? You stood against him because he had become one of the men whom think that it is their right to judge what is best for the world, and that it is their right to use violence to achieve it. Moody said simply. You stood against him because good men were willing to stand up against him first, to be the wall that the wave of his armies broke upon, good men that fought and brought violence back against those that would do violence upon them. And if they hadn't, how much more death and suffering and violence would have been spread? Moody capped his flask and screwed it shut before shaking his head as he stood. This time, though, this isn't an argument of philosophy, Albus. Actual lives are at stake. How many are your high-minded ideals worth? Turning, Moody cut off anything that Dumbledore could have said in response and moved to the flue. Lucius Potter just received a goblin-forged sword, commissioned on behalf of one Harry Potter. Might be worth knowing what he plans to do with something like that. And with that, a pinch of flue powder and a few quiet words, he was gone in a flash of emerald flames, leaving Albus behind in a sour mood he'd become entirely too familiar with of late. though Moody's words echoed in his head. What would someone like Harry Potter need with a goblin-forged blade? With a sigh, he set down his brandy and moved to his personal collection of books. It would seem that he had some research to do. "Why in Merlin's name did you have us meet you here, of all places?" Lucius demanded as he warily looked at the entrance to the girls' bathroom as he held the case containing the blade. "Because it's where the entrance is located. Why else?" Harry asked, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. "Yes, Lucius, why else?" Charus agreed with a bemused smile on his lips and a helpless shrug of his shoulders. "In a girl's, why the devil is it in here of all places?" Lucius demanded with a huff and a glare. "Don't look at me," Harry said as he walked towards a specific sink. "I just found it." "I'm getting entirely too old for this level of ridiculousness," Lucius muttered sourly, but followed Harry anyway. "But we're still here now, aren't we?" Charles stated with a chuckle as he held out his wand at the ready. "And we're still here," Lucius agreed with a huff. Harry hissed to the sink, causing it to transform into the entrance of the chamber. "You're a parcel mouth," Lucius demanded, his eyes wide, as he and Charlus stiffened in shock. "I stole it from Riddle," Harry agreed with a nod, causing the men to relax slightly. "And all it means is that I can get some snakes to listen to me, and most of them aren't actually too bad. They'd rather be left alone in peace and quiet. In a nice, warm spot." The two elder Potters simply gave him a look. "Moving on," Harry said with a slight grumble. "It's a slide, so best to have a cushioning charm ready to go." The trip was remarkably smoother than it had been last time. There was only one shed skin, and this one was rotted and almost completely decayed. It had been almost 30 years since Voldemort had been there. When they finally reached the chamber entrance, Harry had turned to them and looked pointedly at the men. "All right, this is as far as you two go, at least until after I've dealt with the basilisk." "And why is it we're not allowed to help?" Charles demanded, as he gave Harry a look the younger man was unused to seeing on his face, one of childish petulance. "We are both completely capable of—" Lucius and Harry both just gave him a look, each of them with their arms crossed about their chests, while he finally sighed. "Fine, take away my schoolboy dreams." "Happily," Harry and Lucius stated, completely in sync, before glancing at each other in slight surprise. "That is mildly disturbing," Charus noted as he forced himself to regain his typical composure. "Though I still wish you'd let us help." "I'd prefer to live to at least James's graduation, thank you," Lucius corrected as he opened up the case to reveal the sword inside. Frowning slightly, Harry lifted out the silvery blade, a longsword instead of the slim, rapier-like blade that was Gryffindor's sword. Taking a few swings of it, he pursed his lips, getting a feel for the weapon. "What do you think?" Lucius asked curiously. "It's a sword," Harry stated simply with a nod. "That's about all I really know, and I'm just going to make sure I stab it into the snake. What were you expecting? For me to be some kind of sword master?" "Well, I had hoped you'd at least had some training," Lucius stated with a wince as he watched how Harry handled the blade that had cost just short of a small fortune. "Nope," Harry stated. "Now wish me luck," and with that Harry opened the door and shut it behind him. For a moment he glanced around, taking in the relatively familiar sights of the chamber. With a slow nod of his head, he set to work, his magic flowing out, settling into worn stone and earth that was spread about the chamber from the centuries of decay. Calmly, deliberately, he enforced his will upon earthen pieces, forcing it to grow to his will. This time there were no slithering worms burying into the ground to explode up at a moment's notice. Instead, a hulking brute took form, carved into a rough parody of a man, with huge club-like fists tipped in jagged talons. From the earth he created a sleek creature, a mix of cat and serpent that calmly formed around the silver blade. With the remaining stones and earth, a slim snake-like length slipped up and draped itself over the mouth of the statue that held Slytherin's basilisk. Rough spikes positioned like spikes pointed in, and the creature went still. Taking a moment to survey the scene, Harry nodded his head before positioning himself behind one of the columns, hiding himself from the sight of the snake and speaking. "Speak to me, greatest of the Hogwarts Four." There was a great creaking yawn as the statue opened, just as it had before. Then, with a slow, almost tentative motion, Harry could hear the hiss filling the air. "Master, have you returned for me finally? Is it time for me again?" Giving no response, Harry kept his eyes closed, keeping a feel on the magic he'd set out, soaking into his creations. Slowly, tentatively, the basilisk stuck its head, partially out, its tongue flicking out. Then another pause before it continued. "Number, you are not master. Who are you? Who thinks he can command me? Speak, or I will end your miserable existence." When it received no answer, it slowly began to slip more fully out of the hole. "So be it." As soon as its head had fully slipped out of the statue's mouth, the creature looped around the hole, tightened up, driving its stony spines into the basilisk's hide, as pulled the snake into a ligature. Small, swelling pools of blood grew around the noose as the snake hand its head pulled against the roof of the hole. While the attempted strangulation was straining the basilisk, the hulking brute lumbered forward. With a sudden rush, it grabbed a hold of the snake's snapping jaws, attempting to force them open and wide. Primal wild panic flooded the basilisk, and it shoved forward, ripping through the wrap about its throat and smashing into the brute Harry had created. For a moment, the golem-like creation held its ground, but then slowly it began to bend, creaking groans easily heard as stone began to crack and break before the force of the snake's push. Wild, snapping bites struck against the stone, its wild, thrashing force tearing the creature's fingers from its frame. Finally, it snapped at its waist, falling back as the basilisk surged forward, trying to escape. Harry fought down a swearing breath as he focused. His golem's arms snagged hold of Snake's neck and weighted it down. The broken lower part of its body fell back, legs reshaping, then clamping down, locking around the basilisk as well. Unfortunately, there was simply too much room for the monster to thrash its coils about as it hissed with wordless fury and tried to escape the stone holding it in place. With a barely repressed growl, Harry sent the sleek creature he'd created running forward at high speeds, straight towards the basilisk. The restrained beast did the only thing it could. It snapped down on the creation as soon as it was in range, swallowing it almost whole. Inside of the basilisk's mouth, the creature pushed itself deeper and then, suddenly, hunched forward, revealing the goblin-forged blade erupting out of its spine. Sinking hooked nails into the soft flesh of the basilisk's sensitive tongue, it waited as the snake's jaws flung open, tongue flailing about before snapping shut. And as soon as the mouth closed, the creature froze in shock as it could feel the thick long blade penetrating up into the soft flesh at the back of its mouth, into its brain. When the still-twitching basilisk collapsed bonelessly onto the ground, Harry almost sighed in relief before concentrating on the remains of his humanoid brute and having it continue crushing the basilisk's throat tighter and tighter. When he was finally satisfied that the creature was well and truly dead, Harry let the sight escape his lips and made a gesture. The earth around the sword almost melted away from it, flowing out of the snake's mouth before moving over each of the basilisk's eyes, covering up the deadly gaze. One of these days, he really was going to stop doing things this bloody stupid. Unfortunately, it wasn't going to be today. Groaning softly, Harry carried the case containing the blade, now imbued with the venom of the basilisk, to his room, ready to call it a day. He'd had to promise Lucius and Charus a return trip to see about harvesting the basilisk and exploring what was left of the chamber. Now, though, he just wanted to wash off the feeling of grime and grit that simple cleaning spells would not remove, and stow the blade somewhere safe, and that would be what was important. And as soon as he opened his door, however, he found his wand in his hand and pointed straight towards a wide-eyed looking young woman staring back at him. A dark-eyed, dark-haired beauty dressed in a tight, elegant-looking dress that would be borderline scandalous for the wizarding world. A beauty with her hair done up, her face artfully made up, and the press of cleavage presented around a rim of black lace. Unfortunately, he also recognized this particularly beauty. Bellatrix Black stared back at him for a moment before lightly licking her lips and nervously pressing them together. Hello? Again? Sherbet, Harry had a feeling this was going to be a long day. Chapter 9. Bellatrix felt suddenly small and uncertain as she stood in front of him. Her stubborn determination and desire felt suddenly hollow, inadequate for the task at hand, as she could swear his cool gaze was slowly dissecting her. There was a frightening lack of desire, a lack of want, or even emotion in those eyes that left her wanting to turn and flee. "What exactly did you think that you're trying to do, Miss Black?" Harry asked, with a kind of bland curiosity that immediately left her wishing he wasn't standing between her and the door. Shifting nervously, she swallowed and asked in an uncertain tone, "Seduce you? I see." And suddenly he was moving like a serpent as he was upon her, lips drawn back, teeth bare like a wolf before his prey, as his eyes burned with a predatory intensity. "And what? You thought that all you would have to do was look pretty, bat your lashes, and wear something revealing?" If the absurdity of the situation wasn't leaving him reeling, he would have laughed at what she considered revealing. There was a kind of old-fashioned appeal to it, he had to admit. A black velvet corset, cut low to reveal a hint of cleavage, dusted behind an artful decoration of black lace, with a tight matching shrug of that same elegance black lace that reached all the way down to her wrists. If she hadn't worn a full set of heavy skirts with it, cut low enough to reveal her black leather-heeled boots, and opted instead for a more modern skirt, something flowing and tight, cut up to at least her knee, she would have had more impact. To a boy whose teen years had been the 90s, it was more than a little quaint and old-fashioned. To the same boy whom had spent much of that time growing up in the Muggle world, it only emphasized that view. Bellatrix Black was, he was coming to realize, shockingly naive, easily swayed and influenced, at least if it was by someone she respected. He was starting to understand exactly how she'd been molded into the infamous Bellatrix Lestrange. Some of the flashes he could see when she looked at him, she remembered a milder version of that look on Lestrange's face when she looked at Voldemort. He could see the dark passion in her eyes, the hunger that could easily be pushed to madness under the right pressures. She wanted to be challenged, to fight, to prove herself at the end of her wand and the fall of her opponent. Now, however, he seemed to be finding himself the focus of that passion, that desire, instead of Voldemort. He just knew somewhere his godfather was laughing at him. There was, of course, the obvious solution for how to deal with this. To put himself back on familiar grounds, reject her and send her running to Voldemort. As he looked at the vulnerable, uncertain woman in front of him, he found that he didn't particularly like that idea. From what he understood, he had intervened at exactly the part in her life when she was taking her first steps down the path of a Death Eater, solidifying her fate as Voldemort's hand. She had not yet started to kill and torture anyone, at least not physically. And she was a very attractive witch, one who was practically throwing herself at him. It had been so long since he'd had any. Quickly he banished those thoughts. She might not be Bellatrix Lestrange, but he was still Harry Potter, which meant that he couldn't just take advantage of her. As much as he knew a part of him truly wanted to, With a sigh, he spoke. "Miss Black, I'm going to assume you have a fairly good idea of how this is inappropriate." She flinched as a blush rose up her cheeks. "I thought so," he stated with a nod, then a sigh. "Exactly why is it you thought this was something you should do anyway?" Bellatrix found herself shifting about, finding everything about his room suddenly so very interesting as long as it kept her from looking back at him. Saying she wanted him to court her didn't exactly feel like the smart thing to say. With those vibrant green eyes she could still feel staring back into her, she couldn't seem to come up with any other excuse. As she managed to hold her tongue, he sighed and she flinched again. "If you will not say, perhaps I should simply contact your parents and head of house." "No!" Her response was sudden, vehement. They haven't declared an end to our neutrality yet." "Neutrality?" Harry asked as he arched a brow, now more confused and curious. "In the conflicts between the lords," as she offered back, feeling more than a little wary and confused as she watched him. What lords?" He was trying very, very hard to fight down the sudden sinking feeling he was certain was rising up in his chest. Dumbledore, Voldemort, and you?" She stared at him as she offered the explanation. Didn't he know? "Bloody hell already," Harry muttered sourly as he reached up and rubbed his face. "Damn it, Charus. I was supposed to have more time than this." "What does Uncle Charus have to do with this?" Bellatrix asked carefully. "Too much," Harry said with a sigh as he slowly shook his head. There was a pause as he found himself catching his words before he revealed things she had no place knowing. Instead, he pushed past her, dropping the wrapped-up sword he'd been carrying with him carelessly upon his bed, before turning to look back at her. He watched as her eyes were caught flicking back towards the now unblocked door before looking back at him. "The door is open, Ms. Black," he stated simply and shook his head. "I'm not trying to keep you here." "Why not?" It blurted past her lips, but once it left, "What do I have to do to interest you?" Harry arched a brow as he looked at her and then tilted his head to the side as he struggled to come up with an answer to that. Instead, she seemed to take his silence as encouragement. "Do you think I throw myself at every passing man whom is reasonably attractive? That I dress like this because I enjoy the feeling of dirty, roaming eyes upon my skin?" There was an almost physical disgust in her voice as she glared at him. "I dressed for you. You do realize I grew up in the Muggle world, yes?" he pointed out blandly as he looked back at her. "Being a half-blood and all?" She froze slightly at that. She hadn't known that. She'd actually assumed that. "What does that have to do with anything?" "Muggle fashion is much less restrained," he stated, fighting the way his lips wanted to tug into a smirk. "And they stopped wearing skirts with that much material 50 years or so back." "What?" Bellatrix couldn't help it. She had to stare at him. "The top is nice and all elegant, with a bit of an old-fashioned sophistication," he went on, feeling a bit of his own babbling coming into place. "But the skirt is really where you lose me. I'm sorry, but it's just too old-fashioned. Ooh." She continued to stare at him, mouth hanging slightly as her eyes were caught wide and disbelieving. "So if you're going to try and seduce me again, I'd suggest spending some time in the Muggle world and get caught up on the fashions there instead," he went on, feeling a degree of satisfaction at the idea. That would keep the bloody woman away. As much progress as she'd made, Harry just couldn't see her willingly submersing herself in Muggle culture. You... She struggled to form the words, staring back at him. Suddenly, she very much wished she had left her wand more readily accessible. "If there's nothing else," Harry asked leadingly, as he looked at her over the rims of his glasses. "This is not over," she declared firmly, glaring at him before turning and stalking off. With a kind of sinking certainty, Harry realized that maybe, just maybe, he had pushed things an ounce too far. Shaking his head, he waved his wand and sent the door shutting itself before focusing his attention back on the sword. For the moment, well, he was just going to have to try and get some sleep. It had been too damn long of a day. Andromeda could hear her sister well before she appeared before her. Her steps were loud, angry, her breath heavy, and she slammed every door behind her. When she appeared, her lips were curled back into a snarl, her eyes wild and angry, with her hair in disarray. "Is there a problem, sister?" The words left her lips before she could even help herself, before she looked over exactly what her sister was wearing. She had made her move on the storm chaser, and it had not gone to her expectations. She was not, however, expecting her sister to answer, not with words, but a scream of frustration. "That bad?" Andromeda arched a brow as her sister took a moment to take slow, deep breaths before finally calming down enough to speak coherently. "Apparently I dressed too old-fashioned," Bellatrix stated through gritted teeth as she took a slow, deep breath. As he grew up in Muggle society, the skirt was just too much. He calls this too old-fashioned. As Bellatrix gestured to her skirts, Andromeda was absently nodding her head as she distractedly stated, "For the Muggle-born and half-bloods it is." Both sisters froze, though. While Andromeda's eyes widened, Bellatrix's narrowed as she looked at her sister dangerously. "And exactly how do you know this?" "I have no idea what you're talking about," Andromeda stated as she averted her eyes completely away from her sister. Reflexively, her eyes flicked only for an instant towards her closet. Unfortunately, the instant was enough for Bellatrix to follow her gaze. "Sister, exactly what have you done?" Bellatrix stated slowly as she assumed her full height, looking down at her almost identical sister. "As I said, sister, I have no idea what you could possibly mean." Andromeda insisted, unable to fully meet her sister's gaze. Bellatrix, however, followed the direction of her sister's reflexive look from before and began to purposely walk towards the closet. Andromeda's eyes immediately widened in response, and she stood up straighter as she moved to bodily intercept her sister. "There is nothing in there that concerns you, sister," Andromeda stated swiftly as she stood there firmly in front of her sister, with her eyes visibly fighting off panic. When the sudden stiffening of the bodybind hex caused her to turn into a human statue, the panic in her eyes became rampant. As she could feel her body starting to fall, she almost missed the cushioning charm that let her land gently on the ground. Helpless, she could only watch and blink as Bellatrix stepped over her and reached the closet. Then there was silence, broken only by the sound of the door being opened and her sister stepping inside. Cold dread terror swelled up in her stomach. Bellatrix was going to find out. Her family would find out. She was about to be thrown out. Andromeda Black had known that she would end up marrying her boyfriend, Ted Tonks, since just before the end of term at Hogwarts. She had also known that as soon as that was revealed to the rest of her family, she would be cast out. Ted Tonks was, after all, a mudblood to them, and toujours pure. The Blacks had to be pure. No matter what her sister thought, the family's stance on that would not change so quickly. Her mother and aunt had proven that. Her uncle might have displayed a brief spark of defiance to her aunt, backed by Uncle Charus, but it wouldn't last. She had thought she'd at least be able to graduate Hogwarts first, though. "What are these?" Bellatrix's voice was not as angry as it had been. There was more genuine curiosity in it. "And is this a dress? But it's so tiny." Oh, sweet Morgana, of course her sister would find her dress with the mini skirt right off the bat. "And are these pants of some kind? But there, wouldn't they just cling?" Now Andromeda could hear the blush in her sister's voice. "And what manner of material is this?" As it stood, Andromeda was rather helpless and quite unable to respond to her sister's questions. Is this what he was talking about? I never knew Muggle fashion was so... There was a pause before Andromeda suddenly found herself able to move again. "Andromeda, sister, are these Muggle clothes?" Slowly, warily, Andromeda stood facing away from her sister for a moment before collecting herself and keeping her face carefully blank. When she turned to face Bellatrix, she didn't find the anger and accusation she was expecting. Instead, she found only confusion and vulnerability. Is this why he didn't want me?" Bellatrix asked, her voice small as she clutched at the dress she'd found. "Because I wasn't wearing something like this." Andromeda was left suddenly feeling almost as lost and uncertain as Bellatrix looked. As long as she could remember, Bellatrix had been a strong personality, almost refusing to show even the slightest weakness. To see her like this? Sighing, Andromeda looked at her sister and comparted the dress with what she was wearing. "I could only guess it's more about what it represents. As you said, he is a half-blood. And as you also said, he grew up in the Muggle world. If you don't know enough about the Muggle world to fit in, how could you be with a man who apparently is very comfortable there?" Privately, she rather doubted it was the case. The man likely didn't believe she was any different from the would-be thug and murderer he had stopped her from becoming. It disturbed her on some level to see the man who had casually slaughtered the Knights of Walpurgis and had used her sister as his messenger become the object of Bellatrix's desires. Truly, the hope and life suddenly seemed to bubble back up into her sister's eyes. It disturbed her, but it did not surprise her. It might be, Andromeda agreed with a slight nod as she continued to watch her sister like she was an irritated viper. "You can help me then, can't you?" Bellatrix stated, an eager hunger in her eyes as she leaned forward. "You have these. You must know more." Andromeda stared back at her sister, eyes wide and blinking. "Sister, Bellatrix, are you asking me to teach you how to go Muggle?" When Bellatrix nodded eagerly, Andromeda slowly rubbed her forehead. This was not what she expected. Looking back at the eagerness in Bellatrix's eyes, she wondered if perhaps exile would have been preferable. "So what do you think?" Charus asked as he looked over his tumbler of whiskey at Lucius Potter. "I have no thoughts I wish to dwell on," Lucius stated as he sipped upon his own drink. "And those you don't want to dwell upon," Charus pressed quietly. "Doesn't that defeat the purpose of not dwelling upon them?" Lucius asked rhetorically, before Charlus's look made him snort. "He is not exactly what I was expecting." Charus nodded his head in agreement. "Harry seems quite happy to defy expectations, both good and ill." "He is crass, blunt and unsophisticated," Lucius stated simply, "but also skilled, pragmatic and—" "Too much like you," Charus finished, clearly amused. "I'm sure I do not need to acknowledge what you might be implying, do I, cousin?" Lucius asked, with a dangerous narrowing of his eyes. "Of course not, cousin, of course not." Charus' amusement did not falter in the slightest. Lucius stared unamused at him for a long moment before sighing as he slumped back. The size of that beast! To think it was hiding under Hogwarts all these years, and in the girls' loo of all places. "Indeed," Charus agreed, sobriety quickly returning to his features as he leaned back. "And he managed to kill it while impregnating that blade with its venom." Lucius shuddered a bit at the thought. "A sword like that, I doubt there's much it could not destroy. Horcruxes be damned. That thing could likely carve through the most heavily warded items in existence." "Which is what these Horcruxes are, unfortunately," Charus agreed with a grimace of distaste before the sound of the flue flashing hit them. "Also, I took the liberty of inviting my nephew and his brother-in-law." "Must you?" Lucius asked, with a measure of distaste wrinkling over his features. "I know you have assured me that they have been forced to take stock of their situation, but I believe that in the end this will benefit us all," Charus stated seriously before walking over to the flue and answering. "Yes?" "You know who it is, Uncle," Signis Black stated back through the flue with a look of ill pleasure. "You were the one who insisted upon this after all." I do have to take at least some precautions, nephew, Charus stated, before stepping back, wand at the ready, as he lightly gestured for Lucius to do the same. Whenever you're ready. And in a flash, Signis and then Orion Black appeared before them, both dusting off ash from their clothing. After a moment, Orion's eyes found Lucius's, and he inclined his head in greeting. Potter. Black, Lucius agreed, raising his glass lightly, but making no move to rise from his seat. Do take a seat, Charus advised as he gestured to the empty chairs across from Lucius's and his own as he retook it. I believe we have a great deal to discuss. Sighing, Signis waited for Orion to be seated before setting himself and speaking. You implied something akin to an alliance. I do believe that you now understand that serving under this Lord Voldemort would not be in your best interest, Charus stated, and that his influence upon our society would do neither of our beliefs much good. A point, Orion stated as he leaned back in his seat, elbows resting on the arms and fingers steepling in front of his face. And in light of recent revelations, I find it prudent to re-evaluate my family's priorities. Truly, Lucius asked as he arched a brow towards Orion, I find that surprising. Orion grimaced in distaste. We have 3 lords, all of them half-bloods, each of them capable of dispatching any of us if pressed to, likely without too much effort if what I saw was valid. Oh, Lucius asked as he tilted his head to the side. I have yet to see either in action. Care to elaborate? It took me over a week to track down even references to some of the spells Riddle used, Orion stated with a shudder. Spells that have been lost for generations. Even one would have been impressive. To use the number he did, it is, I will admit, terrifying. And yet, Signis continued quietly as he settled back into his seat, it was not he who was the victor. Storm Chaser. I freely admit, I'm not sure how he did what he did. To have created and guided so many of those constructs all at once, to take a curse like Fiendfire and turn it back upon its caster. It was Orion paused a moment before his face twisting into displeasure. It was like being caught up in a whirlwind. It was all we could to do, simply stay out of the way and survive. If we had been the actual targets of that abomination, we would not still be here if the Storm Chaser had not been there. Harry is an interesting fellow, Charus agreed with a nod of his head. Before, though, what other methods do you know of for the destruction of one of these Horcruxes? Fiendfire, Orion stated without hesitation, the killing curse. Beyond that, Lucius asked carefully as he eyed the Blacks, there must be obscure rituals and magics that destroy the soul or expel it, or ones that destroy and consume magic. That's why basilisk venom works. It destroys everything, even the magic binding the soul fragment. Orion stated simply as he wearily leaned back in his seat, and yes, ever since they were first mentioned, I've taken the time to go back over the records. Your Storm Chaser has hit upon a rather ideal method of destroying them. An expensive method, Lucius stated sourly, not to mention dangerous. He still lives and he now has the blade, Signis stated with a canting of his head. Does anything else matter? He is a Potter, Lucius stated flatly. As such, my responsibility to look after, in case he does something so foolish as to get himself killed. It should be despite my efforts to prevent it, not due to him simply doing something insanely life-threatening and not bothering to inform me of it until it is entirely too late for me to do anything about it. So you wish for him to stop being a Potter? Charus asked, hiding his smile behind his glass. Signis coughed to cover his laugh, while even Orion's lips twitched slightly, but then he sighed. I don't know if Storm Chaser or Stormbringer is more accurate. Where he goes, everything is left on chaos in his wake, everything tossed up into the air, left to fall into chaos and uncertainty, even beliefs held onto for generations. That can be a good thing, Lucius noted quietly as he looked back at the man, then quietly sipped at his drink. Where we come from helps make up who we are, Orion countered back. We follow after our fathers and their fathers before them. If we do not honour where we come from, what becomes the point of even having a history? To learn from it and build upon it, Charus answered this time, as he looked back, staring not at Orion, but at Signis. Our fathers will always be our fathers. They teach us what they have learned, but it is up to us to build upon it, to grow it beyond what it was before us. It was good enough for them, Orion snapped back, sinking into his chair, glowering quietly at Charus. And tell me, do you want what you have to be good enough for your sons? Lucius asked back quietly as he looked piercingly at Orion. Because I know that what I want for James is far more than this. I want him to rise up, to surpass me, to be better than me. Orion opened his mouth to protest before remembering the lingering darkness of his home and the look of stubborn determination on Sirius's face when he'd asked to see the memories. Was this the life he wished for his son? If he'd been asked not long ago, it would have been yes. Now, though, he didn't really know. The world had suddenly become a confusing, terrifying place. It was filled with men that could cut down men, wizards like grain before the thresher. Men who would end his line. The past glories could not save them. Following after the vengeance-hungering hypocrite would not save them. No, instead, he could see now it would simply hasten their destruction. Change had come, and no longer was what they knew certain. I do not think that the past should be forsaken, Signis spoke up, his voice careful and measured as he voiced his own thoughts. But we cannot be so focused upon it that we do not see the present and cannot look to where we are headed. The glories of the past of our forebearers are just that, the glories of the past. We cannot live on them. They are not ours. They are the laurels of those whom we came from. And now I find myself thinking we ill-honour them by resting upon them. Well said, nephew, well said, Charus agreed with a nod of his head as he sipped his drink. It is too easy to forget that there is a whole world out there beyond these simple isles we make our home upon. We might fail to make our own mark upon them, but we leave a chance to our children, their children, and beyond. Can we ask for more? To live to see it, Orion asked rhetorically as he looked at his drink before sighing softly. But for my sons and the future they might have, we each have a legacy to protect. And perhaps that's what we should have been doing. Protecting the future instead of seeking to take it from others. They are someone's child, Lucius stated quietly, for good or ill. They are someone's child. That is why we do not rush to spilling blood. But so are we. And for our children, we will not flinch from it when they come for ours. A fine line to follow, a dangerous one to track. But one that it is necessary, Charus agreed. Otherwise you become either the monster in the dark that you fought against, or you stand there with bare throat, waiting to be prey. We may not always be hunters, but we will never be prey. Tell me, cousin, will you? Orion stared back at Charus, fingers clenching upon the glass in his grip and staring back at him before releasing a slow, sharp hiss of breath. No, cousin, I will not. Then I believe we have much more to discuss, Lucius stated simply as he leaned forward. And even more work to do. Silently, Orion nodded in agreement. Balefully, Voldemort turned his gaze across the small clutch of Muggle homes. They were nothing of importance. In fact, they had been selected more at whim and fancy than anything. But they would make an excellent testing ground. He didn't even bother looking behind him as he spoke, gesturing. Go, kill them all. The figure that followed his command moved with a convulsing, twitching gait, seeming to suddenly, jerkily snap from movement to movement. Fingers, arms curled back against its chest, as if reflexively protecting it as empty reddened eyes stared, bug-eyed and open at the buildings in front of it. its lips pulled back, thin and tight against its gums, revealing bloody and almost rotting flesh surrounding jagged, uneven teeth. Then it opened its mouth, then let loose a hissing, warbling sound, like a high-pitched whistle, before it surged forward and suddenly pressed its hands against the frame of the door on the first building. Immediately a twisting, rust-coloured miasma surged out from beneath its touch, rapidly spreading across the walls of the home. And as it passed, wood, stone and metal twisted and warped. Glass cracked and shattered as windows were crushed, and shingles bowed down as the roof seemed to collapse in on itself. Then the screams began, raw pure terror ripped out of the throats of an entire family. Standing a distance away, Voldemort closed his eyes and savoured the sounds before, one by one, they were suddenly, violently cut off. From the broken window, something with long, spidery limbs emerged, skittering about, with a girl's head with long, limp hair, hiding empty, gaping sockets rimmed with teeth as its jaw hung open, with a bulging sack of eyes staring out, blinking and looking seemingly everywhere at once. A fist ripped through a wall, a heavy, thick-knuckled, brutish thing, its flesh torn back to reveal bloody bone. Following it, shoulders hunched forward, spine pronounced, every vertebrae pushing up, almost breaking the skin. Its jaw was exaggerated, thick, heavy, with boar-like tusks. If one looked closely enough, however, they could see that the body vaguely showed evidence that it had once been female. Behind it stumbled what looked to be a man, long strips of leathery flesh hanging off of it, tipped in bony hooks as hand-like feet gripped at the ground. His face was impossibly stretched out and long, eyes held open by straps and hooks as they also held his mouth pulled wide into a mockery of a grin. When the brute in front of it stepped too close, its arms flashed out, and with a crack, the strips of leather flayed across the brute's arms. Making it squeal and retreat, Voldemort stared at them for a moment before smiling, his lips curling back as he began to slowly, darkly let loose a burning, twisted laugh. "You think you can keep them safe, Stormchaser? You think you can steal their fear of me?" His unnatural eye burned as he watched his creation move to repeat the same process at a second home. "Fine." He paused, his words soft as he let the darkness and shadows wrap about him. "But let us see how you fare against fears, nightmares made flesh and blood, How will you save them against all the things the dark, wretched pits a mortal mind can conjure up?" When his creation turned his head, he looked back at Voldemort and screamed, or at least as close to screaming as he could, and jerked his hands back. Instantly, the house seemed to snap back together, shuddering there where it stood. And then it quivered once and collapsed. In that same jerking, distorted movement, he moved hands again, curled back against his chest. Behind him, Voldemort smiled, watching. The fool could chase all the storms he wanted. Voldemort would bring the nightmares to drown them out into nothing. Harry sighed as he leaned back in his chair and stared at the silvered length in front of him. The goblin-forged blade caught the light, shining brightly along its edge. He could use it, take it up to the 7th floor and into the room of requirement. Just one little stroke and the deed would be done, and with it his need to remain at Hogwarts. "An interesting piece, Mr. Potter," Albus Dumbledore's voice intruded upon his thoughts. "I find myself wondering what you plan to do with it." Stiffening in response, Harry slowly turned his head and affixed the man with a hard look. "And I find myself wondering if suddenly the bounds of personal privacy have stopped holding any meaning for you. When I find one of my teachers meeting with non-staff members in a clandestine manner before somehow vanishing from the sight of the wards, a feat that should, I admit, not be possible, their meaning changes dramatically. When he then meets with the most recent graduate, a young woman alone in his quarters, it changes even more." Harry snorted softly at that. Miss Black somehow came to the belief that it would be a grand idea to come to my room for the purpose of my seduction. I disabused her of the notion, I assure you. "And you and your family's disappearance?" Dumbledore asked, pressing firmly as he stared back at Harry. Only Harry stared back directly into Dumbledore's eyes, his gaze both daring and warning, and Dumbledore would admit some slight bit of intimidation. Few were those whom would meet his eyes that way. Knowledge plain in them that he both knew of Dumbledore's skill at legimancy and warned him that its use would not be tolerated. "They brought me the blade so I could kill the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, thereby impregnating it with its venom," Harry answered as blandly as he could. "To what purpose?" Dumbledore asked, neither belief nor disbelief tinting his tone. "Because it's the safest method of destroying a Horcrux I know of," Harry answered as he looked down the length of the blade. "Quickest, too. Horcrux." There was a look of fascinated horror on Dumbledore's face. Such a thing is beyond horrendous." Yes, Harry agreed with a nod, but that is the kind of man Tom Riddle is. Instead of looking surprised, Dumbledore merely looked resigned. "I had suspected something of the sort from him. I had hoped to be wrong." "I found 2 of them," Harry stated simply. "One of them, in fact, hidden in this school." "What?" The light in Dumbledore's eyes exploded like a star as he stood up straight and demanded, "Where?" "Secret room on the 7th floor," Harry answered, not looking even the slightest bit intimidated or surprised by the display of emotion on Dumbledore's face. "It's been responsible for your inability to keep a defense teacher for more than a year lately." Dumbledore stared at him before sighing wearily as his shoulders slumped in defeat. "I had suspected such. However, I could find no evidence of such a spell. No curse, no jinx, no hex, no ward, no enchantment, nothing." "Riddle is a genius," Harry admitted freely as he shook his head, "especially when it comes to the more esoteric of dark arts. I wouldn't be surprised you couldn't find it. I am, if you will recall, Mr. Potter, somewhat learned in those esoteric arts myself." Dumbledore noted with a slight bit of amusement. "It is no small feat to find something I have not. Not if you're unwilling to reach into the dark places no sane man would step foot into," Harry stated and shook his head. "You represent the best the past can offer. Ancient magics that require skill and discipline beyond what most can imagine. Voldemort the worst, the depraved, the uncaring." "And where, Mr. Potter, does that leave you?" Dumbledore stated pointedly. "Someone who stumbled around blindly until he found a path that led not to the past and the secrets waiting to be rediscovered, but one that was forged by his own footfalls." Harry stated it simply as he chuckled slightly. "I tried something new. As luck would have it, it worked. And if you know not the secrets of the past, then how do you know that your path is your own, and not one merely overgrown since it was last tread?" Dumbledore countered back with a slight smile on his face. "If it's overgrown and gone, is it really a path still?" Harry shot back before shrugging a bit. "But it hardly matters. I didn't follow any of those old secrets to get where I am." "A point, perhaps," Dumbledore admitted before sighing as he leaned back, watching Harry warily. "Of late I seem to find myself on the receiving end of lectures with an unsettling frequency." "Oh?" Harry asked, arching a brow up slightly, but saying nothing else as he waited for him to continue. "Indeed," he agreed, humming for a moment into the silence that lingered between them and before continuing. "I am not a warrior, Mr. Potter. I am a teacher, an instructor, and perhaps above all else, a scholar." "Most people aren't warriors, Headmaster," Harry stated simply quietly as he tilted his head to the side. "And those that are tend to become one of 4 things." Oh, it was Dumbledore's turn to arch a brow, prompting Harry to continue. "Something else, very dead, very broken, or very good," Harry stated simply and softly as he looked at the headmaster. "Most fall into the first 3 categories. Too few into the last." "And where does that leave you, Mr. Potter?" Dumbledore asked quietly as he looked at the man. Sometimes I think the last, most I think the third, Harry admitted simply as he tilted his head to the side and stared back at the blade. Of course, those that knew me always told me it was the last. Do you enjoy killing Mr. Potter? Dumbledore asked softly as he stared back at Harry intently. I take neither pleasure nor displeasure from taking a life, Albus Dumbledore, Harry stated softly as he looked back into the man's eyes. It simply is. A man who has willingly raised his hand to intentionally strike down another, to intend to kill, maim or torture, will willingly do so again. And if they have raised that hand against me, they will even more willingly do it to another. So I cut them down and leave their fate those waiting on the other side. Harry tilted his head to the side. If they find damnation or redemption there, it is not my choice to make. They could still change their ways, they could still do good, Dumbledore pressed as he stared back at Harry. Could they? Perhaps. Would they? Perhaps. Harry agreed with a nod of his head before shrugging again. But if the world were fair, would they have become what they did? Dumbledore sighed as he looked back at Harry. That is not a view I can endorse, Mr. Potter. As long as you take responsibility for the repercussions the actions your views limit you to. Harry responded simply as he shook his head. Repercussions? Dumbledore asked with a brow arched. You could cut down an opponent in a moment. Capturing him alive will take you 5 minutes, Harry stated softly. One of your allies was killed in 3 minutes after you focused on capturing your opponent. If you had cut down that opponent, you would have been able to save your ally and more. Bloody math, Harry stated simply and shook his head. Mercy requires a position of unquestionable superiority, Professor. Without it, in battle, it costs more blood than it saves. Life is more than a set of numbers to run, Mr. Potter, Dumbledore stated, with a frown creasing his face. It cannot be so coldly assessed and distilled. In war it is, Harry responded back with a sad shake of his head. But your belief is why you should not be involved in war, clinging so tightly to those ideals. While admirable, it'll only cause more problems than it solves. And you would instead have me do nothing? Dumbledore asked, a tinge of anger rippling through his voice. I would think that healing and protecting would be something you'd find preferable, Harry stated blandly instead. And researching? Dumbledore twitched slightly at that statement before slightly inclining my head. Yes, I would. However, you're no longer the only one Voldemort fears, Harry stated quietly as he looked back at Dumbledore. You're no longer the only one he knows could beat him, end him. This war, it is not yours to fight on the front lines. Stay where you do the best. And what of you then? Would you not, as you said, be best out there on the front lines then? Dumbledore asked, arching a brow. Instead of here, in this school. A hammer that knows not where to strike damages what it does not mean to and itself, Harry stated ruefully. One of my teachers used to tell me that. I'm not a hunter, Headmaster. I'm a fighter. I leave it to the hunters to find him for me, or for him to give me an opening I can exploit. I see, Dumbledore said while his voice clearly showed he didn't. I've done most of what I could against him as it stands, Harry stated softly. I have no way of tracking him. I don't have any connections. I don't have any experience casting the kind of spells that would be necessary to find him, so I have to leave that to those that do. In the meantime, I might as well do something useful. Dumbledore merely stared at him for a moment before sighing softly. I again feel the need to ask to continue this another day. Instead, perhaps you should see about taking care of that objective you had that blade created for. Harry glanced back at Dumbledore before arching a brow a bit. You mean you want to know what secret room it's hiding in, that you never found it? Coughing softly, Dumbledore looked back at Harry, the slightest tug of his lips rising up. I'm afraid, Mr. Potter, I'm not sure what you could be implying. Of course, Harry agreed with a snort before standing up and resting his hand on the hilt of the blade. Though, do you really want to have to watch the destruction of Ravenclaw's diadem? Dumbledore stared back at Harry, frozen in place, as his face slowly drained of colour. What? Tom Riddle was a very, very persuasive and too intelligent man, Harry stated simply. He convinced the ghost of person who stole the diadem to tell him where she hid it. And he made it into one of his Horcruxes. Dumbledore finished the implied statement with a sigh as he slumped forward. What other sacrilege has he performed? Too many, Harry stated sadly and shook his head. By now, I imagine he's done the same to Hufflepuff's cup and Slytherin's locket. How do you know this? Dumbledore asked, his eyes piercing and sharp as he stared back at Harry. Maybe one day I will tell you, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, Harry answered quietly as he stood, holding the blade gently in his hand. But that day is not today. Shall we see to the Horcrux? Dumbledore's eyes narrowed in distaste towards Harry, but he nonetheless nodded his head and followed after him.